Hello everyone, and welcome to the final day of the Monsters Attack NA Regional Finals. I glitched out there for a second, so now that I'm here and ready to go, we are so excited to be able to bring you the final day of action here at the NA Regional Finals. My name is Nekra, and I'm your desk host this weekend, joined at the start of the day by Admirable and Frodan. It's the final day! Admirable, it doesn't get any better than this.
I mean, this is the peak of it right now. The competition's gotten stiffer and stiffer at every single point of every single set, and this one has been no exception to it. Any way you cut this field up, it's going to look fantastic to it. But this one in particular has got a lot of names that are standing out. Some of the old guard, some of the new guard, and just the top of the top throughout all of TFT.
Yeah, Dan, welcome back. What are you excited about for the final day?
I'm excited to see whose dreams come true. No matter what, we're going to be having new players joining us for the Global Championship for the first time to represent North America. And that's really exciting because there's some people that's the peak, but for others, it's just the beginning. So I really want to see how the regionals is going to clean up. We have a lot of worthy opponents here to try and get their name etched into TFT lore. And also some people, it feels like it's been long overdue, but we'll tell you all about it in just a little bit.
It has been quite an intense weekend as well. You just even looking at days 1 and 2 of competition, where we started with 24 of North America's finest TFT players, and then we whittled the competition down to just 16 that played out yesterday to get us to our top 8 that will be playing through 6 lobbies today with a lot on the line. We've got 2 spots there for the Monsters Attack Championship for our top 2, and the finalists with the best average placement across all 3 days will join those 3 and Wasian Iverson as our North American players that will be competing at the Monsters Attack Championship. We have some strong representative in contention as well, but the remaining top 2 from today will qualify for the Western Last Chance Qualifier, so it's not entirely out of their hands from there. Alongside those spots, we've got a prize pool of $35,000 that these players are competing for. We sent home 8 players yesterday with a little piece of that prize pool, but still the lion's share up for grabs for our first and second place players, alongside, of course, those coveted Monsters Attack Championship spots. Let's take a look at our 8 players that are competing today. Admirable, you already talked about how tough this competition really is when you look at these players. Tell us a little bit more about the field overall.
A lot of things that's coming to mind for me is just how aggressive the cuts have gotten over the course of this tournament. When it first started out, we cut from 24 to 8, then we cut from 8 to 16. Now we're effectively cutting from 8 to 3. So it's getting more and more aggressive as this moves on. And what that means is you're going to have to target these top spots that are here. And at every single step of the way, you have an incentive to finish as high as you can. There's prize pool into account. There's the average placement finish that can send you to a spot at the set championships. Only the top 2 players are making it through on this one. There is no reason to try to play for these 6th and 5th place finishes if you have any chance whatsoever, I think, to really make it to some of those top 3 spots that are there. I expect to see high risks taken today. Maybe some of the early games can be a bit more conservative, but you have very high incentive to finish on the top 2 spots throughout the course of the day. I expect to see that aggressive play.
It would be great if players just qualified by being able to play to the best of their ability and get those top 2 spots. But, you know, the competition is definitely fierce. And when you look at this list of names, I want to start honing in on a couple of people, because maybe one person that sticks out was somebody that everybody touted coming into this weekend as one of the best TFT players in the entire set. That's right. Setsuko is a player that we really should talk about, as we're going to individually touch on everyone. But let's start with Setsuko, Admirable.
This is just not a player you can ignore, really, at any point in competitive TFT history. And coming into this tournament, it's really been no exception to that. We're seeing this player streak in 2/3 of their games so far in this tournament. He's got the best average placement across all of Monsters Attack. Not just in this tournament, we're talking throughout the course of the tournaments that have been in North America right now. This guy has the highest average placement, and it's just really not surprising to see, I think, when you start looking at this and taking it all into account, that he has this knowledge everywhere across the way. This guy plays more games, I think, than just about anybody out there. He takes them all very seriously, and he'll go back and find where his weak points are, and he'll start to shore them up. He takes advantage at every imaginable step of the way. That's just setsuko in a nutshell. It's not getting any weaker. It just continues to grow stronger. It's like, how much better can you actually get at a game when you're arguably the top player that's already there?
I mean, what else can I really add to that? I mean, Setsuko comes in with all the expectations, hype that we could possibly muster in North America. If you looked at all of the players and their average placement across the past 6 months, he is number one. If you look at everybody's LP in terms of how long they've been able to stay at rank number one, how much LP they've recruited across both the set and lifetime, it's Setsuko. If there's one person that you trust to put the hope of North America to win their first ever global championship, when he has all the resources and everything's on the line, checkmate, it is Setsuko. There is no other person in this top 8 that everybody is asking more for Mortdog to send it down one time, please. At least 6 times, actually. We need a lot of games to go through. But if you can keep it going, Setsuko will finally be able to live up to at least the hype that we've heard as early as set 4, when we first saw him dominate the ranked leaderboards alongside some of those other players like Bertosaurus and Nubal. But out of all those early gods, only one remains. It is Setsuko.
Yeah, I know Dish Soap was up there as one of the other players that people were talking about to be able to be a great champion for North American TFT. Unfortunately, it is going to be just Setsuko left as the top of the power rankings. But we have other incredible players that we got to talk about here too. And so that's why I want to talk about Kindle Gem next. Frodan, what can you tell us about this player and how he's been performing for the weekend so far?
And so if we have Setsuko on one end of the spectrum being the player that's getting a lot of hype, we have the other side, which is Kindle Gem, who is pretty much flying under the radar ever since he first started entering tournaments. This person is largely anonymous. He goes by Paisanos in some Discord servers, comes from the competitive TFT subreddit mainly, which is kind of an interesting come up story for a lot of players. If you look at people across different regions, there's not really that many people coming from forums, but he is representing like a bastion of players who watch competitive TFT, who feel like they can hang with the best and also have put in the time, the effort. Kindle Gem also is interesting because I think a lot of his stats actually mirror Setsuko. For example, he's loose streaking a lot and playing from come behind victories, going for a lot of fast H, trying to play for really strong boards. Might we be seeing an emergence of another faceless person who's willing to take huge risks in order to have massive payoffs in game end states? It might be Kindle Gem that we also be crowning as a champion today.
And I have to echo what Dan is saying here too, because this is one of the players when I was going back and looking over the games, this is one of the ones I was most interested in watching the point of view from, because for Kindle Gem, it really does feel like a lot of that early Setsuko where he's playing a lot of strongest boards. He will compromise positions in favor of gold. He's very conservative with a lot of resources until he has to start firing the cannon. And when he's firing the cannon, he seems to know deliberately what he's looking for. You continue to hone those skills over time. They just get better and better. You see more opportunities for it. You see different types of mistakes that you're making. You're seeing different types of things you're taking advantage of. If you continue to build at the rate I feel that Kindle Gem is building this is going to be one of those players that is always a watch out for them when they're in your lobby.
Maybe somebody that has flown under the radar, but Kindle Gem has made it to the final day. Another player that I feel like has flown under the radar, but is now right in everyone's faces, that's robovan, especially after their stellar performance yesterday at Admirable.
I felt the interview was such a heart-touching moment about it, because he's just so candid in the way that he's going to present it. I don't feel like this is a kind of player who's really fearing those moments. You're feeling that pressure and you're feeling that tension build up because you're at a point of competition. But overall, I feel like this is somebody who's really got a strong grasp of what's going on as you move through some of these games and you move through tournament play. This is somebody who's being, I think, very conservative with the way that they're using their resources and focusing on big inflection points throughout the game rather than having a more consistent approach to it. And so because you look at that, what's happening is that he ends up spending a lot of gold just to make boards pretty strong. He's rolling at points to be like, I just don't want to take too much damage, or I don't want to do so much of this. And so he's playing from a position where he just doesn't have a ton of gas in the tank all the time, but he's usually not got a weak position at a lot of these points. And I think those are things you can use to your advantage, but they're not necessarily something that is going to be like a key standout feature of what's going to be taking down a ton of these lobbies when you get into these high stakes situations. So this is something that I'm looking forward to in robovan Canope's spot, is seeing how you can actually take advantage of games where you have to be finishing in top 2, top 3 spots pretty much throughout 6 rounds at this point.
Yeah, I think Roby's strength is macro. He really sees the game differently than a lot of other players, which makes it really cool. A player that he reminds me of is Spicy Appies. It feels like he understands outs a lot better from certain spots than other people. And he's willing to take some unconventional lines and even fuse lines together that don't necessarily traditionally go together, right? I'm thinking, for example, his Winds of the Wanderer Yasuo reroll, but he played that in a traditional vertical laser core. So he's playing like Yasuo 3 with no supers, not a lot of vertical duelists, but he still made it work and found a way to cap his board high enough to win. And the big difference between a player like him and someone like Appy's is that robovan knows how to play for that first a lot of times, which has actually admittedly been one of Appy's weaknesses and that he's working on. Robovan is actually has a lot of tricks up his sleeve, so he's kind of a sly player, and that's why I think he doesn't commit really hard, because he wants to make sure he understands what he can and can't play for. And as by his own admission, he succeeds when the meta is fairly balanced and diverse, because he likes to play for a lot of uncontested outs. I look forward to see what he's got for us today.
Something that he mentioned in his interview, right? He really loves this balance patch, and we've seen some great examples, especially after like the Wukong Cyclone play. He's definitely seeing things that other people are not and able to capitalize on that. So no surprise that he was able to lead the points yesterday. Hope he doesn't get first place curse today. Of course, as I say that, yeah, anyway, Malala, that's the other player that I want to go ahead and feature really quickly here. That is another player, Frodan, that I feel like people have not necessarily been sleeping on, but might just have to look at some of the past performances, especially at how he performed at mid-set, and say, yeah, this is a player that's in clear contention.
Yeah, I would say that this is the time for Malala to really put to bed all of the weaknesses associated with him. We've known him for quite some time now, over a year and a half, that he's been on the rise up, right? He started off with being a ladder player that was outplacing some of your favorite streamers. The most infamous incident was when I first power ranked Malala over Soju. Soju got really offended and says, Malala? You're putting Malala over me? Who is this guy? Fast forward a year and a half later, this guy is playing for a world spot with one of the best average placements. And more importantly, Malala's playing good meta reads, right? Like, he's playing good comps. He's not throwing it down with like Zippy, Deja, Mirage, 20 out of 20 going into regionals and taking fast top 32. This guy has a proper meta read, and he's also locking things out in games. Like, he's taking the lines that make sure that when he is stable, he is dealing so much damage to everybody else. He tops everybody out in damage dealt to opponents, because when he is locked in and has his board online, it is very, very fearsome. So Malala with the perfect meta read right now looks like he is being rewarded. He's also doing some kind of unusual outs, like playing around Aatrox a little bit more, for example, than some other people. I'm looking forward to see if Malala can finally fulfill the prophecy that he indeed is greater than Soju.
You know, I have to say, Dan is feeling like a treasure trove of memories for me today, because I remember when he ranked him on that list, and I was like, Malala, this is a name I've seen, but it's not a player I've seen like a ton in terms of their perspective. Go back and start watching tournament games of Malala, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is such a very concise form of play where it really did feel like he has a strong meta read. Since that point, every single tournament, this player has been on my top 15 radar, where it's someone to look out for who's in contention for those top spots. And it just is continued to improve over time. And that's something that's always been impressive to me about this, is I felt like for a long time, this player was more of an enigma. It was difficult to see them play outside of being on somebody else's game on their stream. Now I'm getting a much better look at this, and it just really is those big points where it's about capping out a board, but having the time to do it as well. You're not sacrificing a ton of health and a ton of board development in order to get a pile of resources, then overtake the game. It's slowly building up, sacrificing some amount of that, and then understanding just how to make your boards better at the end of the game, and keep doing so when it hasn't reached its max potential.
I mean, for anybody that missed it, Malala was a player that had bubbled out of being able to make it forward to the top 16 at the mid-set finale, and then ended up being able to squeak in because of jukyu cruise ship diff, and still managed to go walk away with a second place over there. So I'm expecting some big things coming out of Malala, able to really make use of all of the opportunities afforded to him. Admirable and Dan, thank you so much for your insight on these players. We'll hear from you in a little bit as we get ready for our first game. We've got to welcome in our next caster pair, and that is Casanova and Crowan. Welcome you both back to the broadcast. How excited are you that we are at day 3 of the Monsters Attack NA Regional Finals?
I'm so excited. What? I want to send players to Worlds. I want to know who we are sending to Worlds. I want to see how they play in this tournament, see how confident we can be going into it. Dan, I mean, I think summed it up perfectly, but also just getting to cast a regionals now. You know, like I said, I was hosting the Dragonlands regional. This time I get to be in the games here with Cronin. I'm just looking forward to doing that. Just seeing the high level, especially after the last 2 days.
Yeah, I gotta echo that sentiment. Just being able to see someone crowned an NA regional champion once again, and seeing who we're sending to the championship alongside Wage and Iverson is going to be an absolute treat. We've already had 12 fantastic games, but it's going to get a lot spicier today and a lot better too, I think.
Well, especially after we've gotten such a nice glimpse of the players that we have competing today, I now want to try to cover the rest of our players that are competing as well, because we still have 4 more phenomenal players we haven't touched on yet. So first player, Crowan, we've got dpay as kind of a player that has snuck out of nowhere, feels like, for these sets, and has come up in such a big way.
Yeah, definitely. dpay is, I think, in conversation to be kind of breakout player of the set alongside Wage and Iverson. He's been talked about a lot, but there's some interesting stats here. He's never reached level 9, never won a game, and this can kind of have some pros and cons, can't it, Casa?
Yeah, I mean, you know, the cons, of course, right? I talked about on day 1 that you need to be able to get a first if you're going to make it to the actual championship, right? There's only the top 2 players going. You're probably not getting to top 2 unless you're getting first. Yeah, of course, there could be like 2 every time. Like, that can work out, but not being able to get a first is going to inhibit you quite a bit. The fact that he hasn't been capping boards by not going to level 9, this is certainly going to hurt dpay quite a bit, but I know that's not the entire story.
Yeah, definitely. I think while that style of play isn't really good for the championships, if we can look to that, or for the final day of play, it was really good to get to the final day, and you have to, you know, get here to even have a shot at going to the championships. And knowing dpay's background actually comes from coaching, you know, high level esports, he's so insanely smart that I think his approach from day 1 to day 2 might just be a lot different than here on day 3. So, you know, it is a lot of questions left in the air, I think, if he's actually able to execute a different style of play that he needs to here, if he can actually finally push level 9 and find some first places, because that's when I get him to a top 2, because he's not really in the conversation for like average placement. He's really kind of suffering on that regard, just kind of limping in both days.
Yeah, he has one of the lower average placements coming through from our top 8, so definitely having to look at trying to even things out a little bit, and playing for those first and second place spots, definitely something that can still happen here for dpay. But another player that I feel like maybe doesn't have that same problem is replay. When you take a look at the compositional diversity from this player, as well as being able to hit that level 9 Casanova, I mean, what more could you want here?
Yeah, I mean, he's reaching level 9 in half his games, right? That is important. This guy is being able to push those levels. He's pushing for some very capped boards overall. And we've seen, you know, with that, he has played a little bit first or 8th, but he's gotten high placements over and over again. We see him mostly getting in that second place area, and he actually hasn't been getting 8ths, but there have been quite a few 7ths that have picked up. But the fact that his average placement still sits at a 383 means those are not happening as much as the latter.
Yeah, replay. I mean, these stats are going to be so insane, right? Reaching level 9 in half of his games, but also streaks least often, which is really reflected in him never having the highest gold on average until the end of 4-5. Because he's already thinking about going to level 9 at that point. It is very, very different than the rest of the competition, and it's really cool to see when you have these kind of different player nuances, and we actually have the data to be able to back all of that up. So really excited to see replay still continue to make this happen in play styles that are so different, say comparing it to dpay.
I mean, let's talk about even more, like, just play styles getting thrown into the mix here, right? We've got Ripple Overdrive as well as one of those players that I feel like just has a very different style to look at when you look at his gameplay, Crowan.
Oh yeah, definitely. Ripple Overdrive. I know Cass was really excited about this player coming into the regional finals, and he has the lowest health during stage 5, least damage taken during stage 5. We gotta really dig deeper to figure out how that happens, and it comes into because he absolutely never lose streaks fully in stage 2. But it seems like his playstyle would really complement that, but he most often wins streaks in stage 2. In a third of his games has a very middling stage 3, but then tanks stage 4 so absolutely hard. From 4-1 to 4-5, basically doesn't play the game until 4-5, where he goes pretty much just all in, spends all of his gold, is able to find some good finishes off the back of that.
Yeah, so that's where I actually like comparing him to Replay in this tournament at the very least. He's been playing very first or eighth. In fact, Ripple Overdrive coming into this tournament only had taken 2 eighths the entire set. So far in regionals, he's taken 3 eighths, but he's still in the tournament because to counteract that, he's got 3 firsts as well. 50% of his games, he is either going first or eighth, but with that being said, he does need to clean up those last places if he is going to top 2 this tournament. You're not going to be able to get there with too many eighths. It's very hard to finish in the top 2 with that happening. Yes, he is proving that he caps out boards really well. He stabilizes that stage 5, but we need to see him do it even more consistently because he is letting too many of those slip through the cracks and finding himself in last place.
Hey, when you are trying to get first and second place to be able to secure your spot at the Monsters Attack Championship, sometimes those are going to hit and you will get the first, and sometimes they're going to fall flat. But one player that we have that we haven't talked about yet is Jukyu, and that is a player that is certainly not letting those first places slip by, Casanova.
Yeah, absolutely not, right? He is in the standout performer of regionals. He's averaging that 3.17. Crone, I know you wanted to break down some of his stats and specifically dive into that play style that Jukyu has been doing to reach that high placement.
Yeah, Juki's been one of the most impressive performers of this whole tournament. I mean, just look at his average placement there, right? 3.17. It nearly rivals Kyvik's from the last set, who was, I believe, 2.92 going into day 3. So almost there. Obviously, remember Kyvik's gapping everybody. That championship Jukyu may be doing the same here today. But to hone in on how he's kind of accomplished this, it's been a little bit of admittedly stage 2 high rolling to get him to a good spot where he can basically, you know, AFK from stages 3-1 to 3-5. He holds the most unused components in gold during that, and it's going to leave his spot really open. So on 3-5, spends a ton of gold and goes in a bunch of different directions for comps that he's playing, Cass.
Yeah, I mean, the comps are the big thing that I wanted to look at, right? In 9 out of the 12 games that were played, he played unique compositions. That's so many different comps that he played. And in his 5 firsts, every single one of those first places was a different comp. So Jukyu has shown such immense flexibility. We were praising Roby for being able to be flexible, but when compared to Jukyu, he still doesn't even look like that flexible of a player when we just look statistically. Now, of course, we know Roby can play all these lines. We know it's possible, but the fact is that Jukyu has shown it. The only person who has reached near as flexible as Jukyu is Setsuko, 8 out of 12 games being on unique lines. So Jukyu, that has been the most impressive thing for me, is seeing him play all these different comps and playing it to such a high success.
It's especially in so many different game states as well, whether you're starting with a prismatic augment, maybe you don't even get a hero augment. It's just the way that he's able to approach it and figure out the perfect way to get to a first, no matter the circumstance. I think that's super, super exciting to watch. And Jukyu absolutely makes a strong case for himself to get the average placement to be able to make it through the World Championships, either the first or second, or that average placement spot. But speaking of compositions, we definitely have a lot to break down here because we had 12 games of action for days 1 and 2 combined. And this is what we got. Karoin, there's some really interesting things that stick out from this graphic.
Yeah, definitely. I think namely that there's, I mean, I think actually the inverse of it, almost nothing really jumps out. And that's the interesting thing. 3 comps are so close, at least in day 2 and day 1, honestly, of the popularity rate. There usually is one that's crazy more popular than the others. The only standout, I guess, there is one, admittedly, it's the day 1 Gadgeting Gnar win percentage. Jeez. 57% is kind of insane. Really insane, actually. But it did even out day 2. But overall, even let's just ignore that one day 1 Gnar, you know, win percentage really quick. We've sang meta praises and praises of this patch all weekend, but here really is the data to back it up. A lot of compositions are popular. A lot of compositions are finding top 4s and wins as well. It's just a really beautiful thing to see.
Yeah, I mean, I want to echo this from Crone. You look at the first 3 comps, and yes, these are the most common. These are the ones we see all the time. We see people contesting the Jin. We see people contesting the Ox Slingers, right? Laser Core as well is being picked up quite a bit. But then you drop down, and the popularity of the next 2 most popular compositions being that low is just showing how many compositions there are being played across the entire field. It is so vast. of the amount of compositions that we see that nothing quite sticks there. Nothing stands out. Nothing reaches that point where we really get to take a look at it. You know, we had Cyclone Wukong carry with a 100% first rate.
I heard that.
Cyclone. There we go. The Cyclone. I don't like that, actually.
No?
We're cutting that.
No?
Nope, that's not happening. But still, that is the awesome thing. It's so cool to have all these different comps, and we're the ones who get the treat of just watching so many different game states time in and time again.
I couldn't agree more, especially looking at even the first place compositions. Not even on that list. Jax with 6 Brawler. We didn't talk about that composition because it wasn't on the graphic. We saw a 3-star Samira end up being played yesterday, and so there's way more out there that what that graphic shows. 8-star Guardian with Kaisa. Amazing. Like, yes, maybe the graphic looks at, you can look at that and go, okay, these are compositions I maybe would have expected to see at the top 5, but definitely a lot more to be able to dive into there as we get closer to our very first game of the final day of the Monsters Attack NA Regional Finals. We are 6 games away from figuring out our next 3 representatives that will be joining Wajan Iverson to represent the North American region. And our game is ready to go. So Casanova and Crowan, let's get this party started.
Let's go. Thank you so much, Necra, for the intro. We are jumping into game 1 of the finals here, Crowan. This is our top 8. And I mean, this is just going to be an absolute amazing day of games as we jump on board with Setsuko to kick things off. He is our tournament favorite overall, even though he has not been the best performer at the tournament thus far.
Not quite the best performer of the tournament, but overall the best performer of set 8 in general. All of Monsters Attack, he's just been dominating. His tournament placements before this: 6th, 1st, 10th, and 5th, not placing under 10th in any tournament of this set out of such a stacked field, and he's done it yet again. No matter what, Setsuko is already top 10 the whole set. Has anyone else ever done that? I don't actually. Maybe Robin Song's set 5 has come close, but
that's the only person I can think of with the dominance, right?
Yeah, Setsuko is just absolutely blowing everyone away. People would expect to see Setsuko here on day 3 of the regional finals, but they would also have expected a lot of other players to get here as well. But no, Setsuko is the favorite. That does remain.
Yeah, he is still standing here on the final day, and I think he is ready. He tweeted this morning that he is qualifying for Worlds, and I believe him, honestly. I look at him and I believe him. I think that this is a player who has impressed me so much this set. He's impressed me over the course of many sets, along with pretty much everybody else in the TFT community. I know he has a lot of support, a lot of people rooting for him as the hope at the championship for us if he is to make it. It's not to take away from anyone else, but he's just been doing so well for so long in so many different situations that you can't not have faith in this player. And let's take a look at this 2-2-2 augment pick. Crowan, rock solid available. It's a different line. We've seen it do really well. Burning Spirit does seem like the very safe option that a lot of players have been picking up, though.
Yeah, Small Game Hunter goes into that Gen Renegades, which is one of our most popular comps. You know, it was in that top 3, but Burning Spirit can fit super nicely into the Oxlingers, another top 3 composition. So Setsuko has to be, you know, kind of, I think, deciding with the items that he has, and it's going to be a rod and then glove and vest, which doesn't really lean AD. Hence the pickup on the Burning Spirit. Annie has 3 Gadgeting to play. Even though this isn't going to be a win streak opener, it's still okay because Setsuko is very, very comfortable lose streaking. He does it so often, and he's able to convert these into first places, so he's very much in his comfort zone.
Yeah, I mean, he's been absolutely insane just at streaking in general. 83% of the time he is on a streak, but he has especially been good at being able to streak to 2-7. 33% of the time he wins streaks, 33% of the time he lose streaks. It doesn't matter. He finds the position and he makes sure to set up a streak for himself.
Oh yeah, and he is going to be doing that just fine here. As the first augments come through, we get to see there's there's Pike carry augment as well, so given some rerolls, there's going to be Camille carry augment coming through as well. Dare we see another Camille reroll? Because we saw it once yesterday in such a weird spot, and it did end up in bottom 4, but robovan Kenob, the player who rides high off of the confidence of his family, telling him he is a good TFT player. You love to see it. Hopefully he got a lot of praise from them to start the day off, but maybe during this pause he can get some more to make sure that this doesn't ruin any momentum, as we gotta make sure that everyone's going to be good to go, making sure competitive integrity is at its all-time highest, of course.
Yeah, just trying to keep the ball rolling there. I do think I want to mention the Camille real quick, because we did see that and we thought, oh, it's just, you know, you play the Camille, you get a little bit of early carry from that, help you win streak or help you stabilize, and then we play the Jhin. It went 7th when it was rerolled, so
yeah,
doesn't mean the comp can't be played, but we just need to make sure we see the spot and see what Roby ends up doing with it. He's a player that I feel like, if Camille reroll is something that he thinks is good enough, he will be confident to play it if the spot opens up for it. But I do know that he is a very flexible player. Dan was talking about it in the pre-show, where he is somebody who doesn't like to commit super early on. He likes to wait, see what his options are, and then go in the direction. He likes to play very wide. And so I don't fully expect him to just reroll this Camille, especially being on a single Camille at this point. I think more likely that he stays very open and he plays either some kind of admin line or plays a Renegades line with the Jhin.
Yeah, that is possible. I do want to note the BT slam. I think actually maybe leaning into the direction that's more maybe Camille oriented, and taking in the knowledge of that recent 13.9 patch. Camille did get buffed. She was out of the meta for a long time, but her AD ratio is going to be greater now, as well as just the disarm duration of her ability, and that's more just the utility aspect of it. It's not going to be that huge. However, Camille is not a comp that's popped up to success yet, but with how wide this meta is, I actually wouldn't be surprised if it does find success from a good spot. And I believe there was a Blitzcrank 2, a Renekton 2 as well, to provide
Silas
some
2.
really Silas 2 even as well, to provide some really tanky frontline, and make sure to give Camille that time to start scaling. And it does depend on, oh yeah, this Silas is on the bench, but it's just
he
ready to go in
yet.
for the next. Yeah, he does level now. Level 5, Lucian's already ready on the bench to give 3 Renegade. This is a good spot for Roby. The tier is not going to make great use, however, but I'm going to say it. I think this is going to be a commit to a Camille reroll, and I think from the spot it can do very well. It does depend on the admin, so we don't actually know that yet. If he did get a good AD admin, this Camille can definitely pop off.
He did. Start of combat, 40% attack damage for the rest of combat. That is going to be nice for that Camille. So it certainly could be a Camille spot here. Also important to note that if he looks around the lobby and he sees a lot of carry augments for these 2 costs that people actually may play to reroll, it does open up for him to make it easier for him to hit the Camille. And right here we see time and a half. A lot of times you do want to go to a 3-star Sivir when you play time and a half. We see a rising spell force for Kindle Gem as well. There's a couple carry augments around that could lead to more people rerolling these 2 costs. And that opens up Roby uncontested, but also having people taking 2 costs out of the pool.
Oh yeah, definitely. The Sivir time and a half, starting with a sword for replay. Only has 2 components though, so it's going to have a lot of gold. Can sell to 20 here, but there's a lot of valuable pairs. The Pantheon pair for the Infinite team, Wukong pair less valuable, but the Morgana is actually really good and can still slot into this Infinite team kind of line. But that is yet another grand challenge Fiora that we're seeing. I think we kind of noticed that around the same time there. We saw one from Mismatch Socks earlier in the event, or just Socks now, I think, not actually mismatched anymore. He is now matching, but did not really pilot it to success. Unfortunately, it was carrying things like a Rage Blade and a Shiv, but was never actually tier 3'd, and that's when Grand Challenge Fiora can actually have a lot of value.
Yeah, I mean, the unit was being used as an item carrier for Twisted Fate. I'm curious if Malala will take the same route, or if he will just go directly for a Fiora line with that reroll. And we see the items in his inventory. Malala does have like a Ginsu's Rage Blade, or he can potentially just look for a different bow item and lean towards that Twisted Fate direction. So it's certainly open. The thing I'm interested in though is Jukyu's picked up a spat, so I'm wondering where that's going to go, what emblem is going to be created with that.
Could be Renegade, because Jukyu did pick up your cut Pike, which is going to lead into the Riftwalker Jin very, very nicely. And there was some lobby wins yesterday by 5 Renegade Jin Viego styles of boards, and Viego being itemized like Aniko talked about during the kind of middle segment yesterday, I think has a lot more potential, and people are really starting to explore that a lot, and it's really, really good.
All right, taking a look here at Malala, he had that anvil option. There was the chance to try and slam a Shiv in that spot, but instead he goes for more defensive items here. He's going to slam that Titan's Resolve as well as the Ionic Spark. So it's going to be the Magic Shred in that way, slamming to make this Fiora a bit stronger as he goes up against Roby, who has such a powerful board at this stage. Even though it is just Camille 1, he has so many 2-stars. He actually found a 2-starred Yasuo.
Where did that come from?
It took me a minute, because I was like, yeah, he had 3 2-stars already, but now there's a Yasuo on the board, and Roby looking very strong to keep this win streak throughout stage 2. As we take a look at Ripple, this is another one of the Pike your cuts. Jukyu also taking this. Do expect this just to lead towards that Jin line.
Yeah, so this is a really small thing, but I actually really like this slam of the Protector's Vow onto the Pike, because Pike does benefit from tanky items as well, being able to get multiple casts off, stunning the backline, especially the mid game, just a lot of value. But especially with your cut, getting more casts means more rerolls, so Ripple's going to be able to benefit from that if Pike can secure 2 casts, because 2 autos, boom, he ults, stuns everything. Doesn't have a lot going in the damage department, however. There's, Kale Vayne is okay for the duelist scaling up, but yeah, Pike didn't get a second ultimate, and there's only a sword on the Kale. Going to lose this round, it looks like.
It's so close, no
Murado. Oh. Yeah, it does lose. I was so sure of that. Obviously calc the numbers in my head beforehand, but no, that was actually insanely close.
Oh boy, I mean, that was very, very tough. But hey, guess what, Krun? Look who has gotten a full loss streak into 2-7.
Wow,
it's
who's
setsuko
surprised?
once again.
Absolutely no one.
And 0 people are surprised about this. And look who's trying to lose streak with him. It's Kindle Gem. Didn't quite get the full loss, but is also on the lose streak. He is another player who has tried to land that. But now we do have setsuko starting in the Gadgettine line. This could easily be pivoted out of at any point. He's not committed whatsoever to this. setsuko just very open at this stage. Just wants to play the Annie. So we'll be looking for those AP lines as this game continues. But he has so much gold. Once again, he is always so rich at this stage of the game.
Ooh, gets a spat. My brain jumps out at making an Ox Force with that, because Burning Spirit Annie does lead very well into that. He also saved the Anvil from the carousel. And that's going to mean he can slam a better item here. And oh yeah, it's a snap pick up the tier. It's gonna be a Shiv slam. Morgana gets played. This is perfect from setsuko. He's playing to his outs. He made sure he lost streak throughout all of stage 5 and has a spat for an emerald potential, which can cap out the board even higher. Would have loved to see maybe something else, maybe a bit more gold, maybe like a tome or something, just get full use out of it, not have to, I guess, expend the chain. But this is still going to be a good spot. He's even saving the spatula because slamming is not very good right now. He's okay with still loss streaking, and maybe he high rolls another spat on the carousel for a Tactician's Crown, and he's playing to that out. You love to see it.
Yeah, it's still keeping the outs open, because as you said, Ox Forces is a fine slam of the spat in general, right? It's going to be good for this composition. We may see that be the case later on, but slamming it now doesn't benefit him nearly enough when the outs that he has available to him are so high for capping the board, and potentially the way his roll down goes when he starts leveling up leads in a different direction that he wants to take the spatula.
Going to see the second augment coming through. It's a gold augment, cybernetic uplink, prep, or trade sector. Nothing that setsuko is going to be really excited about, but uplink is going to be just a bit better, especially with these AP lines. Going to be rolling at 3-2, wants to stabilize, doesn't want to continue to take super heavy hits. Aurelion is solid, so is LeBlanc, but tier 1 LeBlanc oftentimes kind of misses the mark and the power that you want for the board at this stage. Only rolls to 40 and says that is going to be enough. Finding the Poppy upgrade and just the Rammus 1 with the Annie upgrade might be enough to take decent losses if that's the case, and even utilizing the spat on the Rammus to get some uplink value. Spreads out his components about as much as he can. Only one that doesn't have one is a Poppy, but that is perfectly fine. Just setsuko's efficiency, making use out of every single thing that he has, making sure to change his positioning as well so that the Rammus is going to get a good angle here. Setsuko's just doing everything right.
Yeah, runs into dpay. This is our other Burning Spirit player that went for Trade Sector on the side, as he's still in the Gadgettine right now. We'll see if dpay ends up committing to that line, or if he pivots out towards what we generally expect to see of those Ox Slingers when you start out with the AP line. But of course, you know, still open to get a soul or a heart later on with the Gadgettine, but he would be waiting for specifically that or finding a Nunu.
Well, setsuko finding a win, which actually maybe wasn't exactly what he wanted. Ooh, Jukyu grabbing a tome, popping it instantly, and missing on the laser core. Does find Hacker, throws it onto the Warwick, because this is still leaning to be probably a Jinrod actually, and laser core is going to just be here as a kind of bridge point. Not upgrading this Vi as well, doesn't really have room to play it seems like, so does just sell those off, uses the free reroll from the Pike Yor cut, and this Warwick I think is going to have a lot of success if he jumps onto the carries here in the mid game.
Yeah, and gonna have all that extra Omnivamp from these hackers in, that's ends up making that item worthwhile for this Warwick. We'll see him heal pretty good against these. It's not as much as I thought it may be, but I think it is just the Warwick 1 not having enough damage.
Yeah.
Going up against Ripple's Vayne 2 as the carry. Shen trying to hold on for a while. Actually, that Shen being able to keep the Warwick alive might have made the difference in this fight, but we will see another big stun from the Pike. That's going to do enough for Ripple. I wanted to call out quickly, Crone. We saw the augments pull up on the side, and I know we had pretty much decided that Roby was committing to that Camille. We saw featherweights for Roby, so we at least have it confirmed now. He is going for that Camille all in. And look at those items, actually. He's found some very fantastic items for that Camille.
Definitely. He had the IE, I think, after Krugs, maybe even after the stage 2 carousel. It might have been that early. And the IE scaling on that Camille is going to be super, super good, with especially the increased AD ratio from those buffs coming through. Last item can be something like a Titans as well. Usually that's considered best in slot. Did slam a Bramble, looks like, though, so not leaving a chain open. Wanted to play for tempo, and is going to be okay with other items probably on that as well. As we move over to dpay, 3 Gadgettine Spellslinger player, already having 1 Nico, but dpay not being on any Twisted Fates right now might be okay, just because Lulu 2 with these items I think can suffice.
Yeah, and he's heavily angling Ox with his buys here, right? We've got the Nico, we're sitting with the Alistar on the bench. If we find that Twisted Fate, it's easy to just make that pivot out, take the Lulu out, get those items rolling onto your carries. So not bad hits going into level 7, still at 30 gold. dpay's board not looking to be in a horrible position. As you said, that Lulu carry with the items going to do okay, at least for a couple more rounds here. Going up against Jukyu, we still have this hacker Warwick, but taking a lot of damage from the Lulu. We'll see if he can heal it up. He is healing quite a bit with that hacker so far. Lulu trying to chunk him down, but in between each of the casts, it looks like he's healing up. Now that he's hit the Sunfire, though, he will go down to the Lulu. She is kind of the last remaining unit, though. One more cast. Not quite going to be able to sneak through there. dpay gonna find a loss after leveling up and rolling down a little bit there.
You know what that was? That was a Lux missing her ult diff in that fight.
Don't trust her.
Do not trust the Lux ults. They troll so much of the time. But that is a spot I want to call out from dpay where he could feasibly be thinking about level 9. Sure, he did just lose that round, but it was still close. And one of the things we talked about to start the day was that dpay literally never goes level 9. He has had just these playing for high tempo, rolls forever on level 8, and never reaches first place. But today he needs to change that style, I think, if he's going to be in serious conversation for top 2ing and being one of our representatives at the championship.
All the money replay can farm here is insane. Time and a half Sivir with the Death Blade, and he's found an Urgot on 3-6 here.
Ooh.
And start farming so much economy, and the board's not bad. I mean, he found a Samira as well. He's actually got a pair of Samiras. This is in really good shape for replay. I mean, this is looking like a game where replay goes to level 9. Am I right? Like,
yeah, 3-6 and Aatrox on the bench, pair of Samiras. Look at all this gold that he's farming. Has Trade Sector
rerolls
as well. Free rerolls to be hitting these pairs. Has a TF just for fun because Infiniteam. Yeah, this is gonna be a level 8. Find the hopefully an augment that gives +1 Infiniteam and then be able to cap out at 7. But even if that's not the case, it's still gonna be okay. play. The question is, will Replay try to consider a Sivir 3? I don't think that'll be the case, just because already level 7, a bunch of gold not rolling at this point, and was only on 4 Sivers. Probably just gonna use that as a bridging point. Does find a Rammus 2 if he wants it, and it looks like he does. Could consider going to level 8, not this round because it's an awkward interval, but maybe next round and play it as well. But I'll try to find a way to, try to find a way to do it. A pair of Urgots at level 7 is disgusting. Level 8 rolling into one more Urgot, that could be something that farms even more gold, and we could see a level 9 insanely fast.
I mean, he's so rich. Like you said, I mean, there's no way he goes for that Sivir 3, right? It generates more money, but he doesn't need more money. He's just gonna have more money, more problems at that point. He just wants to be at level 9. He wants to be farming for these legendaries. I mean, we can see this augment if he ends up getting that Infinite Team option, but I don't even think he needs it. He can go to a full legendary board pivot out of this.
That's true.
As he gets to that late game, he doesn't even have to play Sivir anymore with the potential cap that he has, with just the amount of money that he has in his economy. 4-1, already level 7 with the 66 gold. He already had a decent amount of experience going already, so this is gonna be so quick from Replay. Think fast. So he does have the Infinity option though, so he does take it. So he will stay in that direction.
We see Think Fast and get really excited because the players take it. It's so fun to watch. But that was the correct decision that Replay made to not take it. Instead, it's going to be rolling for, say, something like a Garen 2, maybe even Urgot 2, but, you know, 2 TFs in that shop just for fun. Can go up to 7 Infinity. I think in this round has a Shen upgrade. Garen 2 not coming through yet, Urgot 2 not coming through. To note, this is 2 frontline hexes, so having an emblem makes it a lot better. Copying not a Garen for now, because it's only tier 1, but copying Rammus right now and copying a Shen is just so much time that it's buying for the Sivir. And now that Rageblade is slammed on her as well, she's gonna be able to have that time to farm, scale up, and carry this win streak forward. Replay in a fantastic spot.
Yeah, this is great. The Warwick gonna hack her in the backline, but since it's Warwick 1, I actually don't think he's gonna have the power to take this out. He has a lot of backline access, but with such a tanky front line, the Sivir having that Morgana to buffer a little bit, you should be able to get through. Warwick takes her down, but this front line is still insane. I mean, look at these 2 Rammuses going nuts. I don't know. Warwick might be able to get through. There's no healing reduction, so the hacker is actually gonna go crazy for him. As these Rammuses finish up the backline, it's just gonna be Warwick versus the world, and I think overtime is gonna be too much for this unit.
We'll see the stun comes through, overtime hits when the Rammus is cast. Don't even need that because TF is still alive. I was gonna say the front line is insane. Warwick hacker does get past the front line, but the front line is just still alive and is way too much. As move back over to Malala, who did take Think Fast, did not hit any 3 stars with it. That feels so low roll. I wish we got to see like an instant replay of that. Maybe just got really unlucky. Maybe was slow on the rolls. We don't know. But what we do know is Malala is in a very rough spot.
Yeah, I mean, this is tough. One off Vayne, one off Fiora. Really needed to hit those because he's going to lose so much HP here in stage 4. And even if he hits those, it's a prismatic lobby. I mean, you get to stage 5, I don't know that Vayne 3 Fiora 3 is actually just getting you through this game, especially because you're down a prismatic with that thing fast. It didn't even get you the power now. It's not going to give you power later. It's not really doing anything, and Malala is just going to be taking a lot of damage.
Actually, like we saw the stat, the average health at 4-5 for Malala was about 34 or 44. But he's going to be way below that at 19 at this point. So he is not even in a comfortable spot from what his playstyle wants to be. Having the TG on the Vayne isn't great either, because even if she hits tier 3, she could just roll some suboptimal items, not actually provide that much damage. Malala is kind of doomed, I think, even if he does hit the Fiora 3 and Vayne 3. Just a couple of bad matchups means that he's going to be going out. And Malala is a player that's in contention for winning out the tournament on average placement, is just behind Jukyu. Jukyu is at 3.17, Malala is at 3.33. So starting off the day with an 8th would be a massive blow to that.
Yeah, I mean, we see him on the bottom side there, still misses on this most recent roll down as we jump on board with Setsuko. He did slam that Ox Force. He's got 4 Ox in, Ox Force on that Echo. Such a good unit to carry that emblem. I wanted to note we had the items pop up on StreamCron, and dpay 2 Star Guardians. in two Star Guardian emblems. And he was going for this composition as well towards that Ox Slingers, but 2 Star Guardian emblems can certainly add some flexibility and a lot of power to that comp.
Yeah, setsuko we see has taken double cybernetic now with the shell as opposed, or with the uplink. Gonna be a lot more stats, especially because he does so good at spreading out these items. It's not quite enough. The TF was sitting in front of the Samira, and his front line was not able to survive long enough. And he's middle of the pack right now, and it's kind of scary being in that spot because there are 2 players that standing out in HP, Replay and Roby. As we move back over to Malala, who hits Fiora 3, still has not hit the vein, however. Fiora 3, I don't know if it's enough to stabilize. In fact, I really think it's not.
In contrast, we had Roby in the picture-in-picture there. He's not quite to his Camille 3, but he was rolling for it on 7. And so he's 2-starred Warwick, and he's picked up some extra strong things on his board, and that's been able to stabilize and keep him very high HP while he's still 2 Camille's away. He'll eventually get there on 7. We feel, I mean, 2 more, it's definitely possible, but his board can maintain him until that point happens.
Yeah, that's super interesting. 74 HP, Camille 2.
Malala's
Camille could
gone.
just be back in the meta. Malala facing a really rough matchup right now. There is no shot this Fiora can stand toe-to-toe as Malala takes one of the fastest 8ths that we've seen, not even getting 2 stage 4 neutrals. Really subpar performance there. Not something we expected to come out from Malala, especially with the Fiora augment that is already placed so poorly in the tournament.
Yeah, let's take a look here. Ripple finds a win. Ripple actually at 20 HP. This is his comfort zone. End of stage 4, going into stage 5, having very little HP, but then getting very strong and turning things around. setsuko, we'll see if he can find his hits. He's got 30 gold left on level 8 right now. Has not been able to upgrade a carry just yet. Only a single Twisted Fate, a single Aurelian Soul. Has not found a Nico, so quite a lot to do for this board. He's on quite low HP as well at 32.
Yeah, definitely. It is interesting that these stats that we kind of bring up are already, speaking themselves into existence, especially with that Ripple overdrive point. Low HP going into stage 5, but takes the least damage in stage 5 as setsuko rolls down, has a massive hit in the Twisted Fate. Jin, just kind of for fun option, is not actually really going to play that. Yes, indeed, sells it and tries to find the other units like the Nico, like the Viego. Maybe Mordekaiser can find its way onto this board as well because he has an extra Ox Force slot open because that emblem that we saw the potential for earlier did actually come through. And this is Shroud Zephyr.
Gets an okay Shroud there, does hit the Syndra, not able to quite get it over to the Nico side in time, but he did hit some big upgrades on this roll down, and the Zephyr was on that Nico, so it was able to stop her at the very start. Now it's just up to the TF trying to get through this front line. Looks like his front line not holding as well as dpay's. dpay having all his extra mana from the Star Guardians. It looks like he's a stronger version of setsuko's board for now.
Yeah, it definitely is, and might just stay to be a stronger version until setsuko's knocked out. Ripple Overdrive uncharacteristically takes a big hit, however, to start off stage 5 down at 5 HP. This does not bode well at all. We could be seeing Ripple, I think, with that in mind, going 7th very quickly.
Yeah, we see in our picture-in-picture Kindle gems so close to so many upgrades, but he already has the 3-star Ezreal. Those are the 3-star Vi, I believe that was there. He's in still a strong position as we take a look at what Ripple is playing. It is that going to be that Jin. He's got the Aurelian Soul upgrade as well. 4 mascot in with the Nunu. Going up against Jukyu. There's the Hacker Warwick. It's been a line that Jukyu has committed to for this game. The Warwick has made it onto the Aurelian Soul, but the Jin getting to Free Fire. Just see if the Warwick can do enough. I mean, it's healing plenty. Jukyu's admin is going to be just a ton of attack damage once this Warwick hits 66% HP.
Not
there
enough.
He goes. Tearing up. Ripple gonna go down in 7th, and another low placement for Ripple in the regional final.
Ooh, Ripple there not playing the 3 Renegade Jin line. I mean, that Jin just did not do enough damage. The dual carry Jin and Warwick on the other side there was just way too much to handle. Kindle Gem on the rising spell force. Ezreal has hit now the Malphite 3, one away from Vi as well, but triple Q-Co and triple Chalice on the gangplank. This Ezreal's gonna be doing so much damage.
I just can't wait to see this like first cast. We haven't gotten to see this all game. Triple Q-Cone on this. All right, that one doesn't count. Give me a full health unit. Give me somebody for this Ezreal to just delete. Boom. One more on the Camille. Yeah, hit the Camille. Come on, let's get a big one from Kindlegem, because right now Roby's board is running over him. Where's it gonna go? Doesn't hit the Camille, so he's gonna lose the fight. Oh, needs to hit that Camille. But if he does, I do think that fight is winnable for Kindlegem. It's all about the positioning. It's about the fight RNG. As Jukyu's finding some more wins here with the Warwick jumping all over this board.
Warwick jumping everywhere and doing enough damage to take out Setsuko.
Setsuko went down.
Exactly. Wow, Setsuko in 6 to start off game number 1 of the final day of NA Regionals.
Very surprising to see Setsuko fall out there. It felt like he found quite a few hits and ends up losing the exact amount he needs there to go down in 6. Jukyu gonna grab a mascot emblem here. Kindlegem finding a Zephyr. I think that's huge. He has so much offense in his items. He doesn't really need any more. He just needs to find that utility. So getting that pickup is massive.
Oh, replay. We were talking about it earlier. Was insanely rich. Gets to go level 9 on 5-5. Was still a good, looking on the gold on the bench, let's say still a good like 50 plus gold to roll with, basically, to find whatever he wants. Still on that Urgot pair, not actually running it anymore, but is going to be looking for 4-cost 3-stars. We saw that come out so much yesterday with Aatrox's and Samira's, and there's already 5 Samira's for replay. 62 HP, such a comfortable spot. This just looks so good.
Yeah, he still has that Rammus being doubled too, so he's got room to replace it with like a Fiddlesticks 2 or an Urgot 2. I mean, there's a lot that can be done to this board to make it even better, and it's already so incredibly powerful. It doesn't feel like people are going to have a good time beating this. Like, Kindlegem looks strong with this rising Spellforce Ezreal with all that ability power, all these 3-stars that he's hit, and he's just getting run over by replay's board. He cannot break through that front line, and he's going to drop down to 7 HP.
If Kindlegem bought 4s from this spot, that would be so devastating. His Ezreal does so much damage, but got run over by the Camille because of targeting. Just unfortunately runs into replay, who's high rolling this game. There's really just no other way around it. So if Kindlegem has one more bad matchup, that's just a bot 4. Look over, we see, getting to reuse the Zephyr. Good remover. But there's not that many units to place it on. Really bad roll on the Thieves Gloves. His Malphite is just not going to be tanky whatsoever. DPS Malphite in this next fight. Yeah, DPS Malphite, and even on the Vi, at least there's some healing there. The Bloodthirster are going to help out with the HP, but still not the items you really want. And as you said, the Zephyr, that's such a big thing to point out. He has to find a spot where the Kaisa or the Lee Sin can Zephyr a good target. Was he able to find something good enough? He's just not going to place it, I think. He's going to hope he just wins the round, because he wouldn't have hit a good one. Yeah, he feels like he wins this round anyway. He's playing against a Ghost. The Ezreal's doing plenty of damage. I mean, if he can win with these rolls, get way better rolls on the Thieves Gloves, find a good Zephyr on the next fight, that's going to be huge, but it's no guarantee he even wins this one. Getting the Warwick down, though, bodes well. Good. Just the Ezreal. Shouldn't go down to the Jhin in time. There's one more cast. Here we go. Kindlegem stays alive. Roby dropping down to 5 HP. And Jukyu, the hacker Warwick, still popping off. He beat replay? Are you kidding me? Oh, wait a minute. I mean, I guess, what do you mean? a lot of players, we actually saw this earlier in the tournament as well. Players are just not used to positioning against Hacker anymore, it feels like. It's like brain off. Oh, my carries are just going to be in the back line. Oh, a Warwick's on my face. Ah, I guess that sucks, right? And he's finding somebody wins off the back of that. Kindlegem actually as well did a great job recognizing the positioning. Actually was the one player to the inverse of that position against the hacker Warwick, and was rewarded with that. It was a ghost round though, so might have lost if it wasn't a ghost, but gets to save that Zephyr and gets to live another round as we go into stage 6 and maybe find a top 4 off the back of that, as Roby, now 2 losses in a row, is really feeling the pressure. Yeah, gonna pick up an Edge of Night or potentially that Warwick there, get another good item, have that secondary carry. Is a brawler on the Camille to just give even more HP, all that defense that this character does get, gonna scale so well off that HP. Yeah, for admin, I didn't see any AD there. Attack speed was the second best thing it looked like from that quick glance. So he's not actually going to be playing the for admin at all. Needs to land a big a big Shroud, excuse me, and have Camille be on the right side, but
Shroud's
she's
gonna
not.
miss. Shroud's gonna miss. Camille is far away from this Ezreal. We'll see if it can wrap there. The Zephyr gonna be nice from the side of Kindle Gem, getting the Warwick, slowing the secondary carry. Ezreal's on the Camille. Ezreal's gonna be able to take out the Camille, and that should be able to win the fight for Kindle Gem. Kindle Gem gonna hold on for a top 4. He's done it. He takes out Roby here. Wait, there is the
Warwick.
stop from that Edge of Night. Not able to do it though, and Roby gonna go down. Kindle Gem hangs on. Jukyu gonna win against the Ghost and hold on to this win streak.
Wow, Kindle Gem being able to hold on to that Zephyr was big in that round, and the positioning as well on the opposite side of the Camille. She de-aggroed because the Malphite rolled into an Edge of Night, so walked to the back line, took out the MF, walked back, but one more Samira for replay. That's going to be a huge hit. Replay will have all but secured the lobby win at that point.
You've seen so many 3-star Samiras and 3-star Aatroxes in this tournament so far. I guess 2 of the least sought after forecasts seem to find that win condition so frequently we have found, but a great Zephyr from Kindle Gem. This is how he's going to have to win this, able to stop that Samira from damage early. The Ezreal ramping up with that rising spell force, trying to punch through. Looks like a good spot for Kindle Gem. Not able to take down the Samira just yet, though, and the Ezreal rips through everything. The ultimate Ezreal, that is. Kindle Gem gonna go down, not able to take out replay as Jukyu finally losing a fight, but he lives with 1 HP as he tries to hold on to make this a top 2 instead of a top 3.
Big hit to Jukyu, but still survives. Replay has rolled a ton of gold. Dare we even say is overall, but no, never punished. Double Samira in the shop, only needs the 1 for Samira 3, and now the victory march commences. This is such a capped Infinite Team board. Fiddlesticks 2 being the carrier of the Infinite Team, having double Fiddle, having the Samira 3. I don't think there's any way that he's gonna lose.
Yeah, insanely capped the board. You mentioned it earlier. Yes, it was a bit of a high roll from replay, but the way that he executes when he does is beautiful every time. This is why we have seen this player go to 9 so much. This is why we have seen him win so many games. Replay once again, just putting on a clinic of what to do from this high roll position. Replay should be able to just march towards a first dpay on 1 HP after that fight, so barely not a double kill.
1 HP and a dream, but it might just continue to be a dream.
More like a nightmare, Crowan.
Yeah,
it's more like a nightmare. Get me out. Get me out of this game. Go next. Replay's got everything. Go over to this board. Start pinging. Unless dpay is close to like a 5-cost 3-star, which he is not. dpay still notably on level 8. Not capping this board for a first, but having a consistent performance. He's still, and a top 2 that can do it.
If dpay goes 2-2-2-2, yeah, maybe he can still work out with this. We were criticizing maybe the style of play coming into this, never going 9 means you never get first, means you're probably gonna be unlikely to hit top 2, but still getting here is so impressive. Hopefully he can keep it up, because this is gonna be replay surely taking it here. The Shroud as well onto the Nico in the back line. Cass, replay is gonna close it out.
Yeah, victory march here. Just, the fiddles are going to start going, scaring everything away as this Samira just needs to clean up with that ace. One more cast. There it goes. dpay down. Replay continuing the dominance in this tournament, getting a first place here in game number 1 of our finals.
Oh man, was there anything that dpay could have done there, or was it just Samira 3 diff? Okay, that was the answer I was looking for.
There's one thing, and it's pray. Yeah, it's pray that replay accidentally hits the E key on the Samira and sells it. I think that's probably the only thing that dpay could have done better. Yeah, that is an out.
That's an out. That would have been an out. That would have been the out of all time, actually, if that had ended up happening. Oh my goodness. But it looked like, honestly, that we were really seeing replay hunting for that for a while. Just kind of like sitting there with the 8 Samiras, like, hello. Where's my final one?
He had the gold to do it. He was so rich that game. Just the entire game. He had so much money. so many different economic options, right? He had the time and a half on Sivir. He's got the trade sector to continue to roll down. I mean, he just had such a wealth of money. The early Urgot helping farm some money too. Crazy game.
For sure. I mean, unfortunately, it didn't work out so well for our bottom 4 players to kick off this game number 1. And so when you look at like Setsuko, for example, somebody that is a favorite coming into today, what was going on there where Setsuko had got the 6th? Was it just being contested?
Yeah, I think that's going to be a lot of the case. Setsuko was in an okay spot, but nothing crazy. He opened up with the anti-burning spirit. His direction was already kind of secured. He had fine items, but again, stuck in that trap of one of the more contested comps being the Oxlingers. People are stuck on TF1 for a long time, stuck on the Nico one, not able to itemize both of the carries, not able to get the Viego online. And one player, maybe 2 players are gonna just unfortunately fall in the bot 4 there. Setsuko just was the unfortunate recipient. Can't even say that he played that bad, because we were actually talking up how well he played the early game, securing that loss streak, being able to, you know, level up with a bunch of gold, roll down, just kind of didn't hit when he needed to.
Yeah, Oxforce and Spellslingers definitely look like a hot commodity when it comes down to playing in this final lobby, but it is only one lobby in one game. So you've got this first game under your belt. You get a chance to take a look at how the rest of the field of competition tried to navigate that first game, and you can start to make some adjustments from there. Replay though, taking the first place, dpay in second, and you can see how the rest of that first game shook out. Not really too many surprises here, as it's really going to be about games 2, 3, and 4 to start to look at who may be our front runners going into those first and second place positions, as well as who's keeping their average placement high. Jukyu was leading the charge there at a 2.91 at third place. Still gonna feel pretty nice heading into the final few games, but that's gonna do it for game number 1. When we come back from the break, we'll have game 2 upon us. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Monsters Attack NA Regional Finals. We are on day number 3. We've got 1 game down, 5 more to go to determine our NA representatives at the championships. We've got Admirable and Frodan back on the desk, and after that game number 1, I definitely have some questions about what's going on with the average placement race that we have, as that's one of the spots we're giving away. And so, like, Malala took an 8th there. Pretty uncharacteristic, Admirable. Was towards the top there for the average placements heading into today.
Yeah, this is kind of a big hit coming into it. This one, you know, Jukyu led the pack coming into it, and after that was Malala, and then it was Setsuko. Jukyu finished with a 3rd, which is technically above their average placement. Way to go! That's a big finish for them. Malala and Setsuko, however, now have fallen down on that average placement. So Jukyu sits at 3.15. Replay is in second now at 3.62. So this is a pretty wide margin considering 3rd place is 3.69, 3.85, etc. It kind of slowly cascades its way down. Jukyu is ahead by a pretty far margin. Now, it doesn't mean it's over just yet, but Jukyu, if they can consistently put up top 4 finishes in this one, even if you can't qualify by being top 2 in points, you could easily find yourself there by average finish. It is really tough for someone to beat you at average finish at this point and find yourself not in the top 2 unless you are just bombing out games. So if you could just not bomb out games at this point, big thumbs up for Jukyu.
And let's talk about Jukyu a little bit, because Jukyu played the hacker Warwick in that very first game, and Casanova and Chrome were talking a little bit about, you know, do players really have preparation to play against something like hacker or position against it? Dan, what's your take on hacker right now in the current meta?
I think there's spots for it. I think Jukyu showed that he's willing to play those spots, and he executed pretty well. And maybe we have an opportunity to see it in game number 2 as well.
Yep, well, we're going to go ahead and get right into games, so please have fun.
All right, game number 2. We are at the NA Regional Finals for Monsters Attack. 3 players will be securing a spot at the set championships here. And Dan, we have one of my least favorite opening carousels. Belt, 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 tier, 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 and some gloves.
Yeah, it's some people's least favorite. I actually really like this one because it forces you to play differently than just, you know, auto select like sword or bow or rod, like the traditional offensive items that a lot of people really like. Not to mention you don't have the traditional defensive items. So I appreciate that it nudges you into a different direction. It does become a little bit difficult if it's, you know, say for example, there's 3 tiers out and all of a sudden there's 3 people also kind of chasing the same tree. But I think there's a really interesting challenge in that respect. I think some people don't like glove, and rightfully so. It does feel like a lot of the glove components can feel awkward, and now that more people are playing Last Whisper or playing more Morgana than ever before, it feels like Last Whisper is also not even necessarily that important. So I can understand the sentiment between glove feeling pretty bad right now.
I do want to specify that it's one of my least favorite to play. When I watch it, I'm with the same mindset that you are, which is just, this is very unusual openings for a lot of the players. I do like when players are having to be pushed outside of their boundary and come up with different ideas. It's just when I'm in this spot, I'm like, oh no, what am I gonna do? I always just feel so, it's like apprehensive. I don't really know how to explain it. It's just a weird feeling that I get with this one.
Oh yeah, your voice isn't really deep as if you're having some existential midlife crisis, which I can get, man. You've been in the game for quite some time, but it's just TFT, man. It's not that deep.
I think you could be right, but I'm on boat with you on that one. Gold augment to open with things, and replay coming off of a 1st place, and frankly, quite a ridiculous 1st place as well. Like, how often do you get to level 9 and you're like slow rolling for a 3-star 4 cost?
Yeah, I think that's something that replay is pretty comfortable in. He did take Cybernetic uplink, which is leaning more towards AP. I am curious how comfortable he feels in AP tree, as replay has been specializing more in the AD tree. And he's been a player that's been capping his board a lot. He's been going to level 9 50% of his games, and I think that's also been some of the reasons why he even bought 2 in a couple of tournament games, because he was trying really hard to play for a max cap situation, which is often what AD needs to do. AP compositions can get it done with a lot of the 4 costs. AD really needs the power of overwhelming brute force, which is oftentimes what legendaries provide.
I mean, lock it early on here. And look at what Malala's got going on. Sell some of the board. Blue buff. Metabolic. 10 gold. I'm getting an idea here from Malala's side.
Yep. Going for Lulu reroll with hearts and supers. Now, replay decided to slam a locket, which is pretty interesting. Seems like he's very tempo focused. wants to try and get that win streak. Locket is also not that bad of an item if you want to play into Ox4 Spellslingers, and it is an item that you can play as a one of on one champion and get cybernetic value without worrying about investing further and having to feel like you need 3 items on a frontliner like Annie. So I'm curious what Jukyu is going to be doing, but we'll check in with him later as we take a look at the breakout performer of this tournament. By far, the most impressive player so far has been Jukyu, and he's done it from a couple of different angles, but he also is playing a lot of AD. And I noticed the thing about Jukyu that stands out to me is that he just tends to play the things that are less contested. He's willing to just go off the beaten path and figure out himself, as long as, of course, he's not losing to Aurelion Soul at the end of stage 4. There's a moment yesterday we watched where he accidentally played too weak of a board to prep his Warwicks, and he lost and didn't get the anvil. As long as we can avoid those moments, he's pretty much been solid all the way through the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, that's definitely the kind of moment you want to avoid in that one. But, that's a really good question to bring up in playstyle, especially when you're finding yourself in a top 8 position in a tournament as difficult as this one is. If someone's going off the beaten path and playing things that are uncontested, you are trading a lot of capacity just simply for consistency at that point. When you're able to make that work a lot, it has to make you think, how important is consistency versus just raw power that you can get on the board.
All right, well, the raw power of the board that setsuko is looking for has not resulted in 2 wins, but he did win his second fight, so maybe he can put together a good streak. The thing about setsuko's spot is that I know setsuko wants to lean around the very solid 4 cost, but the Spellslingers really were doing great until the Prismatic came about and was not able to actually put together something meaningful. I'm curious if setsuko also wants to go into gadgetines. He does have an extra Annie, and if he goes for, Annie 3, hits Gnar, gets the gadgetines online, there might be a possibility for setsuko to just lean into a really high cap board, because I think that 6th place, while it wasn't the worst result compared to Malala and Ripple Overdrive, does set him pretty far back in terms of standings to start things off.
Yeah, still 5 games to go on this one, so you got to keep your head up and look for some strong finishes in this one. And I think that's really what's going to be on the radar here. This is going to be another loss, though, so back and forth on the fights. Pre-level into 5 as well, so still 10 gold in the bank, double item off the carousel here. This is one of those spots where I feel like for setsuko, it's at what point do you commit to kind of going one way or the other, or are you still going to kind of try to consistently conserve some of your HP while also not spending a ton of your gold? I feel like setsuko is going to operate a lot better when he's got a lot of resources in the bank. I feel like if he doesn't have a ton of resources in the bank, how are you going to find those 1st place finishes, those 2nd place finishes? Something that setsuko has consistently been good at. When you look at the top 4 rate that setsuko has held this tournament, it is massive. It feels like there's just been a couple of bottom 4s peppered into the entire tournament so far.
Yeah, all throughout the set, honestly. It's not even just the tournament. He's been super consistent. Ripple Overdrive, a player that we talked about. One of my picks to go through today ends up with a rough start, but now you can kind of see a little bit of why the gadgetine line is something to be encouraged. It's very, very good. 2 players were angling for it. Ripple Overdrive and dpay had a prankster to start things off, so that adds a lot of the color of why maybe setsuko shouldn't be leaning into that. Instead, setsuko is going for a stage 2-5 underground start because he found a Samira.
Wow.
And that is a position of comfort, but also not exactly what you usually see. 2-5 is often considered too late for underground. You might get a few people who say that might be the latest I'm willing to take it, but how far will he actually go for this cash out?
Yeah, that is, I think, the big question about this. I'd say that from what I've typically heard from players when I hear them talking about advice, or when I've spoken with them personally while playing through a game, is that 2-5 is about the latest they're willing to go. Afterwards, it's not considered worth it. You're going to get more value out of simply putting together a strong streak on one way or the other, either losing very softly or just continuing to win in a row. So I will be curious to see where that goes. I think that maybe Samira is one of the biggest influences to it because it can be a key unit in a lot of situations. Talking about the gadgetine line, one of the big things that's here is that an Ancient Archives has showed up for Ripple Overdrive spot, and they found a gadgetine emblem. I feel like that's got to be easily one of the biggest incentives you can have for it. But now we're battling for a 5 streak here from Replay's side. This Locket has so far shown that it is worth a ton right now, and this is a 1-star board we're talking about.
Yeah, and he actually had a pretty interesting decision of whether or not he wanted to put the Sunfire Cape onto the Morgana or the Rel. It might seem a little bit weird. Morgana is more of a range unit. Why would you put her with Sunfire Cape? But remember, any damage activated via Morgana activates her passive of Sundering and Shredding. So that does include Sunfire Cape. A lot of people look at Static Shift, for example, maybe even Runa's Hurricane, but don't forget, some of these weirder items like Bramble Vest and Sunfire Cape can also get it done. That being said, all is well in replay land. This guy is a beast. And now he hits an Annie 2. It looks like he's in firm control of this game to slingshot his way into that AP tree, as he does have that Jewel Gauntlet slam. Let's see how far he can take the streak.
Honestly, this was such a heads-up call on a lot of this spot, too. I don't think that Gadgeting was like the main intent here for replay. It's really more of a placeholder, I think, to activate Cybernetic uplink value. You have items spread across 3 units. Your locket value is spreading across your entire board. Like, this is just a really strong stage 2 from replay's side, where you have a lot of 1-star units who are getting the job done. Like, that's just, it's pretty uncommon, I'd say, to see a 5 streak from that.
Yeah, and I think it's just to go to show you that he really understands how to capitalize off tempo. Plus, some convenient players in the pool want to lose streak like Malala and robovan. Hits a Rel too. My goodness, that's got to be a strong case to either level and play this unit, or even replace the Morgana. Perhaps he can even do both. He could level to 6 if he assumes that it's worth it. He's going to go down to 20 gold if he does that. But if there's any players that could challenge him, he's considering it. dpay, Ripple Overdrive, and Malala are back in the pool, though. That's not a really strong case. Malala, we know, is lose streaking until he finds Lulu 3 online. And Ripple and dpay do not have strong boards on paper. Malala is the player that is on the other side. This is excellent recognition by Ripple Overdrive. I think so many players would just autopilot and level to 6 for no reason. But now, by scouting around and seeing that there's a really strong chance that he queues into a player that's weaker into him, he doesn't need to go for that.
A lot of damage gets picked off. You still got a lot on board. The Lulu having damage that can splash across here is really the most dangerous thing. It's just a matter of whether or not you have the time. And oh my goodness, is this going to be the time? Ah, there we go. Pantheon falls. Yeah, and the units are too far spread apart. Wow. It is really close, and honestly, stuff like that makes me nervous, but that's the exact kind of situation that replay is looking for. It's how to capitalize in those exact spots.
Okay, so we have a couple of options here. So I was going to say that he could roll for another anti-augment and play around it. This is also one of those really unusual spots where you can think about alternative carries if you want to go for, say, a 3 cost. But I think Burning Spirit is too reliable, given that he already has Annie 2, and he already has this Jewel Gauntlet and the Shiv Slam. If he only had Shiv Slam, or perhaps only Jewel Gauntlet and had a floating tier, he could have considered something like Power Grid. But this makes a little bit too much sense to me. Very, very solid choice. In the meantime, looking at some other players, Ripple Overdrive, who was going for that early Gadgeting, has hit a Gnar 2 and now is in the pool, which means Ripple replays win streak is on borrowed time. He's not actually going to beat some comps like Ripple Overdrive's board, so he's going to try to hope that he doesn't match into him.
Yeah, maximize it. If you're going to lose, lose by the least you can, and if you're going to win, do it by spending the least amount that you can as well. I don't imagine you're looking to punish players right now. You're looking to reward yourself as much as you can, and this was a pretty big boost, I'd say, off Burning Spirit here. And again, the item spread here is good. You've got 2-star on a 2 damage item carry at this point. Continues the streak at this point, and my gosh, replay is in such a fantastic spot in this game. You're coming off of first place as well. I'm having a tough time imagining the start of this tournament going better for you right now.
That's right. You can look around and seeing like Kindle Gem playing what looked like to be Hacker LeBlanc with the Zonias. Very intrigued if he ends up leaning into that or it's a temporary item holder. We'll find out more. Speaking of more, setsuko wants way more out of his heist, his underground, as he is skipping his first one. Taking a look at some of the hero augments, the most interesting choice is Ripple Overdrive going for an Alistar, which means that Ripple Overdrive may have messed up his hero tailoring, because you are looking for Gnar 100% of the time, and the fact that he got a Alistar augment meant that he tailored his hero augments to allow Alistar to be in the pool, and that is a pretty significant mistake. If so, I didn't see the spot, so I can't confirm 100%, but if my instinct is clear, I think that might be something that sabotaged Ripple down the line, prevent him from going for that top 1. He's still in a pretty good spot with that Gnar 2, though.
Yeah, I will say that is one of the biggest things that I was looking at here too, is that there's actually very few 3-cost hero augments that got taken from this. We're seeing dpay on a Gnar support with this one. It started out with a Prankster crest at the beginning of this one. We're seeing robovan facing off against setsuko right now, who's on the carry augment from Vex in that spot. And then, of course, the Alistar. Big standout to me in my head. This is very rarely taken, and when I see it taken, honestly, it hasn't really performed super well on top of that. But every single one of these augments does have a chance to win in some regard. The question is how they win and when they win. Maybe you can turn that into something that doesn't end up feeling like a disaster at the end of the day. And then across the item spread, too, it feels like players have been slamming items pretty aggressively on this, having strong direction on where they want to go. And nothing here feels like it's cobbled together on the items. Everything feels like it's pretty deliberate in how players want to use this. And still, we're seeing 2 players at the top of this one. Replay still on the streak. dpay is starting to put together a streak. Jukyu just found a 2-star Garen.
Wow, Jukyu, insane spot for him to be hit and Garen 2 this early. Looking at Malala, Lulu 3 is online, as well as a couple of other 3-stars, so he's looking really strong. In the meantime, Ripple Overdrive's position does not look very good. He actually picks, I believe this is Stubborn, which is the Magic Shred variation of Alistar, which is not a bad effect. It's just not particularly super impressive. And also the fact that he's playing things like Morgana, which she already does inherently provide that through her passive, feels way worse. So Ripple Overdrive spot, kind of going back to what we said, this is a reason why when you're playing the Gadget Team line, it's highly recommended against including units like Alistar or Oxforce in your 3-1 board, because of the possibility of exactly what happened to Ripple.
Yeah, it's just not synergizing well with what your team's trying to do, and especially not right now. Maybe at some point you get to cut Morgana from your team, but it's kind of tough in my opinion to cut Morgana from your team. This is one of the strongest units that you have in the game, especially sitting at a 3-cost spot. It's not difficult to find and get on your board with some sort of benefit. So this Alistar augment really feels more to me like it's an Alistar augment.
It's just an Alistar.
Yeah.
More than anything, I agree with that.
On the 5 streak here, levels to 7, a little bit unconventional of a spot, but if you're trying to keep together a 5 streak going into Wolves on stage 3, this is something you're going to have to do at times. It's these unconventional spots, I think, that really spell out a lot of player strengths. It's unusual you find yourself in these situations, but when you do, you have to make the most of them.
Man, dpay really is the second coming of Robin Songs, isn't he? At least early Robin Songs, who was rolling way too hard in certain spots, never going to 9, seeming to play for like a top 4 placement. dpay is taking that, but he's kind of making it his own because he is so willing to roll even farther than other players, and he's still losing despite all of that investment. I understand why he rolled to 0. He really wanted to beat replay going into it, but that streak has now ended, and dpay could be free falling down the standings.
It's a heartbreaking loss to take at that spot. But
Okay.
honestly, if that's the loss you're going to take, I kind of respect the willingness to contest replay on this one. If you're kind of playing almost like for the sake of the lobby in the tournament as well. You're like, someone's got to beat this guy, or he's just going to run away with this. Like, if replay can put together back-to-back first place, we have 1 spot left in the tournament that we can grab. So you're going to have to take some of those risks at times. I don't know if it's the right risk to take, but hats off to it for the amount of courage it takes to do something like that. We'll see if he can just put something back together here. That was 0 gold going into Wolves. And so now the question is, how can you do the most out of this? For replay, I imagine that it's going to be evaluating the spot. How much do you need to spend versus have you done enough? And now you can coast for a bit and take advantage of the resources you've accumulated. I'll be curious to see which direction they take that. We're seeing a big supers board being put together from Malala in the bottom left. And meanwhile, everyone rolling for this one. Kindle Gym trying to decide whether or not you want to free up that Zonia's or whether you want to use it here and right now. Pantheon 3 found from Malala as well. This is, oh my gosh, this is not the time to queue into this board.
No, this is just when Malala continued to spike. Although Malala's still not at full power, but if he can get a 3rd item, and heaven forbid he finds another gold hero augment in the form of Axiom Arc, that this might be lights out for the rest of the lobby. Malala also has metabolic accelerating, meaning that all that HP that he traded early isn't actually going to be that big of a deal. If he can put together like a stage, a win streak, he'll be right back in the middle of things. And Kindogem looks, quite frankly, pretty lost on his roll down. He rolled halfway of his gold, found Kaisa, 5 Kaisas, has the Shiv and the Zonios, but he's pretty far away from setting up a good Kaisa board. And it is a gold tier augment. And so now I have to wonder for Kindlegem, what does he actually want? If he wants to stretch to include this Kaisa 3 possibility, I'm starting to think that maybe Ancient Archives might be something he considers, because maybe he can go into something else, but none of those options are pretty appealing. And these aren't particularly strong either. He's going for Axiom Arc. He finds his second Mordekaiser on 7. I'm just going to let this guy cook, man. I feel like he can go in so many different directions. Is he going to actually lead into this Kaisa 3? The lady that led him down this path was Kaisa, but he is going to abandon the path. No longer going to actually lean into this Kaisa beyond level 7 if he can survive past level 7.
Yeah, this is looking kind of rough right now. Axiom Arc, I would not say, is a big highlight for what's happening here. Setsuko, meanwhile, finds a second win. Big boost to the front line in this one. Relying a lot on Belveth to get through this stage, but honestly, that is a great way to rely on this stage right now. Belveth 2 with a strong front line. Sign me up.
All right. Well, Kindlegem, that admin helps gain maximum HP at the start of each fight. Probably hoping to have scaled this board, but I think this is a product of Kindlegem thinking about the possibility around playing Hacker LeBlanc and did not get that, and now is pivoting out, and as a result, he just basically doesn't have the good sides of anything. He was not able to capitalize off LeBlanc tempo. He's not able to actually follow through and pivot out and go into Spell Slingers. Kindlegem is just going 8th, and it doesn't feel like there's anything you can do to stop it at the moment. I think he's already made his bed.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those spots where kind of everything might have been falling apart at that point. You just don't have a clear direction, and it's tough to figure out what direction to go from there. Setsuko's board, meanwhile, this is just fantastic right now. You have a pile of gold. You've had good HP conservation. You have very clear direction in this. Like, this is a great spot for Setsuko to come back from last game.
No Gadget Team +1s for either of the Gadget Team players. I missed very briefly what Malala got. Looks like Malala got a makeshift armor 2, which is pretty solid. If he's able to have these 3-star units get extra HP. Setsuko trying to see if he can get past a lot of the big HP from the mascots of robovan. We didn't talk about it last time he was on screen, but he did take Joy Siphon, which is a throwback to what we saw at the very beginning of 8.5 glitched out. We saw a ton of this composition roll everything over because of the healing, and you can start to see why Setsuko is just repeatedly attacking the same targets over and over without actually making meaningful progress and damage, and that is what Mascots tries to achieve, winning through the battle of attrition. And robovan Kenobi, the man who takes the path of least resistance, once again is streaking and showing you why he is a threat in any lobby, because he's willing to play these unconventional lines.
Yeah, honestly, it's a great standout explanation for what exactly Mascots is trying to do. If you don't have scaling damage throughout the fight and you can't burst down champions right away, Mascots win. And that's why it's such an important distinction to make. Those spots where something like Rageblade can make a difference. Not a strong item, but if the fight goes forever, suddenly looking fantastic against a team like that. You're both going to stand up for a long time, and eventually your damage has a possibility to take over. It's really something that I feel like robovan does a lot in lobbies, is trying to get a read of what other players are doing as well. Not only just taking lines that are uncontested, but also putting together teams that can fight against what the rest of the lobby is doing. So Replay here, I am loving this spot that Replay is in as well. This is a lot of Ox Force you have on the front line. You have a second win to back this up. You have plenty of items to work with at this point, and now you're starting to get a little bit of a trade out. So upgrading the damage here feels like what Replay wants to be focused on. But right now, when you're queuing into Malala at this point, Malala, I think, has the strongest hand.
Yeah, Malala is a player who looks like I think he took a loss, but still is very strong, and now he has JG onto his Lulu. His augments are actually not as insane as it could be. So yes, he's got the right components of it, but he actually lacks a lot of the augment power that really makes this pop. So that's really good for Replay, because he's going to lose this fight. But he's not going to lose that fight by that many units, which is a huge thing. Because this Lulu, sometimes when she gets rolling with that Axiom arc and she just keeps chain healing with Gunblade, she wins by 4 to 6 units and you're not able to kill anything. And so Replay takes a pretty good loss. The bad news is that Replay is very far away. Not a single Twist of Fate. He was playing Gadgetines and deep into stage 4. It's because he doesn't have an alternative. His best item holder is a Lux 2 and a Sona 1. That is not a good spot there for Replay.
Gonna take some time to get it going. robovan, meanwhile, wants to find themselves in a top 4 spot from this one. Did take a loss in the last round. But again, the question is how tough are those losses that you're taking? Also, you still have some preparation that can benefit from this board. That's going to take a little bit of calculation as well.
Oh, geez. I mean, we do have Morello for replay for that, but it's not going to help much against the mascots. Yeah, it provides some anti-heal, but remember, you need damage to follow the Morello to actually kill those units. Otherwise, they will still heal just at a reduced rate. And it looks like not only is robovan winning, but he's also not losing any units. That Nasus 2 has been drawing aggression at the beginning of the fight and is just out healing Viego and Sona's damage. And it does not matter what Replay can do here. He's just going to take a massive loss. Holy smokes. That's almost as much as you get. Only Alistar and Nasus dropped that fight.
Yeah, that is... When 1 or 2 units die in stage 4, that's a big hit, and that's not the ones you want to be facing at the moment. Over on Jukyu's side, this is a win they've put together, but a pile of gold in the bank right now. The items are looking pretty good here as well, but this is a lot of offensive components. But I feel like this is a spot where you could really make something of this. Salvage bin, I feel like I'm sorry, that's not salvage bin, is it?
It is salvage bin.
It is salvage bin. I feel like this is one of the augments we've seen players get lost with the most, or make mistakes in a round, or have something tough to do. This is always one I have my eye out on, where it's order of operations means so much when you come down to a spot like this. You have to be quick. You're going to have so many decisions to make. You don't want to leave a bunch of orbs in the middle if you get teleported to another board for a fight. So you have to be quick and you have to be decisive.
And speaking of quick, he wants to quickly get 2-star units. His front line is pretty insane. He has, the 2-star mech, and he has 2-star Shen to kind of support that for defender. His back line is 1-star Belveth, and hoping that mana tempering can be good enough. This is really good call out that mana tempering works well with Belveth, because Belveth casts really often. She's actually pretty good as a low mana cost activator. So if you had admin, for example, on ability cast, it's quite good. Redemption probably going to be the item of choice in the front line, but what does he do with the rest? Is he going to make Thieves Gloves? He already has Last Whisper, so he doesn't really need that. He's got a ton of AD items. Thieves Gloves is the weapon of choice, but he still has either a Runins or a Bloodthirster or a Giant Slayer available, but no actual units to hold it. And Jukyu is going to suffer from the same problem as Replay. Fantastic front line, pretty good setup, but if it doesn't have enough DPS, he's just going to struggle. This Rammus is actually immortal somehow. Belveth has locked onto a couple of units in the back line. And because of that, robovan was a player who lacked damage, getting stuck on the mech. Everyone's front line is actually pretty cracked. It's just that it feels like everyone else is lacking the damage. Finally, we look at someone's board who might be having damage, and it looks like it's Ripple Overdrive with that Gadgetine TF to help supplement that Gnar.
This is the tier, belt, glove carousel's fault. No wonder I struggle with this. I don't know how to get any damage together.
You're actually right. People are just lacking sharp offensive items. So it does feel like I think that's a pretty good spot on analysis because of the starting components. It's been really awkward for everybody this game.
Kindlejim's on a win streak, by the way, sitting at 15 HP, and we're in stage 5 right now. This is pretty uncommon that you don't see a player like genuinely in danger when you get to spots like that. We've seen players knocked out before Wolves. We have a chance to see all 8 players alive here going into stage 5 carousel.
Yeah, I usually see a little bit of drop off. We could potentially see if Ripple takes a pretty big loss. Dissipate ramping up. Time to duel indeed. Replay though, getting the kill on the Nunu, which is his backline access, has to go to the front door. Does end up getting a kill and looks like he should be able to clean it up unless the Twister finishes it off. Very close fight. Malala takes a pretty big loss. So does dpay. All of a sudden, Kindlejim making me eat my words. Paisanos once again proving everyone wrong. And you can start to see a little bit of what's happening. Malala, 1.5 stages later, still had not actually meaningfully improved his board state. He went to 7 and still was playing the exact same board for almost an entire stage. Not to mention, we also said that Malala's augments are actually not even that good for Lulu. And this is the drawback of it. I think Malala was hoping to hit that Axiom mark, hit that Battle Mage, hit something that would be really good. And so far it has not paid off. Let's see if he can go toe-to-toe with Ripple Overdrive.
It's one of the matchups I feel like I like if I'm in Malala's spot right now. It's not a pile of damage that's coming through, so you have time to build up the Lulu and make the most of it. I feel like when Lulu gets collapsed on, that's when you're going to struggle the most right now, but nothing is getting collapsed on right now, and that's happening. These Lulu hits are going to start to build up and become more and more powerful. The Nunu's cranking a lot of damage through on this one right now, but it is in the wrong place at the wrong time at this point. Maybe this next hit could drive something. Pretty massive damage coming through. Lulu right on the cusp of this, but TF has to go one direction right now. Kindle Gym and dpay fall out in 8th and 7th place. Wow.
Honestly, that's kind of a good 7th from Kindle Gem relative to the position that he put himself in. I think the fact that he was 30-something HP behind and found a way to climb out of 8th was great. The spot that he got himself into was not ideal, but that's the thing about TFT. Sometimes you just take the wrong early game line commitments, and you just have to make the best of it. And I think Kindle Gem would be he should be happy in the moment about the 7th. Obviously, he's not happy about going bot 2.
It's just tough. You know, that's the chaotic nature of these situations. Is sometimes it's just not going to go your way sometimes, and when that happens, you have to make the most of it. It's tough to be finding yourselves in these spots right now, but that is the nature of it right now. Take your 7th and look forward to the next 4 games. Setsuko, meanwhile, on a win streak, sitting at 50 HP. Ripple Overdrive on the cusp of finding themselves in a bottom 4. But it's a pretty cascading scale on the way down. It's not like a canyon between the top and the bottom at this point.
Yep. Going up against Jukyu here for robovan. He's still stuck on Vex 2, and I think the struggles of robovan in the late game here shows you exactly why people have gravitated away from Vex. There's a reason why it's not that popular, because she can struggle, especially in these situations where there's a super tank and Vex gets stuck. Conveniently, all these units are lining up for Vex to be able to snipe the back line. So robovan doesn't lose by much, but he has to stop losing. Drops to 4th place in HP. Ripple Overdrive, another bot 4 finish. A terrible start for a person that was touted to be one of the strongest players going into the field. We'll see if he's able to bring that back, as I just don't think that situation where he was not able to get the Gnar hero augment, I think that sabotaged his entire game, unfortunately.
Yeah, that was definitely a big hit. You know, Ripple Overdrive has definitely been playing a heavy 1st or 8th style, and the tougher the field gets, the tougher it's going to be to capitalize on those. There's just no question about that. Not the way to start the day when you're hunting down a top 2 finish after 6 games, though. So robovan here, you just talked about how robovan needs to start putting together some wins in these rounds. I don't think that this is the type of round where he's going to have super strength against this. He's already getting collapsed on.
Yeah, this is the kind of matchup that counters robovan, which is another unit that scales. Mascot tries to outscale you through healing by having more mascots die and then ramping up over time. And that's exactly what Malala's composition does, and it actually ends up potentially favoring it. It kind of depends on whose super tank cracks first, the Rammus versus the Pantheon. And it looks like it's a battle of a very stoppable force meets a very movable object. Like, what is happening? Can we just get some DPS on the board, please?
Wow. robovan has cut this loss tremendously.
Whew. Man, I feel like both of these players are going to struggle to do better than 4th place. It feels like neither board is able to really get consistent damage, and robovan does not have the unkillable Rammus 3. Trying to get some prep stacks onto his units, but if he can get Vex 3, maybe we can get there. He is only 1 off.
All right, well, this creep round is going to be big. I feel like there are still some game-changing things that can come out of this creep round as well. You know, this is one of the things that I've liked the most about this set, is that it used to feel like that creep rounds were just another item. And since there's been variation introduced, you can see some pretty wacky stuff happen coming into some of these rounds. This is, it's an Oran Anvil.
Oh, that's right. Oran Anvil could theoretically be insane if you get Anima Visage in a mascot situation. Randuin's incredible pickup, and he takes the Vex 3 as well. robovan able to get The most important thing online in his composition with the Vex 3, here's the caveat. He knows there's a possibility of a hook, so he has to position accordingly and has to make sure to still get the Riftwalker value. You can see the calculus going on his head. How do I best do this? Is there a way I can stop it? But his Vex is also exposed on the right side. Uh-oh. If he gets hooked, it could be all over. Zephyr.
Still pretty tough, but you know what? It's not out of the water just yet. So, a lot of this is going to rely on Jin trying to apply some of this damage in the corner to supplement what Vex is doing, but this front line is starting to crack. Pyke's going to shut down some of the damage in the back right, but there's a little bit more damage coming through with that Janna right now. The Mana Zane's going to result in faster casts. Some of these are going to need to be crits from this Vex cast. These are not getting it done right now, and this front line's about to crack. robovan is going to have to take down these units if this is going to survive through right now. This region doesn't look like it's stopping through. TF is drawing the cards right now. Everything falls. robovan is going out in 5th place. Malala hangs on with 1 health. Thank you, Metabolic Accelerator. Top 4 secured for Malala.
Really tough spot there for robovan. You could argue that the Zephyr may have potentially given a swing to that fight, at least maybe to kill another unit, but Malala ended up being +3. Every unit is 2 HP, so robovan would basically have to win that fight because I think only 3 units survived on the other side. Great top 4 from Malala, all things considering, because I just don't think his augments were that good, quite frankly. Lulu with no pedestrian augments is actually quite balanced, contrary to what your average Redditor might make you think.
Setsuko here with 5 Renegade. This is the player I feel like I've seen 5 Renegade most frequently appear on the board from. And the positioning here is looking pretty good as well. It's going to be a matter of whether or not this damage can chew things down. The scoped weapons on the side of Jukyu giving Bel'Veth that extra range. A lot of utility on the board as well. Garen's still holding up. It's the 2nd cast we've seen now from Garen. And Bel'Veth exposed. That's bad news. Here we go. The damage is coming through. Bel'Veth, too powerful for that one. Setsuko going to take a small loss on that one. Replay taking a loss. Jukyu, player who's standing out so far in the rounds. What's Setsuko hunting down here?
He needs to hit Urgot 2. He needs to play legendaries. The 5 Renegade would be if he gets the Leona +1 in, so it's probably going to be unlikely at this point. I actually really like the double Urgot because he's trying to win through combo damage, which is not actually something you see very often, but essentially the way Setsuko's trying to line up his board is to basically have a timing attack of everything landing. Rammus casts, and then the Urgot's casts, and then the Morgana casts, and it just has a bunch of chain CC. And hopefully we'll see him get that damage in from Setsuko. But replay another good money Zephyr. We'll see whether or not the Rammus can continue to stall out. Rammus casts again. Big second win. So many units survive. And I think that might be enough. Oh no, Twisted Face locked onto the Jin. The front line is cracked. Oh, and Setsuko takes another loss. Replay, able to get another big dub. And this lobby is heating up. I don't know who's going to win it. Renegade Emblem.
Oh. You said it had to be a +1. The +1 has showed up. Look, I'm just saying. Setsuko tweeted at the start of this tournament, or at the start of this day, that he was making it to Worlds right now. I'm not surprised by this Renegade Emblem showing up.
Well, we'll see. I mean, he still needs to hit 2-star units. If he can hit 2-star Leona, 2-star Urgot, Setsuko can win this game. If he doesn't, he's gonna have to make do with 1-stars and hope that his positioning can be good enough to get there. Right now, the name of the game for Jukyu, I like this actually, putting the Zeeks onto the Wukong, recognizing that's a unit that positionally does not matter because it's sacrificed. Will Jukyu be able to get the edge or replay through things like the hook, making sure this front line doesn't get manipulated here, because if he gets wrapped upon, this could be dangerous.
There we go. This is a big one. Aaron's backing up a lot of the damage on the left side now. Replay has a second wind online. The Zephyr, pretty big news because the backline's already been accessed at this point. Garen is going to have to hold up, and we're going to need the Bel'Veth to stand up. It can't do it. Everything on Jukyu's side of the board has been destroyed. It wasn't even close on this one. My gosh.
Jukyu barely survives in 2nd place, and Setsuko did not look like he was able to tag his 2-star legendaries. A pretty solid 3rd, but I'm pretty sure Setsuko himself knows how he could have won that game. In the meantime, Jukyu also got a very fortunate set of outcomes on his Thieves Gloves with the RFC plus the Deathblade. No such luck this round, and he's got to be cleaner about his positioning. He knows what replay is fishing for. So now, how does replay react? Does he go for the same target, or does he mix it up? We're about to find out because this is going to be the last fight of the game no matter what.
Second fiddle comes into play. Look at the Janna positioning. Wow.
Oh, he gets it.
Does it land in time, though? Oh, it lands in time, so it picks up a lot of the weight because of the second fiddle there absorbing some of this damage. Belveth isn't getting destroyed at the start of the fight. However, most of the damage has gone down at this point. Garen is going down fast after this. A little bit of breakthrough from this Belveth, but there's just not much to dance around with here. Replay absolutely dominating in this position. Dan, can you believe it?
Oh, I can believe it. Let's pull up not to make it all about me, but if we pull up our Dark Horse scorecards, I'm pretty sure you can get your answer right there.
I was gonna make a call back to that a little bit later, but hey, Dan, you were right on the money there. Replay, maybe not somebody that everybody had at the forefront of winning this one. It was really all about Setsuko and Dish Soap heading into the weekend. But hey, Replay and Jukyu coming up pretty hot when it comes down to how they performed over the course of this tournament. And I mean, with a first place and a second place there, I feel like that's going to be spelling some really good things for them, Admirable, when it comes down to that average placement. Both of them were already leading in that category.
Yeah, Jukyu, this is back-to-back top 3 finishes from Jukyu now. Replay with back-to-back first-place finishes. And I wanted to touch a bit on playing the favorite coming into the tournament. This is 2 factors to this, which is, number 1, the margins across a field like this are honestly pretty close. But number 2 about it is that when players like Setsuko and Dish Soap are able to stand out so cleanly at number 1 and 2, it really gives you an idea of how well they're playing. Despite the fact that the margins are close, they're standing out as those top 2 players. That's really a big one to think about when it comes into this. But right now, it's Replay and Jukyu are the talking points for today.
I mean, for sure. And just, of course, like, Dan, you look at Setsuko being able to get that 3rd place as well. That was a placement that he really needed, too.
He did. He needs to start piecing those together, and ultimately it resets his average placement, right? 3 plus 6 is 9, 4.5, so he's had an average start. That's okay. We still got 4 more games. For Replay, it's about maintaining that lead because this guy has been getting some major hype, and his average placement in tournaments this set has been particularly impressive. But the reason why people don't know too much about it is because he hasn't really been playing competitively for quite a few sets. I think set 3 was his first like really big push where he got really far into regionals, but he haven't really seen Replay. So maybe people may be wondering, is this guy new? No, he's actually kind of been around for a long time. He's back is probably the better way to describe what Replay is doing.
Oh, he's back and better than ever. When you take a look at how he's done today over the course of the weekend, I can't wait to see what other fun composition Replay is going to come out with, and if we can see another dominant performance like we saw Robin's Song set number 5. We saw the mid-set finale from Waishin Iverson. Replay's off to a great start here as we still have 4 more games to go. So we're going to take a short break and come back with game number 3. We are about to head into game number 3 here at the Monsters Attack NA Regional Finals, day 3. And the competition is certainly starting to heat up here. Casanova and Crowan, welcome back to the desk. And let's go ahead and start talking a little bit about our players and where they're standing right now. We only have 2 games down and 4 more to go, so a lot can shake up there in terms of the actual points overall. But the way it's looking right now, Casanova, I feel like Jukyu and Replay are starting to run away with things a little bit.
Yeah, it's actually already kind of a crazy gap after just 2 games, right? Between the first 2 and the next place, there's a 4-point leap, which is very surprising after just 2 games going down. Replay, of course, helping out with that with 2 first, but Jukyu has been in that top 3 both times as well. And then from there, when you look at those trends, you look at how they've been playing all weekend, we start to think, okay, there's our top 2. Where's the AVP looking? And Crowan, I mean, there's a couple players that are close for that.
Yeah, there's Malala, Setsuko, and robovan, which are around like 0.2 placements away from each other there on the AVP, all being around that 3.7 to 3.9 range. But one game could change that. While Malala leads that right now with a 3.71, Malala has already gone 8th once this game, which has taken a huge blow to that AVP. But like you said, if Replay and Jukyu continue, it is going to be just a massive race for it.
I mean, Setsuko even just being able to squeak up even a little bit after getting that 3rd place really does show you just how easily these scales get tipped. So let's see what happens in game number 3.
All right, thanks so much, Necra. Game 3 here, Crowan, at the regional finals. On the final day, these are our top 8. We are sending players to Worlds today, and one of those players that looks likely to lock it in is Replay, back-to-back first to kick us off. And looks like he's gotten the sword start, which has been a heavily contested carousel item over the course of this weekend.
Oh yeah, it is. Lesser Duplicator as well, maybe making something like, Laser Core Ash or something popping out, and see a sword, see Renekton, see Lesser Champion Duplicator, Ash in the shop. Maybe I'm kind of speaking into existence right now, but there are just a lot of different lines. Of course, we've sung praises of the meta. Replay is going to be very open right now, but he's just had a really good set. I know I mentioned a stat earlier of Setsuko top 10ing every tournament. Replay is top 20'd every tournament this set, which is still super impressive overall. Coming into this event, had a 3.84 average on tournament games. And over this tournament, he's 3.43, so he's doing better. Obviously, coming off of 2 first place, the momentum is very much in his favor. It's been a really big treat to watch, and I know Frodan's gonna be happy because definitely was looking at Replay a lot about being a dark horse to maybe take it all, and he is on track to do so.
Yeah, he has been doing so fantastic. Taking a look just at his start here, he might be able to grab a couple of 2 stars. Some defender options with those double rels, but we have seen a lot less popularity of that unit, even though we did see some decent Kaisa gameplay. I think it actually was Replay, if I remember correctly, who played that Kaisa with the Think Fast up down, and there's Hold the Line as an option, so there was a chance to go in that direction.
Yeah, it's a direction that does benefit from the Lesser Champion Duplicator. Gotta still be thinking about that. But Burning Spirit, we've seen kind of defaulted to a lot. If that's a 2/2/2 augment, we're probably going to see like 2 players at least take it. So we will be not going that direction, actually, and going back to Hold the Line.
Replay is sad for not holding the rel pair going into this, but
yeah,
still going to go in that direction. We know he's not afraid to play into Kaisa, and that is going to be certainly an option that we look at when we start with Hold the Line for rel.
Has some solid upgrades as well to pair on this board. The Wukong for the 2 defender, and Ash is going to be leveling up here, which you always have to think about, what is my level up actually accomplishing? Oh, that unlucky roll with the Ezreal getting the hook there onto the Ashe, maybe not winning that round. But we gotta be thinking of, what does my level up actually accomplish? Am I actually putting a unit that does something? And with the Wukong one, I guess sure, it's a lot of extra tank in the front line. It might end up being the difference in this fight, to be honest. Although it's gonna be really close. Rel is gonna be taking a lot less damage, gonna be dealing more damage with more AP as well. She needs to get to the point where she's casting, however, as I think when she does cast, she will be taking out the solution. Doesn't even need to cast. The auto attack actually takes it out. But Replay, I guess, is going to be feeling good about that one. Can't really say it is anything of a mistake. as dpay is rocking with underground and early declaw slam as well. That's really interesting given the fact that dpay is probably just wanting to lose streak throughout all of stage 2.
Yeah, I mean, it is a good item when you do actually re-roll the Unrelenting Force Vi. It's pretty reasonable, especially considering how much AP is in the meta. Just in general, Declaw being a good item due to that fact, but, you know, he doesn't necessarily have to lean 100% into the reroll. However, you know, Vi Ezreal reroll, having the underground early, you can do the quick cash outs just for gold as you go through. We haven't seen as much of people playing that style outside of just with the Rising Spellforce Ezreal, because that has been the much more popular version of the Undergrounds recently. But, you know, this is, as we will continue to say over and over again, a wide meta, and potentially dpay has another line here that he's interested in going.
Yeah, we're going to be able to see probably a pretty big cash out there. Already playing it from 2-1, might be greeting into a 2 heist or a 3 heist even. And we've seen transitions with that because this is a meta that does favor having 2 carries itemized and a tank fully itemized as well. Underground, I think, is maybe more valuable than in previous metas. So have to keep that in mind as well. As we look for now at Jukyu, who has opted to slam a guard breaker, and I think a situation where not a lot of people would. You would love to keep the belt open for an Annie item, right? Sunfire, Warmogs, all going to be really good on her, and the guard breaker damage that comes out with the Lux isn't really going to get too much value at this point in the game, but Jukyu, I guess, wanting at least a little bit of that tempo, even though he's going win-loss.
Yeah, definitely Guardbreaker feels like a later game item where you're going to get a lot more value from that. Yes, there are shields early on, but it's not going to be as much. Taking a look at Setsuko, though, first time we're seeing him this game. Playing time and a half Sivir. He does have a sword. That is going to be a decent start for that. Kick-starting the economy, and we can see Setsuko making 20 gold already here.
Making 20, win-loss win for Jukyu. Roby with a few wins in a row and already pushing to level 5. Talking about lobby tempo, oftentimes it is players who push level 5 before the stage 2 carousel that are going to be, securing that full stage 2 win streak, which oftentimes does net in a top 4 placement overall on the game. But we gotta be looking at some eggs here on the carousel as well. Talking about the economy, you're gonna get a big economy boost later, but not any right now. So it's going to be a little bit slower to get to those, 20, 30 breakpoints. So a player like Setsuko, who is already on 20 gold, actually is gonna be pretty massively advantaged.
Yeah, on 20 with time and a half, and just got another sword off the carousel, so can actually slam that death blade, start generating more income from that. So that's huge for Setsuko. Definitely be taking a look at his economy later in this stage to see what that happened. But replay, yeah, we said he was going to angle Kai'Sa, and how has he found Kai'Sa 2125? How?
We just saw this board a couple rounds ago. It's like, okay, it has a rel. We leveled for a Wukong 1, but then was there like a triple Kai'Sa shop? What happened?
Like while he's angling for Kai'Sa too, right? Like it's not like, oh, he just stumbled into a Kai'Sa shop. It's like, this is exactly what he wants. Mortdog's got the levers for him. I know Frodan was asking for those to come down for Setsuko, but it feels like replay's the one who's catching all of the love today. And we know he has been able to execute from these high roll positions. So replay, hey, he's trying to make it 3.
He actually, I do remember, did have the lesser champion duplicator. So found a couple of Kai'Sas. And used it for tempo, because if he was angling to go a Kai'Sa 3, probably would just greet it out and save it to find the last Kai'Sa, the hardest one to find when somebody are already out of the pool, but is just going to be playing for, that tempo style of play. Wants to make sure to win streak throughout all of stage 2, maybe contest or Van Kenob, the other player who is looking for that. And Roby's board is so freaking strong right now. He's already angling with a good Jack setup. If he can get an RFC later, or maybe find just a scoped weapons augment, because his composition can go first. We saw it yesterday out of Roby, I think, as well, actually.
So he's setting himself. But it was someone on our screen, Crow, and it was Jukyu.
It was Jukyu. It was Jukyu. Sorry. It wasn't Roby. Roby has played some interesting lines for first, but not the Jax one.
Yeah, the Jax was in fact Jukyu, but Roby is a player that I would expect to be able to pull out a Jax, right? To be able to see a line where he can go for the Jax and play it. And he was blessed with those 3 Vi's in a single shop to help make this board even stronger. But Roby, I'm very confident is going to be able to navigate this spot. He's got a nice win streak, and I'm going to be looking at what Roby's augment is on 3-2, what he's able to find.
Yep. Ruby and Rary Replay, both 5 streaking. dpay the only one to full 5 loss streak. Setsuko with a 4 loss streak, 73 HP though, and 67 on dpay means he is still rather healthy. So maybe looking back to that 2-1 choice of slamming a D-Claw, actually, you know, net him maybe another unit kill or 2. And that HP preservation can pay out huge dividends when we get to the mid and later stages of the game. You know, not feeling pressure to have to go all in because you're 1 or 2 lives. 3 underground, still hasn't found the 4th with the Sona or high roll Samira or anything like that. Did slam a Shiv and is going to be able to sell to 40 here, make 50 because of that. Still in a solid spot. Again, HP preservation was the name of the game.
Yeah, and he's found a Jhin, right? So he's got the opportunity to go towards that Riftwalker's line if he wants. He found a Pike here as well, so he's just looking for the Vex to be able to get that online. So he's got a good pivot point of where he wants to go once he finishes up just lose streaking to get this heist, and we'll see how long he keeps it rolling. It feels like he may just take this next heist cash out because he's got the Jhin here and just start making that pivot, start building a real board.
Yeah, it's really interesting because if we look at the hero augment, it is Unrelenting Forest Vi, and that's generally played with a reroll kind of underground, or at least Ezreal and Vi kind of centered composition. But dpay is setting himself up, as you're saying, for multiple outs. In a Jhin composition, you're not generally going to be playing Vi, or if you are, it's maybe because you played boxing lessons for that tempo and you can fit her in because of Aegis. You can still do that later on, just maybe not get as much value as you usually would have. dpay does have to start being a bit concerned about how quickly do you want to go in and pivot to the Jhin board, because a lot of times we see Jhins get stuck on Jhin 1, force roll down at level 7, and just plain not really hit. And dpay being at 56 is starting to feel that pressure already.
Yeah, and it's just going to be silver augments here, as we saw Setsuko actually ending Roby's win streak. Silver is a little rough for Roby, not horribly, but I know we are looking for scoped weapons there as a big power spike for the Jax. But there certainly are other pickups. This is not going to be a big power for anybody in the lobby. Second win, though, a good pick for dpay. I think a lot of people are looking for that second win on the silver augments. It's always something that's nice to grab.
Definitely. This big egg still has a few rounds left to hatch. Will do so on the Wolves. But second wind, a solid, consistent augment. dpay might even consider selling to 50 here if he loses this round, and has the potential to see that cash out. It's going to be I believe a 2 heist cash out that we will see here soon. Kindle gem. Oh god. Yeah, the hooks the Kale though, so you know Ezreal is still going to be protected. Players are going to be aware of that Raider spoils Ezreal, positioned in a way where it's giving a frontline an item, so it's going to be maybe that rocket propelled fist. dpay playing around it, maybe able to kill another couple of units more than he would have if he got Ezreal hooked.
Might get the Rammus. Yeah, gets the Rammus. All right, one more, and
not bad.
See what he gets off this cash out. Is it gonna be something good? Manazane.
Manazane's not bad, but it's not deeper. What dpay wanted. We are going deeper, especially with the Jhin line in mind. Manazane would be okay for Vex, but that's not really the direction that we're angling for. Not like a reroll Vex with a hero augment or anything like that, because we have the Unrelenting Force. dpay is going to be real low HP, probably like 20s before we see that cash out come through, but he's still only on 3 underground, which makes that kind of break point a lot more awkward. Might actually have to still take another loss into stage 4, and that might actually be just way too much HP that he's sacrificing for this.
Yeah, but he's committed now. I feel like if you pivot out of this before you get the cash out, you have just thrown away all of your life. You just have to do it.
Underground jail.
Yep. And he's down to 33, so yeah, that's certainly a tough spot to be. And we just hope for dpay that heist 3 is enough to make a big board. We'll have to check back in when he gets to that situation, as we are making it to the stage 3 carousel. There is a spatula. That's always something I'm interested in. Ripple has a spat, so if this does not get denied, we've got a tactician's crown going to Ripple.
Ripple's going to be picking next, it looks like, and he Oh, okay. Doesn't go for the Tactician's Crown. Ripple actually just opting for the Garen with a sword. I mean, sword's gonna be a really priority item. Garen's gonna be a priority unit if you do look to go, that mech route, or just defenders, Infinite Team perhaps as well. A unit that fits really well into that style of play. But no Tactician's Crown.
Might be the first time I've ever seen someone just say no,
Infinite
thank
Team.
you.
It's the value of Infinite Team
you're right.
emblem over the Tactician's Crown is just going to be more valuable, actually. And this is kind of the only line where that is the case, which is why we're seeing it. And it's a Garen with that Infinite Team emblem. It's literally the perfect scenario for it.
Yeah, that it now makes sense. Like, I was very confused. I wasn't thinking about this line, but especially Garen with the sword. Yeah, that is better. That is certainly better, because the Garen, you just pop that on there. You've got both the things you needed. And now you get to start cloning this Garen pretty early on. Ripple with 72 health here, so decently healthy in stage 3. Yeah, he's near the bottom, but not doing too rough on that. And has the potential to cap out this board super high with having the Infinite Team +1 from the Augment, and also having the emblem 7 Infinite Team going to be so easy for Ripple Overdrive.
Oh yeah, Ripple dealing a massive blow to Kindle Gem, who has Tiny Titans, so is not going to be feeling the hurt that much. And the Sivir Augment is mana tempering, which we don't see be quite as popular as Time and a Half, but it is gonna just make the rest of the team all do more damage with that extra AD. Really good when we think about how high this Infinite Team board can cap, and that's with Samira's, and we've seen time and time again Samira's 3 comes through. And I actually wanted to touch on that because there's not oftentimes a meta where we see that many 4-cost 3-stars come through, but Samira is not a very contested unit. Really, the only way we're seeing her is in this specific Infinite Team line, and there's really only one player going for that per game. Ripple, I don't know if we're in a spot where we're going to be seeing that, but at least the Samira is going to be coming through and get a lot more damage again from that mana tempering augment.
Yeah, I mean, the other one we see is the Aatrox, which is another unit that doesn't have that many lines that people keep him in, right? Sometimes we see him as a unit to bridge a mid game, but a lot of times he gets sold off the board. So the players who are keeping him to the late game with the brawler lines, or in some cases Infinite Team as well as the frontliner, we've also seen that unit find those 3 stars. You've got a Warwick 2 on 3-6 already. So Roby with his brawlers, he was still carrying that Jax. We got a glimpse of his board earlier. He's got the Warwick online as well, so he might have multiple carry threats, looking really good as dpay does cash this out. Does find a Q cone, does find a couple cloaks, and there is a tome coming through as well. Let's see what he gets from this tome.
Yeah, fortunately for dpay, did find the 4th underground, so he's actually able to cash out that underground heist before stage 4. That was absolutely necessary. Already has some AP items with the Shiv on the TF, meaning that the Chalice is going to still be valuable. Doesn't have a lot of gold though, 22. As do have a pause coming through. Again, making sure things are okay. It's just our games. I guess we're cursed.
Yeah,
today,
we are so cursed today. That is all right. Let's talk a little bit about dpay's spot though, because he just cashed out. He's very low HP, but we see he has the TF. He's got some pretty good items for the Ox Force line, but historically this has been pretty contested, and we see people get stuck on that TF1 quite a bit. It's still early on. I don't think we've seen too many other TFs in this lobby. We've seen kind of a lot of different stuff. Infinite Team, there's like a brawler line going on. So I'm curious, how are you feeling about this spot with this cash out in particular? And do you have an idea for like which tome specifically you would really want in this spot? Because I'm thinking Ox Force, Star Guardian are kind of the two that immediately jump out to me.
Yeah, Star Guardian maybe not as valuable. Not really in the spot to be full pivoting to say maybe like 4 Star Guardians or something. There's still 20 gold, level 7. We're 0 Nikos, I think, no Echoes as well. So it's probably just gonna be either Ox Force or Spellslinger. But that board already kind of naturally already fits for Ox Force Spellslinger really easily. Yeah. So the tome is actually not that valuable. He had to take that cash out though. There's no way he's going deeper than that. Needed to make this transition happen during the neutrals, give himself enough time to make that end game board work out. But still, it's gonna be off the back of the Unrelenting Force Vi. That's not gonna provide that much value as say another hero augment, say like Burning Spirit, that we oftentimes see with this composition. dpay is not looking like he's in a good spot to top 4 overall. I hopefully am wrong. He is sitting on a TF pair, so if he does luck into a TF2, that can carry him through stage 4. TF2 I think just outpaces any other carry, almost any other carry I think, just throughout stage 4. Stage 5 maybe it's going to be a little bit closer. There is a world where he's okay, it just needs things to really go his way and high roll a little bit.
Yeah, and what's interesting with him going so deep here in the underground is that is more of a, playing for first style, looking for that heist 3. This is something we criticized dpay at the start of the day because he had not gone to 9 ever in the tournament. He has not gotten a first. But then this looks a little bit different. This does not look like what dpay has been doing the rest of the tournament, where he's just playing very stable, very safe, and trying to play for a top 4, trying to just play for highest placement, trying to just tempo to that, and then rolling a lot more on 8 than a lot of other players are, rolling a lot more on 7 as well, just to ensure that his board has become stable. In this spot, this is a little bit more, going crazy, going for that first place, going to make a more risky move when he could have taken that Mana Zane and try and gone for like an Aurelion Soul out, or gone into this Oxforce angle and played the Nico with that instead. There were options with a Mana Zane. It's not a weak item by any means. There's a lot of places it goes, but it didn't fit the Jhin he was holding, but that's about it, right? It still provides you some direction.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, actually. Mana Zane is still a really good item. Aurelion Soul is super popular in this meta as a carry as well. Mana Zane chaining some casts is going to be doing a lot of fantastic damage. So that does lean back into the point about dpay's playstyle that we were, I don't know if I want to say the word criticizing, but I guess I will, just because I think that is the case. There was just the big question marks, at least where I ended on, of yes, dpay has played days 1 and 2 with a very similar tempo-oriented, never going 9, never winning games playstyle, but this gives me hope. I think dpay is a very intelligent player, is given us one of the best interviews that we've had in TFT history, so I know the mindset is there to be able to approach the game from different facets. He's been playing TFT for a bit, not that long competitively, so does dpay actually have the skills to execute multiple playstyles? Because we've seen players play similar from set 1 to like set 8 right now, right? Players who are super rigid, thinking about maybe, honestly, Robin Songs I think comes to mind as one of those players. He does it very well, but he doesn't really change up his play style that much. And so there's a lot of, again, question marks just surrounding dpay and how flexible can he be in that regard.
Well, look, if he can play incredibly flexibly on styles, because tournament cuts are different, playing different styles works, right? The tempo oriented play that he was doing, not caring if he ever gets a first, but always playing for the highest placement he can, just going for very tempo oriented styles, being okay to maybe overall spend too much gold on level 8 to ensure you get that top 4 instead of maybe playing a little riskier for a first or 5th, first or 6th. And doing that to make it to day 3, where now he has to get top 2, now he has to play for the highest placement possible. If he makes it past here, it's Worlds checkmate format. He's got to be able to get a first. If he shows us today that, hey, I can get these first, I can knock this down, I can play completely different than I played on these first 2 days because I prepped for day 1, day 2, but this is my prep for day 3, to do things like that. That's a really interesting thing to look at. That's really safe and exciting, and I love to just see players be able to show that flexibility. It doesn't mean that that's where dpay is yet, but to give the benefit of the doubt here, I'd like to say it is, and I'd love to talk to him after the tournament and ask him if he had any thoughts like that coming into day 3.
Yeah. Another player I want to focus on actually as well, when we have the time to, when we make sure everything is good for the players, is Ripple Overdrive, because we were questioning like, oh, there's potential for a Tactician's Crown here, but had the Garen and the Sword and going the Finn team direction, and Ripple needs a big game, right? Coming into this game after the first 2, being in 8th place overall, took a 7th and then a 6th, so needs to be catching up a lot, and Infinite Team is, I think, one of the boards that has a relatively higher first place rate if you're able to spike into that 7 Infinite Team, get the Samira online, and Ripple's spot maybe was kind of doable there, and especially can come through for the end of stage 3, having a Garen to duplicate with those items, especially get to stage 4, get that 3rd augment, get Garen with 3 items, and hopefully roll into a Garen 2. That's just going to be so powerful. So I like seeing Ripple recognize that line, as players might be tempted to just default into, oh, Tactician's Crown, that's really good, but yeah, not missing that line at all. I think it's going to bode well for him in the game.
Yeah, and that's big. And just to add some more context to Ripple needing that big game, he's currently at the bottom of the table when it comes to average placement across the entire tournament. He's at a 4.43. So he's kind of on the outside looking in when it comes to getting that AVP spot at the end of the day. So he wants to fight back, try and get a bunch of really good placements that even if he doesn't lock into the top 2, maybe he does enough to overcome the current gap in AVP and make it there. Or at the very least, right, there's still LCQ spots on the line. So you can't just let yourself peter out in this tournament. No matter what, there's something for you to fight for, whether you are fighting for the top 2 spots to get to Worlds, whether you're fighting for that AVP, or outside of that, getting yourself one more chance to try and make it to the championship. Those are all big things. And Ripple showing some great recognition here, picking up that emblem instead of the Tactician's Crown, getting this powerful board online with Infiniteam that Corona and I have hyped up this board a lot in what it can do. It can cap so high. We saw a replay cap with it in the last game, or one of the games. I can't even remember anymore. I can't keep it all straight. But in one of the games, he capped super high, and we've seen it multiple times throughout the tournament.
Yeah, definitely. There's one more thing to be playing for as well. That's some of the prize pool, even if you're not contesting for. Yeah, you listed so many things. I'm like, oh, surely they'll say prize pool as well. But yeah, that just goes to show there is $35,000 on the line. This is a big deal. The prize pools do keep trending up and up for NA TFT and just TFT at large, as I think World's prize pool is nearing like 500K. It's kind of insane. As we do finally get back into the game, love to see it. And that tome comes through with an Ox Force emblem. It's what we were kind of expecting to see, I think, with either Ox or Spellslinger, but it is already that 4 Ox 4 Spellslinger board on just level 7 though.
Yeah, with this, playing the Vi instead of the Fiora, right, to get the 4 Ox, because you have that Unrelenting Force, but what you do lose is you lose Duelist on your Twisted Fate. I'm sure it's not the biggest thing because it is just 2 Duelists, but it is some attack speed. It is not irrelevant on the damage output that your Twisted Fate will have. So we'll kind of keep eyes on that, see if this TF is being able to carry hard enough as dpay goes up against replay. And as of now, I mean, these items are fantastic, and a TF1 can do okay at this stage, but dpay hitting a TF2 would put him in a very good spot.
Indeed, it would. TF2. One Echo was on the bench as well. Having an Echo be found would be fantastic as gold augments come through. That might be good for Roby, who again was looking for that scoped weapons. However, dpay probably just going to go for something like a second wind. Does synergize well with Ox Force, who already give themselves just more time. But no, he's going to roll over it.
He already has one in the silver augment, so I think he's just trying to find something else. He finds healing reduction, so that is nice. I know you can stack them, get the big second win,
it doesn't need to.
But finding something that helps kind of shore up the weaknesses here. I like the Sunfire. Roby still on this win streak. We saw he actually had makeshift armor as his silver, which is making those brawlers so tanky. This board was definitely crazy. He had that Warwick too from very early on. So we also just saw he finally hit Jax 2, and he's been win streaking with a Jax 1. So, and here he is. Ooh. There's Roby. So this is horrifying. You don't want to be playing against this guy, but at least the Twisted Fate 2 has been hit for dpay.
Oh, he missed on the tome, it looks like. He had to take tome and got a sure shot emblem. And is not going to be able to fit that in very easily with this brawler composition. But we do just see the raw power of what this brawler board can do against dpay, who did hit the TF2 naturally in that shop. That was a big high roll, and talked about this exactly what dpay needed to come back in this game. And it looks like it is going to be enough when TF casts these cards, takes out the Jax. Morgana will not be able to do enough as dpay is clawing his way back up from currently sitting in 8th place.
Yeah, ending Roby's streak there is a scary person to fight because he was streaking and found an upgrade recently. So that is massive. As you said, though, that augment does feel like quite a miss for Roby. That's going to hurt him a lot, but he does have a lot of HP and a pretty strong board, so he might be able to make it up. Taking a look at Jukyu, that is an Aurelion Soul too, with some great items on it as well. No mana generation, but those casts are going to be hitting so hard. Does have the Jeweled Lotus alongside with the Jeweled Gauntlet, so a little bit of, synergy and anti-synergy there, right? You lose some of the value, but also getting more crit rate does not hurt that much.
The backline is fantastic. Is it gonna be a hook? Oh no, that would have been absolutely devastating. But Jukyu gets to Aurelion Soul to live another day, almost take out that misfortune in one cast, but the second one does proc for Kindle Gem, but it's just an MF1 with the Shojins. The worrying thing is Jukyu's frontline is looking kind of sus, I'll say. It's mostly 1-star. Sure, they're Ox Forces, and they were enough in this round because Kindle Gem just really did not
so
hit
weak.
anything. He
Yeah.
was super weak, unfortunately there. But the backline was fantastic. There was Sona 2, LeBlanc 2, Aurelian Soul 2. As long as we don't get that carry, hooked, we're gonna be just fine there as soon as we upgrade that front line.
More spatulas available. Curious if anyone will grab that. If anyone still has something open, go in that direction. dpay did take another loss here, but does find a Nico on this carousel, so that can help round out the composition with the Twisted Fate. Take a look at the items a little bit. We see a couple Ox Forces have been slammed. Malala actually having a mascot emblem as well. And then, of course, Ripple, we did know, had this double Infinity. Actually, wait, no. We didn't know that. He had a heart, and he had one emblem, but now he has another emblem. So he did get Infinity Crest, is what Ripple Overdrive grabbed. And so easy 7 Infinity for Ripple.
Oh yeah, definitely. As Replay is going to be committing to the Star Guardian Kaisa line, hits a Nico too. Also with the Shiv, a little bit anti-value, I suppose, there, running double Shiv, but that's okay. Replay has done such a good job preserving HP, even going back to slamming a BT on the rel. It's like almost, oh, like why would you do that? It gives her just so much time. That's an item that you wouldn't really think. You'd think, oh, just slam some tanky items, whatever, but it's gotten him to be in this really fantastic spot. 2 rels away, still a ton of HP gapping the rest of the lobby, 3 Kaisas away as well. But we do have to also think about, he already used a lesser champion duplicator. It's going to mean it's going to be a lot harder to find these 3-star upgrades. He probably sacrificed or gained maybe like 20-30 HP for hitting these hits just a bit slower in the end game.
Yeah, now they look at Roby at the end of the fight. The Blitzcrank coming through with all the lasers, but not going to be able to do enough. dpay taking another loss, down to 10 HP. Going to be a really tough spot for him. Kindle Gem as well. Looks like he missed everything. 15 gold on level 7. Finds an Annie upgrade, but just doesn't have any damage on this board. Viego 2 going to do its best, but it has no items. And the items on the bench are a Zephyr, which is probably not doing anything. Just going to delay losing the round a little bit.
Yeah, this is not a real board. I think from Kindle Gem, unfortunately, it just happened to be, oh, I hit an MF, I guess I'll carry these items. My front line is for Ox Force, but we're not playing Ox Slingers or slamming a Zephyr just to try to stabilize and not get 8th, as this is an important round against dpay.
Yeah, and I mean, dpay has to be really excited to be facing off against Kindle Gem here. Does get Zephyred on the Twisted Fate. Can't avoid that. It was on the bench. And his front line is strong with that Vi. Look how tanky it is. Being able to survive all this AP damage. That Dragon Claw paying dividends at this stage of the game. And Twisted Fate able to just shred through this. Kindle Gem actually going to take so much damage. He barely killed anything off of dpay's board.
Yeah,
Kindle Gem
that's
not going to be in a good spot. He's going to
rough.
have 1 life after this.
1 life, single-digit HP, and dpay hangs on for now. I thought maybe the Raider Spoils roll with Monazane MF would be good enough, but it was really only just a little bit more damage. Wasn't able to actually get through the Echo with the Ox Force emblem there. It was just way too tanky, as Setsuko has Infiniteam. 5 Infiniteam has the emblem on the Garen, so we're seeing multiple players go for this composition, probably meaning there are gonna be no Samira 3s coming through this game. But Setsuko, look at the gold. He's going to level 9 on 5-1 with still like 40 gold to roll with. That's kind of disgusting.
Yeah, a huge thing to point out. Setsuko's maximum cap should be lower than Ripple's, right? Ripple is +3 Infiniteam. He can find some really insane boards with that with 7 Infiniteam. Setsuko, he's going to be playing 5. He can find 7 eventually with this extra. He can get some really capped boards, but he's also at 9 while Ripple is at 7. So Setsuko has such a big head start on these late game shops to find these huge units, potentially look for 3 stars, but even just 2-starring legendaries. Setsuko, we know how good he is at crafting endgame boards, and being at 9 on 5-1 with some HP to spare and a strong enough board that he shouldn't lose out. I think Setsuko's in a phenomenal spot. dpay, though, is a scary matchup.
dpay is scary because of that Twisted Fate in the back line, and it's just a Sivir from Setsuko. He's not in a spot where he can go Sivir 3, but the front line is so good. Double Garen stunning, but Garen does not get another cast off. The Twisted Fate from dpay is just tearing through Setsuko's board, has now reached the back line, and Sivir goes down. Samira is only Samira 1, so Setsuko takes yet another loss, 3 in a row. dpay hangs on, and Kindle Gem goes out in 8th.
Yeah, I mean, that's some really rough matchmaking for Setsuko in this spot running into dpay. I think he wins a lot of fights, but dpay is one that was too powerful. He is going to go for the Samira too. He has gotten there, trying to find a couple more upgrades, as we do know that Replay has hit that 3-star Kai'Sa, so he is going to be strong. But Urgot 2 here for Setsuko. That is the big upgrade that he needed. He's got items that can go there as well.
Yeah,
make this Urgot a secondary carry.
Setsuko, I think, just missed the Sivir too.
He did,
Rolled
yeah.
past it. Uncharacteristic mistake from him, I think. He's usually really good at recognizing these roll downs and making board pivots. And this isn't a big board pivot, right? It's just one unit. But he's still going to have a really strong board. These 2 items now going on to the Urgot, and it gets a big ultimate. Samira, though, is the only one alive. Still losing. Another ult comes out. Can he kill enough to survive? And
he does.
The answer is yes. 4 HP, though. With a board like that, you would not expect to see Setsuko still losing.
Yeah, I mean, again,
dpay.
in the matchmaking, he faced dpay and then he faced Ripple, but dpay goes down because Replay is also strong.
Wow. dpay finally playing a different style of game, playing super risky, but going out in 7th as well. Setsuko on a 4-loss streak. Replay tanking a lot, 3-loss streak. Setsuko can't really do much to upgrade the board. He's actually dropping down to 3 Infiniteam.
Yeah, the backline wasn't helping him at all, right? Just a Sivir 1 getting copied. Yes, you lose stats on the Garen, but at this point, finding these threats has to be stronger.
Yeah.
Going up against Jukyu. We've seen the power of that Aurelion. He's got the Aurelion and the TF, but the Shroud is perfect. It's both the carries, and Garen is in a great position with these stuns, stopping those DPS from doing anything. The only thing that's missing is going to be this Urgot not able to hit onto those carries. There's the cast, but the TF takes out the Samira before she can go, and it looks like it's up to the Urgot. Can he take them out? I don't think he can.
No.
That's Setsuko falling in 6th once again. Setsuko going 6th, 3rd, 6th. And that game looked like it should have been something that can top 4, but instead it is a bottom 3. So many strong boards. The caps are so high.
Wow.
And does Ripple want to go +4 Infiniteam? Probably not, but it is very funny.
It is an option, but wow, Setsuko almost feels like he was robbed from that placement. He did almost everything right. Missing the Sivir 2 upgrade is not actually that big of a deal. I think he made a very intelligent decision dropping the 5 Infiniteam. Copying a Sivir or a TF in the backline isn't going to do that much. The Garen copy still did ultimate, so he got the value that he needed. Had the Fiddle CC in the backline, had the Urgot ultimate coming through, but Samira just still got taken out. That is really surprising. Replay finally does hit the Rel 3. Ripple Overdrive 2-star ultimate Ezreal on 5-3 as we see as well. That is super early. Counting out that board, 59 HP on win streak as we see robovan's kind of transition here. Did find an RFC for the Jax, is moving some items over as that's now a sure shot Warwick. Not something you see every day, but it's gonna be real strong.
Yeah, it's wrapping here. It might be able to find a way onto the backline in a second. See if it skips the Garen, if it turns around. Looks like it is going to go towards the Garen, and that fight already not looking good. Running into Ripple is certainly not where you want to be if you're Roby. I like that he gave up on the 3-star Jax, just tried to swap the items around, get as strong as possible, see if he can win a round. Not enough here. Goes out in 5th, and Malala able to grab another top 4 this time around. He started off the day rough, but he's been grabbing back-to-back top 4 since.
robovan Kenob grabbing back-to-back 5th, so always just on the cusp of that top 4. He's one of the players that was maybe in contention for an average placement kind of victory on the tournament, assuming Replay and Jukyu keep on dominating, which they are. They're in the top 4 yet again, Cass. This is such an insane day for both of them.
Yeah, they are still just the absolute most dominant players in this tournament. It wasn't just today. It's been the last 2 days as well for these players. And we said at the start, Ripple needed a big game. Good to see him here in first place. He does have the ability to cap that board super high. It does feel like Ripple is in a good spot to win, but Jukyu and Replay spots are also good, right? This is a very capped Kai'Sa board. It still has a way to go. Replay can get stronger, and he is winning right now, able to take down Malala. He doesn't have a ton of gold to work with, but if he can win a couple rounds here without having to spend, there is still a place for Replay at the top of this table.
1 HP Malala. Jukyu with a Syndra carrying the Zeeks now in the back line. The front line has 0 items, but he almost doesn't need them just because Ox forces are naturally just so tanky. Admin going to be coming through with that admin heart as well. And we know Jukyu's admin is every 5 seconds your team gains 150 health. So not the best one, good in the early game, but again, it's going to be just making that front line, given it the tankiness that it needs.
Yeah, I mean, it's been outscaled, but at this point, it doesn't hurt him to keep it in.
Hey, here we go. Frontline item, finally.
There you go. Perfect. Able to find something to help this out, because the front line still looks pretty fake for this, but Jukyu's damage is so immense. And that Syndra at least is going to help a little bit with the front line by just throwing something else at the enemy. Just like, hey, take this. Kill this.
Yep.
Do not kill my carries right now. We see Jukyu still setting up for this. Going on the roll down, not finding anything else. So just that frontline item for the Echo.
Yeah, really doesn't want to have to hold on to this Alistar and the Viego because the Syndra might prioritize those as well. Is still holding on to the Nico as well, so it's actually likely to not throw in a Fiddlesticks. Does high roll into throwing a Fiddle in. That's one of the most high value units that you can, as we see both fights here. Malala versus Ripple Overdrive. Malala trying to hang on 1 HP, but it's going to be such a tall task versus Ripple Overdrive and those Infinite teams.
Yeah, I mean, the Jhin is doing its best. He's got a lot of damage out. The Malphite's still alive to tank up. Actually, this is a potential win for Malala. Potential to stay alive, but the Ezreal cast gets so close. And yes,
Jhin.
there are the Runos
Malphite?
Hurricanes, but Malphite with the big ground pound to get it out of the way. Malala gonna stay alive.
Malphite slams down in the ground and keeps Malala in the game. 1 HP still. How far can he take it? A very nice hit onto the Viego. Can probably just sell the Nico, hit the Viego to upgrade, and be way more likely. Ooh, Fiddle 2 is gonna be locking for this, or selling the Alistar, which he just did, winning the fight and picking it up without having to lock the shop. The matchup is going to be up against Malala, and Malala has a Zephyr, and it is going to land onto the Aurelion Soul. That's a big hit.
Yeah, a huge hit, and we look at that Shroud, perfect as well, on to all these characters of Jukyu. This Nunu trying to do a little damage to the back as well. We look at the Pike in a perfect spot, can get another stun pretty soon here, and Jhin still untouched, did not get clipped by the meteors yet, and Viego just shredding through the carries. It's just Twisted Fate left. He can't get through all this frontline. Malala gonna stay alive a little bit longer. Jukyu gonna have to lock this shop.
Man, this top 4 is so intense. Jukyu is going to lock the shop, get that Fiddle too, so next fight going to be a lot stronger. Ripple Overdrive has taken a couple losses in a row, but that's because there's 70 gold in the bank. Ripple is looking to go level 9 and cap out this board even higher. There's still a bunch of upgrades to come through. There's Samira 2 in the future of Ripple. Same with Aurelion Soul. Needs to get there, however, as he's very quickly dropping in HP, especially with how hard Malala is hanging on. 2 more fights, Ripple versus Jukyu on the right, Malala versus Replay on the left. Can Malala hang on yet again?
And Jukyu's guaranteed, throwing in a 2-star Fiddle out the gates from the Syndra. We'll see if Replay has the damage. The Ezreal casts are starting. Will they take out the backline? They don't quite get the TF, but finally the last shot does, and that is not going to be enough from LeBlanc. Jukyu gonna go down. Can Malala survive one more? He could get one more place, but no. Replay gonna take him down, and Replay going to still outlast Jukyu and extend his lead in first place.
Man, that is crazy. Jukyu going 3rd, 2nd, and then 3rd. But Replay could go back to back to back firsts. And he's on a win streak, has reached that critical mass point of the Kai'Sa reroll with Hold the Rel, which is just such a dang good frontline unit, especially with that Eternal Winter coming through and auto attack based composition from Ripple Overdrive. If those carries get stunned because they have to auto rel so much, that opens up so much time for Replay's backline to do the work that it needs to. There's double Q code in the back there buffing up the carries as well. Replay looking real strong, and I think maybe actually favored in this matchup.
Somehow he does look stronger. Ripple hasn't gotten to the point to fully cap out, right? He doesn't have the 2-star legendaries on a line yet, which might have been the way to turn this around, like a 2-star Fiddle or an Urgot. But right now, it is just going to be the Ezreal, and the auto attack's not going to do enough. wait for this cast. Let's see if the Ezreals can do enough work, but the 3 stars just have too much HP, and the Rel will not be denied, will not go down. She will hold the line. Replay gonna find the win in that fight. Ripple still has work to do, but not enough gold to do it.
Not enough gold. Just gonna playing an Urgot instead, but that Eternal Winter did some heavy lifting there. The Sivir looks like she was just in molasses. Their auto attacks were not coming through nearly fast enough. Double Ezreals with 7 Infinity, 3 items apiece was not enough to get through Replay's composition. That's so insane, but we get to see it again. Was it a fluke, or can Ripple turn it around?
Yeah, I mean, there's not much you can do in way of positioning. The Urgot, though, is placed nicely to hit the carries, will pull them in and slow them down for a second. We're waiting for this Ezreal cast. That's the big thing. Can it actually take anything out? Will the Nico go down? She does, but that is still not enough. The misfortune, the Rel, it's all too much for Ripple, and he's still alive. He's still got a fight to go. But Replay has been winning these handedly. Even though it's only a few units, it's still not looking that close. The Ezreals are landing these ultimates. They are landing on the correct units. But the Kai'Sa has too much HP, too much regen. She doesn't go down fast enough.
It literally could just be a Sivir being on the right-hand side versus left-hand side diff, because Sivir has just been starting off the fight, attacking this Rel for 2 fights in a row now, and she's just not been able to participate. It's all the heavy lifting on the Ezreal, and especially because Sivir has Runaans, 1 extra auto attack could have taken out Kai'Sa earlier when the Ezreal cast came through, prevented a lot of damage, and let Ripple actually have a big chance going into stage 7, because Replay, even if he loses, is probably going to be on 2 lives. And so we get to see these items being picked here. There's not going to be anything crazy like Zephyrs or Shrouds, just another item to buff up these damage dealers, as Deathcap gets picked for the Aurelion Soul for Ripple, and Deathcap gets picked for Replay on the Misfortune. We get to see it again.
There's a win con. Ripple has put in the Leona, and he got the side. He got the switch. The Leona's right there onto the Rel. Leona 2, gonna be able to get the cast on Rel right away. Ripple, beautiful positioning, beautiful recognition, rolls down, finds the hit, and here comes the Leona calling down thunder on the Rel. But is it enough? One more cast from the Nico. It's not enough. Ripple did everything he could, but Replay will not be denied. First on his road to the World Championship for Monsters Attack.
What do we even have to say about this? I feel like it's just gonna be constant discussion of replaying the first place. Yes, first placing. I'm working. It's like they gave me the script for this or something. I don't know. But honestly, like, what more can really be said about this player at this point, other than looking at all of the examples that he's put in front of us for all of the first places? I don't think there's much else to say.
There really isn't. Replay was able to play 3 different compositions so far today, pilot them all to a first place. They've been meta compositions with the Infinity Samira 3 that he got, and then the Ox Slingers. But now just with a Kai'Sa reroll, and that's a comp that players are not gonna be prioritizing. It's an, oh, I guess I got hold the line. Oh, I guess I got 2 Kai'Sas. I guess I'll use the Lesser Champion Duplicator to win streak, play a tempo style of play. But he says, no, I can just stick with this. I know this composition can win because we've seen it happen earlier on in the weekend, and Replay just cannot miss right now.
It even looks so exciting because in those final moments, right after you saw the drops from Aurelion Soul, I thought Ripple Overdrive may have been able to put himself in a position to be able to take over and actually find a way to be able to beat this Kai'Sa, but just didn't happen. Let's go ahead and take a look at our scoreboards because, well, it should be no surprise that Replay is at the top, but that point gap is widening between second and third place, Casanova. What the heck?
7 points after game 3. It's insane. And a 5-point lead from first. I mean, this is ridiculous. This is I mean, it does somewhat remind me of Set 7 regionals with Kyvix and Rain, but this is even more so dominant, it feels like, here in the finals. And Crone, I mean, I did not anticipate this at all. I know that both of them have been dominant in the first 2 days, but this is something else.
You know what it reminds me even more of? Set 5 regionals of a certain 111511.
Yeah.
We are on pace to maybe even surpass that right now from Replay. I didn't think it could be done, but Replay is proving us wrong.
Okay, so by my math calculations, 1, 1, 1, lag.
Yeah. Lag. It was lag 1-1. Sorry,
Yeah.
5. It wasn't actually 5. It was lag. My
was
bad.
lag.
There. Thank you for the
Thank
correction.
you. Yeah, okay. So that's maybe, if we want to see history repeat itself, might be something that comes up from replay as well, or he glitches out or something. I'm not sure. But one thing for sure is that we have 3 more games, which means that there are still spots to play for and ways for everything to shake up. So we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, game number 4 of the final day of the Monsters Attack NA Regional Finals. We are past the halfway point for day number 3 of the Monsters Attack NA Regional Finals, which means that our competitors only have 3 more games to go before we determine who else we are sending to the Monsters Attack Championships to represent North America. And there are 2 clear frontrunners right now when it comes down to who's leading in the points. And Dan, for this stage in the competition, were you expecting to see such a big gap between first, second, and third?
No, absolutely not. I think that the field's actually quite closer than the results would make you believe, but I'm also starting to believe that Replay does have a significant edge on the field. Yes, he is getting really lucky, right? I think last game he hit like Kaisa 2 really early and he had hold the line rel. Kind of played a classic throwback line, but again, it's one of these things where these aren't even the compositions that he's necessarily trying to go for. This guy's a sword starter. He wants to play Jhin. He wants to go into Riftwalkers and AD. And he just played Spellslingers and Kaisa, so it shows that he's not just a one-dimensional player, and that's ultimately what every one of these players have to continue to ask themselves. Am I willing to continue to branch out and try to deviate from my game plan, or am I going to stick to my guns? For someone else, like, for example, I want to call it robovan. He's taking some really unusual lines, but he's averaging 5th place. If things go a little bit better, maybe this guy's top 4, and all of a sudden he's able to get to that point contention. It's only 3 games. It's a small sample size of TFT. Anything could happen. The most interesting thing that's currently happening right now is, will we see a new record set in North American Teamfight Tactics? Will we finally get someone who can break the famous Robin Song's set 5.5 Reckoning Regionals?
It feels like it's going to be a tall order if you were to look at any other player other than somebody putting up the numbers right now in replay. So let's see if we can rehash this history here. Is it going to be a first or is it going to be lag? Admirable and Frodan, take it away.
Game number 4 of the final day for NA Regionals. And that, I think, is a good representation of what Replay is doing right now. That monster that's coming into the board right now. And, you know, you make a lot of fantastic points, Dan. And that's something that I think is always what you point out in TFT is how you're getting these finishes. You know, the finishes are exciting to watch. They're always going to be there. You're always going to have players in contention to have these runaway spots. But it's those differences that really matter in every single one of these games. When the opportunity's there, you have to seize it.
Yeah, the reality is, if we played this final day 100 times, you might see a lot different results. But the thing about TFT that makes it so compelling is that it really could be anyone's Sunday. So let's see what some other players have up their sleeves. Look at robovan Kenob, for example. This guy likes to play off meta, and it hasn't exactly rewarded him, but it's not like he got punished either. He's just right there at 12 points, tied with Ripple and Setsuko. And let's just say, for argument's sake, Jukyu and Replay just have some 3 terrible, unbelievably low roll games. That still keeps robovan in contention. So even though he's tied with Ripple and Setsuko, 2 of the other players that are often in the conversation alongside right now Replay and Jukyu as being the top players in the tournament, we'll see whether or not robovan can keep up that momentum and see if he can build upon those 5th places.
Yeah, when I got to talk with robovan before the tournament and ask him some questions about this coming into it, one of the questions was, what does he think about the current meta? And he said, I don't even know what it is right now, but I can adapt to whatever it is. Ooh. And that's a big thing to hear coming from a player where we see them constantly playing different compositions that really aren't on the front runners for the radar. He said his secret. He said his edge was secret. He didn't want to tell it to anybody. He said his preparation was secret coming into this one. That is a lot of information being encapsulated into this. We're seeing a lot of it come to light, but in this final day, it hasn't shown through yet. But we're in the 4th game now. There's 3 more left. You could technically, literally inverse the results that have taken place. And the whole point of it is don't keep your eyes shut as we're going into these final 3 games. All 4 rolls for robovan here on a 1-cost, 2-cost, 2-cost hero augment, and then settles on the Yasuo there. I feel like this is a big one. Yeah,
so wins for the Wanderer Yasuo. This is a reroll Yasuo that you focus on supers and duelists, although you do have the option of a couple variations. Last time we saw robovan pick something like this, he ended up going for kind of an unconventional vertical laser core. And that might seem a little obvious to people who, you know, who play the line of laser core and be like, well, Yasuo's a laser core unit, like maybe you should just play that. But that's not usually what you do for the rerolls. So just because he took it doesn't mean we know exactly what robovan's planning.
I love seeing those compositions come together. I think that the buff to that augment is really opened up the potential for that to even be a playable augment. It was technically one of the worst augments in the game, and for a while held the worst placement in the game if you took a look at the aggregate data that was available for that one. For Setsuko, he's sitting at 12 points in this one. He's kind of had some rubber banded results and really not able to get it done in the last game. And you and I were paying very close attention to Setsuko's spot in the last game, and it felt like that the tools were available, but just not quite able to find some stuff, or perhaps kind of going for that level 9 too quickly. You know, it felt like that even though he got to level 9 and put an Urgot 2 on the board, it just wasn't enough to stabilize.
Yeah, I think that Setsuko's mistake was that he should have rolled at 8. I actually had strongly disagreed with going to 9, because I know Adam and I were looking at that spot, and I was like, man, this spot looks pretty good. And I was like, well, he could easily just go to 9 and die, and that's exactly what happened. And I think if I could be look, let's just set the stage here. Setsuko is like 10 times the player than I am right now, and he's incredible at the game, but I do think that he has weaknesses as a player, and one of them is that he might be succumbing to ladder habits, which is, I think if he played that game in solo queue, he goes to 9, he stabilizes at like 1 or 2 lives, and then can win out. But these are higher quality players than he's used to queuing into on ladder, and so I don't think that he can get away with going to 9 at 5-2 with 40 gold and hit just an Urgot 2 and be stable. That's not good enough for a lot of these boards that people are crafting. So let's see how he bounces back that next game and see if he can perhaps learn a little bit from that moment, because I don't think going to 9 was an answer personally.
I think a big part of this is keeping your head on your shoulders right now. You're playing for high stakes. You're going to have to finish in top 2. Mental fortitude is going to be a part of it. You have to keep an eye out for everything that's there. So with a 1 cost, 2 cost, 2 cost hero augment, there's not a single player in the lobby who took a 1 cost hero augment. Every single player settled on a 2 cost hero augment. So this is going to be an interesting one to me. I'm not like a huge fan of 2 cost hero augments on 2-1, but when every single player gets them in the light of 1 cost being available, that suddenly opens my eyes a little bit. I feel like a lot of 1 cost hero augments are very strong, and that players are not really moving as much towards the reroll ones, but more towards just straight up strength and utility in trying to find them a spot where it ends up functioning.
Take a look at the carousel 2-shift slam replay with a death blade slam. We know that he loves doing that.
Oh yeah,
as a way to get his early damage in. Loves playing around that Riftwalker and Jin. Let's see if he can go back to his roots, which is again a really scary thing. If this is not even his primary game plan, he's succeeding. He does have the Malphite Guardian Spirit as well, which is kind of interesting. You don't actually expect to play Malphite Guardian Spirit into the Riftwalkers per se, but maybe there's an opportunity for him to figure out how to actually tie in, because you just pretty much use Vex as the mascot to tie to link with Malphite, and then you can play Riftwalkers from there.
Look at a dpay spot sitting on 10 points is going to need absolute stellar looking finishes in these final 3 games. Settling on Jinx carry now, so this is a pretty straightforward line where really the question is, how do you build around this? And I think really maximize the function on this, because this is one of those lines I feel like if you get it online early enough, you can certainly deliver some snowballing effects where players just simply don't have the HP to follow through exactly how they want to. But that requires you to keep getting wins in this one, and this is a pretty hefty loss that Setsuko's handing over to dpay at this point. But I think that dpay, again, from watching yesterday, the final day, and how he had just had an absolute abysmal finish to the day and then squeaked by into this top 8. It did not feel like he was at all there mentally. It felt like he was so stressed by the thought that 8th place was going to take him out of the tournament. I'm curious if that's there for him right now and here today. You know, 10 points after 3 games is not a good spot to be in, especially when you need 3 killer performances for these last 3 games.
Yeah, dpay, by his own admission, we were actually chatting with him on a podcast prior to this tournament. He was saying that he struggles with anxiety a lot, which is very relatable, but also if you're in a tournament setting, no one's really gonna actually feel sympathy for that. They actually have to capitalize on the fact that he's feeling a little bit nervous under the gun. We'll see if he's able to rein in that during that break. I hope the best. dpay is definitely a very notable performer, all the way from the beginning of the set through Boxbox's boot camp ladder event. He surprised everyone, shocking many people going through the very final against Dish Soap, right, toe-to-toe with Robin songs. And now look at him now, he all the way here at regionals in the final lobby. He should be very proud. Hopefully he doesn't let that anxiety get the best of him.
Reed, a little bit of a gold boost. Give me the stimmy. for everyone here. And at replay right now, this start ended up being pretty fantastic. A 4 streak coming into this one. The closest anyone's gotten to you is a 3-win streak from Setsuko, and Jukyu on a 5 lose streak. Now for Jukyu, I'm looking at 5 lose streak and 76 HP. That is a ton of gold and pretty strong HP that you have after that.
Yeah, in terms of a full loss streak, it could be worse. So Jukyu did a good job preserving HP, which is pretty consistent with what Jukyu does. I think that might be one of the more underrated things about Jukyu is that he's playing pretty good boards, even if he's not necessarily winning. He preserves a lot of HP in that circumstance, which might be some of his edge as he goes into stage 3. robovan, by the way, got that win. You saw how he's at 69, but he didn't full lose streak. That's bad news for robovan. We'll see whether or not he's able to dig himself out of that unfortunate economic deficit that he's now experienced.
Definitely a tough one to be in for replay here. I imagine this is an evaluation of the board. We're going to use the baby Nico to say 2-star Draven. Sign me up. That's good enough for now.
Okay. All right. Well, let's see how the 3-2 hero augment, or sorry, 3-2 augment rather, will shape up now that we have our hero augments. We're looking at robovan's POV, still stuck on 1 Yasuo, which is not great. But robovan will probably go for a big roll down with less gold. This is a really easy matchup for replay, queuing up against the lose streak player. Once more, another game, another win streak. And replay loves to be in this position. Let's see what happens on 3-2 and how it shapes the rest of the lobby.
Spoke about when I asked him questions how much Deathblade was strong right now. He emphasized slamming Deathblade and how good it was. And that seems to be holding true right now. 3 pretty strong augments on golds. Just all of them provide different directions. And I honestly feel like the trade sector on 3-2, providing that extra gold boost on top of that, you've now gotten a gold boost off a carousel into a gold boost off of an augment. This is a lot of resources you have to work with.
Yeah, and it gives him a ton of options. He actually even had a secret option of going to level 7, which I don't think you should do in this spot. I know a few players from Korea who might actually want to do this. But I think that for the most part is probably advised. The reason why I think he could is because if he's on a streak, he actually could still make gold and he gets free rerolls for the rest of the stage on it. But I think that being at 20 gold might be a little bit too little. And I think ultimately he wants to aim for a fast 8. It's just that trade sector is something that you want to leverage the free reroll that you get. So it's something that I could see it. I'm glad he stayed at 6. He has some discipline. I do know a handful of players that would go to 7 though in that spot.
I'm thinking of one in particular. I'm not going to name names right now, though. Replay does look like they're going to lose this win streak, and pretty handedly here as well. dpay's board is looking fantastic right now. Able to pick up a Jeweled Lotus on top of this, stacked on the enemas. My gosh, dpay's board is looking like it's going to be pretty scary for the rest of this lobby. Setsuko, the only player now finding them on a highlighted win streak at this point. And my gosh, you talk about the queen of stage 3. Bel'Veth is one of the ones that comes to my mind.
Yeah, there's really no stronger champion to like outfit this specific Last Whisper with at 4 cost. The 4 costs that really define stage 3. One of them is Bel'Veth, as you see on your screen, especially with mana tempering. She's going to cast really often and get that scaling attack damage. The others are Twisted Fate, and sometimes if you get like an early Garen, can be really impactful. Just a shout out to Aurelion Soul, but kind of depends if you have good items for it. Setsuko's in a fantastic spot. He has Lee Sin 2. He has 4 Brawler, even has Redemption to capitalize on that HP percentage regen. So he's in a really good spot, and also kind of showcasing that you don't have to just play by the book. I think a lot of people take mana tempering like, well, I don't have an Infinity Team emblem or Infinity Team start. Does that mean that I should be actually playing this? Yes, if you understand how to capitalize onto it and recognize that everyone casting gets additional AD, it can be incredibly powerful. Setsuko is in the driver's seat, which he needs to do if he wants to get that World Championship spot.
That is an excellent highlight to showcase there as well. You know, the strongest board and how to do it. It's different in almost every spot you can imagine if you want to preserve gold. Sometimes your strongest board, it can be a lot stronger if you spend a bunch of gold, but then you spent a bunch of gold. You have to learn how to balance those factors and really play it forward from there. So now in this carousel, just standard stuff that's going on. I'm taking a look at items. dpay's got a bunch of bows that aren't made through yet. Jukyu has a belt. Pretty much everyone taking advantage of the items right now. Ripple Overdrive, the other player, with a bunch of components ready to make something happen, as we're going to jump over to Jukyu's spot right now. And wow, this is looking pretty good right now. I'm surprised that Jukyu Still hasn't put together a win streak from this one. It was an early loss streak with good health preservation, but now something's going to have to happen. Yeah, Jukyu says, you know, I got to make something happen from here. And kind of spring it forward.
Whoa. That Garen is so big. Janna, I wasn't sure how applicable she is in this spot. But Jukyu's going to go for it. Just probably play quality units. And yeah, like Jukyu's a player that's willing to go to level 7 pretty early and make sure to spend gold in order to stabilize. And that Garen addresses the fundamental problem that Jukyu has, is that he does have 2-star units, but he doesn't have good front line. And now Kindo Gem's actually working on that front line. It's getting past it. The second wave of burst is actually going to wipe him up as well. So Jukyu still has some frontline issues. Like his back line is all accounted for. He has 2-star Silver, 2-star Yasuo, 2-star Morgana, like a lot of good stuff going. Just needs to make sure his front line doesn't crack so fast.
Let's go matches on level 7 as well. Squeaks out a win because of it. Keeps that win streak alive. A lot of players going to 7 in this one. They're understanding they're going to have to fight in this.
What?
Wow.
If he wants to go mascots, this is a really powerful way to access that. So he has Nunu on 7 for a composition that wants it, right? You saw Jukyu go to 7 and not really need it. Now I can go Brawler Nunu. This is potentially really strong. The only thing is that he doesn't have gadgetines. Part of what makes Warmogs and HP so powerful on Nunu in the gadgeting lines, you have that damage reduction. It doesn't have such ability to survive, so I am curious as he goes up against robovan Kenobi, who has picked up the last stand gold tier augment. This is my favorite gold tier because it just encourages you to go for 1 HP win outs, which are really hype. Does he have the components though to be able to do that comeback?
That's a big question of it. And honestly, I have to join you on one of the favorite augments in the game. I'd say it's one of the most appropriately named augments in the game as well. It's just, I mean, how much more accurate can you get? It's just the boost comes through. Setsuko loses the streak. Going in the Wolves, that is a big deal.
It's a big deal, but somewhat to be expected because after all, Jukyu's been spending his gold at 7 and Setsuko is at 43 gold. Actually, Jukyu equaled at the 37, so it looks like it's that HP differential that's going to be marking it. Shout out to our production crew, by the way. We do have all the streaks and the gold as well as our most recent result just to help you get a picture, as right now you can tell there's a lot of resources being accrued at level 750. The question is, who is going to be rolling and who is going to be greeting? Pay close attention as we get to the 4-1 breakpoint here.
dpay, I think a little bit torn on where to go with this. This is going to go to 7. We're going to take their time. Need so. robovan, meanwhile, is going to start digging. You're going to have to find the good stuff off of this one.
So dpay,
Kindle Jib. Ooh.
yeah, dpay right now doesn't want to commit to rolling either that deep or he wants to go to 7. Rolling at 6 gives him access to Jinx 3 odds. Going to 7 gives him better odds for everything else in Anima Squad. I'm pretty sure dpay's win condition is that he wants to 3-star as many of these units as possible and try to just overwhelm with stats. The good news is that he started off on a streak, so he does actually have a lot of stacks. Getting a couple of kills here. Every single stack of fame that you can get will matter, as he is pre-leveling to 7 and hoping that that would change things. Now we also pay attention to the augment. Will this be the augment that everyone is looking for? It could have a huge impact on some of these people's games.
Let's go take another loss here. This is a big round. Another gold augment here and a lot available for players. Oh my.
It's got to be Ancient Archives. You can get another Anima Squad emblem. That would potentially be huge. You could replace awkward units like this Silas. We're rolling. We're trying to see if we can 2-star these units. And rip the tome, and he finds Prankster emblem, which is actually quite good. Gives him the access to having 4 Prankster, that 2-second stun buff, and now I can go for Gnar. 1 off Jinx 3, by the way. And he might be tempted to send. dpay's an aggressive roller. Oh my god, he's actually going for it. 2-star Riven. Finds a Garen. He really wants to get it. He can sell Poppy, play the Garen. That is our strongest board. Looks like dpay is not focused on that, though. He's going to go scout and try instead to maximize positioning. If you don't see it, don't worry. You can get it in the next round.
2-star versus 1-star. It's not a huge difference this round, I would say, but it is a difference. So replays board, I would say, is looking fantastic. That is a Manazane on an Aurelion Soul 2, and you've got the rest of the board pretty much put together at this point. I'd say that obviously the overwhelming number of stats is going to be your goal on these, but I don't think that's quite there just yet. dpay is going to take some more losses, needs to get this board a little bit more pieced together. Jinx 3 is probably the biggest deal on the board right now, but my gosh, Ripple Overdrive's board is looking like a menace at the moment, and Stand United feels like a pretty fantastic pickup when you have such a bizarre set of traits that ends up getting put together in a situation like that.
Yeah, just good base stats to just make all of your units hit that much harder, and it becomes a team effort. Sometimes you're really impressed by some of the off carries, or even just units without even any items. They might contribute a good amount. We're looking at Robovan's board state. He's got 7 Yasuos. He has an orb implying that that is another Yasuo, so I think he's one off Neela 3, one off Yasuo 3. He's at 4 HP though, so he can't exactly take that much more damage for triggering the last stand. So probably gonna lose this fight. And when last stand activates, he really desperately needs access to the Yasuo. If there's a Yasuo on carousel, he's likely gonna beeline for it because he needs to guarantee it at this point.
Literally in a win out must position. Ripple Overdrive picking up another win there. Let's go taking a bit of a loss. Kindle Gem and Ripple Overdrive now putting up big win streaks on this. My gosh, these boards are, I will say, they're looking kind of wild right now, but I am loving the way that these are shaping up. Some of these look just crazy unique. This isn't something, doesn't feel like something that you see all the time. So Robovan Kenob, not really a ton of just wildly good options that you're looking for at the moment. Feels like Belt and 5 gold is going to be the benefit from that one. I'm trying to look at what players are going to want to piece together the most off of this.
Oh, setsuko. Looking for more frontline items. I'm going to take this vest. I just noticed all those items are slammed for the most part. Needs to find more frontline. Wants to capitalize off Bandit's tempering. A lot of times you want to play mech in the spot that setsuko is. Let's check in with and see what is happening over in Setsuko land. Finds the Garen, has the mech pieces ready to go. That's a Wukong pair. If we can find 2-star units, we're ready to make that transition relatively quickly. And I think this is where we start to change things up. But he is playing 1-star mech. That Wukong 2 helps. If we find Garen 2, Setsuko will be good. Bel'Veth 2. That is useful. And Setsuko had a very meaningful power spike.
Yes, that feels necessary to me at this point. The front line is a bit weak at the moment, and against dpay, who just 3-started Jinx, this is going to be a tough one. I will say that the thrill of the hunt here feels like it could be a massive difference for Setsuko as well. I felt like the one thing that was really lacking here was if Bel'Veth gets tied up in an outnumbered spot, you have to be able to hold true, and that's exactly what this thrill of the hunt can provide at this point. Even the phony dummy gives you something there. Softens that loss a little bit. Setsuko taking a loss, a little bit more strength needed to really get this going. Robovan out in 8th place.
4 Pragsters showing off why dpay valued it, because that stun, that repetitive stun, and the teleport to safety end up keeping that unit frozen. So very annoying board to deal with, and then eating a point blank rocket from Jinx to stun it as well. I just felt like Setsuko didn't even get a chance to play that second half of the game. If he was able to get things like Thrill of the Hunt going, would have been a good spot. But make no mistake, fights like that are only going to get harder for dpay the stronger things like this Garen get, because when the Garen stays alive, this Bel'Veth with the Gunblade keeps it alive, and that is when it becomes really difficult to deal with Setsuko's board.
Ripple Overdrive now still fighting for the win streak here. Kindle Gem and Ripple Overdrive could potentially hold up win streaks going into the end of stage 4, and my gosh, this board is still so menacing. There's just so much HP on the board, but Bel'Veth finds a way to the back line. A stun from Morgana is going to slow things down a little bit. Thrill of the Hunt looks like it's going to keep Bel'Veth up for a little bit longer, but is now focused in 2 points of damage. It is a Jin 1 that's delivering this damage, but Bel'Veth dances away onto a Nunu. Can it pick up the kill here? Can it pick up the kill? Finds a kill there. Massive deal. A little bit more HP. Garen's down, though. Bel'Veth, a little bit too much damage at the end. 1-star Jin looks like it's the difference there.
I mean, it's just 1-star everything for a lot of these players. We'll see how things get online and how it changes things. Not only is it just Jin 2, but it makes Zac stronger. So nice job from Setsuko to put out that DPS with the Bel'Veth. It kind of goes to show you how important keeping Garen alive is to Bel'Veth. The moment people shifted targets to Bel'Veth, they got really scary with her HP count. HP, by the way, is something that robovan Kenobi does not have any left. That last stand trigger did not do enough for him. It doesn't look like he was able to stabilize, and unfortunately, a line that I think he has found success with in the past has ended in 8th place, which may eliminate him from contention in terms of AVP. Now, he starts to get to the point where robovan either has to play for a complete win out and hope that everything miraculous happens, or he has to just resign the fact that maybe it's just not his day today and he's got to play for the highest placement he can get for that prize money.
Yep, prize money is still quite a bit. You know, we have 35,000 up for grabs. That's not what we're going to be focused on. For robovan, maybe that's the focus at this point. But for the rest of these players, it's hunting out a spot at the set championships right now. A stacked Aurelion Sol 2. Replay plays for the board, then figures out the items in this one. Taking a look at Ripple Overdrive in the bottom left. Still a pretty wildly good looking board at that point. dpay having a Shroud up for grabs. Gonna send that to the left side. Big Shroud landed. The Jin, no really big impact though. So now it's up to this Jinx, but the Jinx gets stunned right away by Aramis. The Prankster gets triggered right away as well. There's 4 Pranksters here. And MF, pretty good range on that cast, but the Aurelion Sol able to pick that off. Massive deal there. dpay eating a hit here and suddenly is on the chopping block for that one as Replay picks up a win. Ripple Overdrive taking a loss. Kindle Gem still on a big streak.
Replay actually made a pretty interesting decision. He had an opportunity to go Infinity Edge or Guard Breaker, but he waited to see what the fight was, to see what he needed, because Replay is playing for placements, which is what's my best placement I can get based off this winning this next fight. And he saw that there was Echo and Riven, 2 units that shield a lot, and he has a Ruinous Hurricane, meaning that if he activates Guard Breaker through proccing on either of those units, he was able to get that bonus damage and limit the backline. That's really heads up. It does kind of potentially have implications on how his late game is if he really needs access to things like that Infinity Edge crit, but we'll see, because right now he's just trying to see if he can maximize that placement at the top 4. Going against Malala, who's also playing the Riftwalker trait. Let's see who wins this mirror match.
Restar Ramus got picked up for replay in that fight as well in that one. That's a big amount of front line that's being added to this board, and right now the backline for replay is looking pretty healthy on this one. Aurelion Sol has eaten up the mana zanes at this point, but has done the most of the work on the rest of this board. Big hits, but Pyke able to pick this off as well. So Ramus is still in this fight, but Aurelion Sol now one of the focuses for the Jin, but the Jin is getting picked down, but the damage spread is just fantastic for this. Malala picks up a win in a spot that, frankly, I didn't look at that board and think that Malala was favored at the start of that one, Frodan.
Oh, he wasn't. He needed some really fortunate fight RNG to play out in his favor, and that's exactly what happened. The way Jin's flourish on replay side was not lining up, and you saw things like the Phantom from Pyke with the stun, plus the 4th shot from Malala's Jin, getting that flourish and execute. All of that panned out beautifully for Malala, but I'm pretty sure you play that fight 10 times over, Malala is very unfavored. So he got a bailout from Mortdog once. He's going to need another one against Setsuko's board, who now has Gear 2.
And Setsuko, I'm seeing a pair of 2-star Bel'Veths that are online for this one right now. Kindle Jin, meanwhile, finally had the streak broken, but in this fight, look at the strength of that Garen just tackling the board as Bel'Veth dances to the back, wipes out the main source of damage. This is an easy win for Setsuko, I think.
And Malala can't afford to take losses like this. Thankfully, Mech at least kills 2 units on top of everything else. But Malala is right now beelining for another bottom finish, which would be just devastating given that he is the leading candidate behind Jukyu and replay for average placement. At this point, Malala is playing for something bigger than just 1st or 2nd place, or rather, perhaps a little bit lower. He's trying to get in through the highest average placement. A 7th here is devastating, especially if Setsuko continues to charge to a top 2.
That's right. Right now, Jukyu and replay are the front runners for points. It's going to be difficult for the rest of the field to catch them. Malala sits at 3.73 average placement. Setsuko right behind at 3.93 average placement. So Setsuko can still play for a position where maybe he has a fight for the top 2 spot. But if he can pick off the average placement from Malala, that is a big victory in the book of Setsuko. So if you're a fan of either of those players, keep an eye on their finishes of these next 3 games. Not just if they're putting up big performances, but how their performances are stacking up against each other. Kindle Gem, meanwhile, has spent the life to get the gold to go to level 9. Can they convert this now into something big? I saw a lot of 1-stars in that board, Dan, but a lot of utility on the bench as well.
We'll see. In the meantime, we're hopping on board with Malala. He needs to win this fight. Jin gets Zephyr, which is bad news bears for Malala.
Ripple Overdrive with a big fiddle sitting in the middle of this board as well. That is a brawler emblem on top of a fiddlesticks. That is a ton of damage it's going to take to break through that. The Gen 1 on Ripple Overdrive side of the board finally gets picked off, and I think that's going to be the deciding factor in this fight. A few more stuns. The fiddle is wiping out a lot of the damage that Ripple Overdrive would have taken for this fight, but this was a critical win for Malala at this point. Ripple Overdrive going to fall down to the bottom 3 right now. dpay takes another loss, sitting at 12 HP. Meanwhile, at the top of the lobby, it's still Kindle Gem, it's still Jukyu. Replay is right behind, and then Setsuko picks up a loss. Maybe a few cracks showing in his team.
My God, another game where Jukyu just makes a late game level 8 charge. This guy is so consistent and continues to do it. Gen 2 for Ripple Overdrive. Is that enough for him to win this next fight? Everything is so close at HP wise. And he's going up against replay guarantee. It's going to be another Riftwalker mirror, but he's up against the Ghost. And that's a 2-star Nunu from replay.
It's a big shroud on that left side of the board. But my gosh, that is a big board on the other side as well. For Ripple Overdrive, I don't think I've felt this nervous with a player fighting a Ghost in a long time. The fiddle is going to hopefully eat up a bunch of damage here. We need this Jin to pick off a lot of units if you're in Ripple Overdrive spot. Right now, the Rammus gets cracked through. Big news as the stun comes through. Slows down that Jin just enough to get the focus damage. Wipes out the Aurelion Soul. Malala out in 7th place. Ripple Overdrive living to fight through stage 6.
Replay also took a pretty big loss. And Replay is just basically collecting points to make sure that he can secure it. I think most people have already prematurely crowned him as the winner of North America Regionals, but he wants to try to squeeze out as many points to secure that fact. But even though he's at 5 HP, looking at the rest of the lobby, you see that players like setsuko are still at 18 HP. That is still within danger zone on stage 6. You could die if you take a pretty hefty loss by 5 units or so. We'll see if that ends up being the case. Take a look at Jukyu's board. Looks like he is very stable with the Mana Tempering Infinity. This guy has been very impressive, and while he hasn't been the star of today by himself, he potentially could make some big gains on replay if he's able to go for a first.
It'll be found for Jukyu as well. I feel like you left out a key detail there. Replay is fighting to contest the record of Robin from the 5.5 regionals that took place. Jukyu finds a 2-star Samira. Where does this go? I guess that's
on the
answer.
board.
I love the order of operations of cracking these items
Unblade.
at the end, too. Quick evaluation of this. Setsuko, meanwhile, a pair of itemized Belveths at this point. That's a big deal. These Belveths a little bit of damage here, but not taking a focus. Just completely destroys that front line. And look at how powerful Setsuko's board is if you are not able to take care of these Belveths right away. Massive loss for Jukyu there. Replay is going to go out in 6th place. Ripple Overdrive out in 5th. Top 4 in Game 4.
dpay made it to top 4, which is huge for him, but Jukyu trying to make gains on replay. He's 5 points behind, and right now he's at least gotten 2. Let's see if he can continue to play for that extra change. Meanwhile, setsuko with a huge victory. That is the storyline I want to draw attention to, because whether or not setsuko can make huge gains on Malala will make all the difference between his chance at regionals and stopping here versus going to the World Championship. Setsuko versus Kindle Gem. Can he do it?
Focus on the left side of your board. Each player landing a shroud to a key side of this one, but the Belveths are where I am very scared for Kindle Gem in this one. This Garen is holding up for a long time, but so is Kindle Gem's side of the board. Setsuko's cracks first. That's a big loss that's being taken there. 2 players getting knocked out here. For Setsuko, the life is the difference. Out in 3rd, dpay out in 4th.
That's +4 of a difference between him and Malala. We'll have to see what the damage report is for the average placements after this. Really hoping that he probably could have gotten more than that, but Kindle Gem has done a great job to stabilize his level 9 board. And what's really impressive about Kindle Gem's board is that it doesn't even really look like a level 9 board, quite frankly. It looks like he's just at level 7 or 8, and he just found an extra Tactician's Crown. Like, what is particularly impressive about his level 9 board? He has a Leona 1 Is that enough to take down Jukyu and potentially steal a victory?
Shroud coming in on the left side. Just a lot of units in play with Oxforce. That's what I'm seeing. Oh, plus a Jeweled Lotus. Forgot about that one. Oh, it's adaptive defenses. Forgot about that one. It's just so much damage. The more units you have in play, the stronger the board is. Jukyu not able to find their first win of the day, but another top 3 in Kindle Gem. Can they rocket back from the depths? This is now a double in points for Kindle Gem, from 8 points to 16 in just one game.
Well, when we were looking at the overall standings after game number 3, it really felt like after second place, competition was still pretty tight there for 3rd through 8th. So I can't wait to see how that's going to shake everything up, especially knowing that one of our heavy hitters, Replay, actually did take a 6th in that game. Was there anything going on there that might have sent him towards like an uncharacteristic bottom 4 at this point, Dan?
Yeah, so right before the game, I saw Robin pull up his old YouTube VODs of when he went on a crazy streak at North American Regionals 5.5. And then Robin left to go to the bathroom, which I'm pretty sure he did a voodoo ritual curse to make sure that Replay would not go first again. And specifically, no, stay with me here. Specifically, Robin came back from break, sat on stream and said, I hope Replay goes 1-1-1-6-1-1. And what just happened? Replay just went 6th. Robin, don't make it so obvious, man. You can't just play with your cards face
now. Come on. Okay, that explains everything, honestly. That really does. And, you know, if I had a nickel for every time, though, we had seen this happen, I would have 2. It's just not very many, but it still has happened twice. It's still on the cards that Replay could get a first to finish the day. Yeah. I was like, wait a minute, how many games are there? It's 4 down, 2 more to go. As we take a look at our scoreboards now. And after this 4th game has finished up, I think that the competition is still going to be really tight there. Malala, robovan Kenob, maybe not necessarily as strongly in contention here, Admirable, but you still have a pretty close, tight race there for that 3rd place. If we're going to see maybe some more bottom 4s come out here from Replay.
Really, the story for this one right now is the race for the average placement. Obviously, we have a big story at the top with the point divide, but it's Malala and Setsuko in the race for the average placement. That's really what it is. If Jukyu and Replay secure 1st and 2nd place, it's Malala versus Setsuko in the race for that one. So that's what I have my eye on outside of that. There's still some potential for Jukyu or for Replay to bomb out 2 games, and players sitting around the 16 or 18 points to rocket forward with massive wins. But those are pretty unlikely. It is something you still have to take into consideration, but I think really the most developing storyline, given this point divide at this point, is the Setsuko versus Malala, because these are just ridiculous point differences from 1st and 2nd into just 3rd.
So Dan, let's say you're Setsuko and Malala, you're in this position where you're trying to make sure that you do have the 3rd highest average placement. That way you are next in line to be able to take that spot if Jukyu and Replay are able to make it through from 1st and 2nd place. What's the play style looking like there? Are you trying to play risky? Do you play for a 1st, or do you try to settle for something like a 2nd or 3rd and feel like that would be okay?
I think that if Setsuko has a split decision between taking like 2 components that he's not sure about, and he scouts Malala's board and he sees that Malala wants one of those 2 specifically, I think he should go out of his way to take it. I think that should go the other way as well. I think that there is a small micro tournament happening between Malala and Setsuko for this average placement spot in the World Championship. I look forward to seeing what happens in the next game, and we only have 2 games left, so put your best foot forward. Don't change too much about your game plan, but hey, pay close attention on Carousel. Maybe you might see something.
This feels like one of those fights in a movie where there's like a war going on around them, but then 2 people decide that they're going to fight the 1v1 with everything else happening. That's the stage that Dan just set for me right now.
Oh my gosh, I can't wait to see if that's going to actually happen. Or maybe you like hold some units that you know that Malala or Setsuko are kind of looking for right there. Hold them from each other. I don't know. Collusion happening on the broadcast. We're going to take a short break as we get ready for game number 5. And when we come back, 2 more games to go to determine our 3 players joining Wajan Iverson at the Monsters Attack NA Championships. There you go. Replay and Jukyu are having the tournaments of their lives right now as we are in the midst of day 3 of the Monsters Attack NA Regional Finals. But with 2 more games left to go, there's still some shakeups that can happen. So we're welcoming back Casanova and Crow into the casting desk to bring us through this 5th game. Now, before we went into the break, we were talking a little bit about the average placement race, because that is one of the ways that our players can qualify if they are not in the top 1st and 2nd place by the end of these 6 games. And so really right now, Casanova, that race is between Malala and Setsuko.
Yeah, so there's kind of 2 main battles happening right now, because assuming that Replay and Jukyu can keep this up, they've kind of locked in those top 2 spots. Then we've got the battle between Setsuko and Malala. They are so close together on AVP that it's really just about outplacing each other in these last 2 games. And then that last battle, that's trying to get an invite to the Western LCQ. Everybody is still in that race. Nobody is eliminated. Because of the dominance at the top of the tables, everyone in the bottom 6 is relatively close. So there's so much on the line. Crowan is even going to tell me that I forgot money. There's still money as well. It's important. There's a lot here for these players to play for, and the lobbies are still so incredibly close outside of that top 2.
No, definitely. I mean, there's so much on the line. We've seen so much great action. It's kind of crazy to think that there's only 2 games left, and everybody still has a chance to go to at least LCQ. There's not many tournaments where we can say that, so everyone's going to be putting their best foot forward. Going to be seeing some crazy TFT, especially from the players that are on maybe that like 13 points right now, like robovan Kenob, and you know, Malala is in that race with Setsuko, so really it's just on Roby to have some really good finishes. And he's had those throughout the course of the tournament, but today it's been all bottom 4s with 5th, and then 8th place in the last game. He was saying, oh, I really want to just high roll in this game 4. It didn't really happen, so maybe you worried, you know, maybe his confidence isn't quite there. But if Roby just had the time to reset, he could have a big game 5.
Well, maybe this break was the chance for him to get reset and grounded, as it's going to be the second to last game here for day number 3. So let's get into it.
Thank you so much, Necra. The penultimate game of the Monsters Attack Regional Finals here in North America, Game 5, Crowan. We're going to jump on board with Malala to kick things off. One of our 2 players fighting for that AVP spot, going up against Setsuko. Able to grab one of the belts off the carousel. I don't know if you noticed it too, Crowan, but it was a mad dash for the belts in the belt tier glove setup. Malala rewarded with his carousel mechanics.
Tier gonna be okay. Thinking about some of those rerolls, Lulu kind of we've seen a lot of in the earlier days of the tournament. Less so today, although it has popped up once or twice. Belt being the standout item there. It is so good. So many item slams that you really want to generate tempo with. Warmogs, Sunfire, even leading into damage items like Guard Breaker as well. Even Morello's gets played a little bit, maybe not an early game slam, but still just so powerful. But the race between Malala and Setsuko is what we want to focus on. Oh, the Sunfire and a Blitzcrank 2 in the early game. This is going to be huge to win streak throughout stage 2. Malala even having a solid finish. Setsuko has kind of had a very back and forth day. He's bounced between 3rd place and 6th place. If Setsuko goes bot 4 again and Malala is able to top 4, Malala is then going to be ahead moving into the final game of the day, fighting over that average placement.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to be in the spot where you're behind in game 6, meaning the only way come on top is to outplace, and potentially even need to outplace by more than 1 placement. 2-2-2 quick reroll from Malala. Takes a look. Raider spoils we've seen taken in the past, but a lot of times not the first pick that you want. Small game hunter Malala has angled Jin a couple of times. Still a possibility.
Yeah, Cleansing Safeguard not really in the meta anymore. Might take it if he was somehow committed to a brawler line, but there's no reason to be committed to that in this situation. There's not really any standouts though, so he might consider rolling a bit deeper. But no, does just go for that small game hunter pike, leaning towards that Jin direction. It is a good composition. He is going to not be able to make 10 gold here, so does level up instead, and it will of course be a slam, not on the Sunfire but on a Warmogs instead. That Blitzcrank's gonna be so tanky, but Jukyu has the Rising Spell Force Ezreal, has the Underground in, and has an Ezreal 2 already with a tier. Jukyu has been blessed by Mortdog today.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing he's missing here is just having the full blue buff right away, right? But he can potentially still start up a little bit of a lose streak, get that tier off the first carousel, and then he's just cooking with gas with having that online. But setsuko in a position with Underground as well, Unrelenting Force. setsuko with a strong economy is a terrifying prospect. And starting out with Underground on 2-1 is exactly what I think setsuko wants to see here. He's so comfortable in these spots where he can just easily lost streak and then turn it around. And this time he gets to turn around with extra resources from the Underground.
Yeah, at this point of the day, it's go big or go home, and you can't really go any bigger than having an Underground game. setsuko playing for a loss streak in stage 2, as he's so good at doing, in translating that into first places. We've sang the praises of setsuko with that play style for very, very good reason. He's going to be making a lot of econ on top of it as well, because there's only 5 gold worth of units on the board, and 2 of that was just because of the free Vi. setsuko in a comfortable spot. See if he's able to make it work out.
Yeah, going up against Ripple there, we do see the cleansing safeguard for Ripple. So Hearts of Brawlers are the initial things that we'll see played with that. Of course, as you said, not as strong as it used to be since the changes to hero augments, not being able to double that up.
Yeah.
Taking a look at our points leader, replay. It's going to be just the support augment for Camille. This has been pretty strong with the Jhin line, so we may just be seeing replay head in that direction. Also seen some interesting just threat things in the mid game with this as well, just sacrificing the Camille, having it on the board just to get the bonus on like a Bel'Veth.
Oh yeah, we've seen Bel'Veth, I think, really rise up in the priority. setsuko was playing it last game. There was another instance of it being played as well as kind of the primary carries, and yeah, it could come through with even the Hextech Retribution, even if it does really want to be a Jhin later on. But Camille too, especially with the buffs, that's no slouch. It can win streak in stage 2. Replay has, high rolled a little bit in the stage 2 so far, and this game is no exception. Is feeling really good about it though, because replay, if he has a good game 5, is going to be so comfy to pretty much guarantee a lock in going to the Monsters Attack Championships.
Yeah, well, Roby actually going to grab this tier, so Jukyu not going to get that for the Ezreal. We'll have to look for his other items, but that is at least going to be a Gunblade going on to that Ezreal too. See the rest of the items being picked up. The Anvil is extra as well, so can point out that Jukyu could just snipe a tier straight away anyways.
Very true. Definitely want to take a look at that, see if he's able to get that blue buff already online. And because there's a Rising Spellforce player, it means that setsuko is less likely to go that option, which means it's awkward to take Unrelenting Force Vi. He did pick it for the Underground, but is not going to be able to play it, and it's kind of best in slot composition. But that's okay for setsuko, right? Because of what we've already said, he's going to be able to be flexible, just kind of pivot into kind of anything, and just play it as a more I guess I'll say tempo style, even though he's not like winning, but tempo in terms of the Underground route.
Yeah, and once again, taking a look at Malala, continuing to check in on these two. It's the big storyline for Worlds qualification, looking for that AVP. Malala finding a 2-star Ashe, is committing by slamming this Last Whisper. So potentially not going to go for the Morgana version as well, just going to go towards that Jhin, have that pen available, and he's on this 3-win streak, a Bel'Veth on the other side. But because that Pyke died early enough, it feels like this might be tanky enough on the Blitzcrank, but a cast from Morgana starts making it very close. Sivir should be able to clean that up, however. Malala barely going to hold on to that streak, but he does hold on.
Yeah, this is actually really scary, seeing all these hero augments, because there are 3 players who have picked Pyke, between 2 players playing Your Cut and 1 playing the Small Game Hunter. But specifically, dpay and Roby are really trying to play for those LCQ spots, but Jin's going to be at least 3-way contested in this game, it seems, unless someone just plays a random Pyke on their board, because it's an okay unit to provide some CC. But there's going to be players stuck on Jhin 1 for way longer than they want to be. it feels really, kind of weird to say, but it could just be some low rolls coming through, maybe not recognizing the spot of, oh, this is comp is too contested, maybe costing LCQ spot and potentially a spot at the championship.
Well, and economy can be a big factor of this too. Kindle Gem 100 HP, Malala 100 HP, both streaking into Krugs. A big fight between these two, and it looks like it's Malala favored out the gates. That stun from Pyke should be able to seal it, as I don't think anything is getting through this Warmog's Blitzcrank. So Malala going to hold on to this win streak. One of the players trying to fight for that spot, and he is doing great here. He is full win streaking. Setsuko should be full lose streaking. So both players in very comfortable spots in this game so far.
Setsuko with 80 HP. Did he actually full lose streak? He did. And he's at 80. That's kind of insane. He's gonna be higher HP than Jukyu and Roby, and is gonna be a lot richer as well on level 5 while Roby's on level 4. That's a massive econ diff.
Yeah, huge from Setsuko. He is so good at tailoring the strength of his board. Is why he has been such a phenomenal player, at least one of the reasons. And right now he is in such a good position at that 80 HP. Roby did have a good econ early game, does have a lot of gold, but he did lose his streak on 2-5.
Oh, Gunblade Lulu? Roby could just be rerolling Lulu here. Even with
he's
the
got
Your
6.
Cut Pyke, yeah, has
He's
6,
going for
has the
7.
Pantheon already.
See
Oh
where
boy.
he goes. There's one more.
8.
There it is.
And
Wow,
here it
Roby found it
is.
so fast too. He's got 30 gold left.
Wow, 30 gold, 5 Pikes, 5 Pantheons, just levels up to play the Sona. So not going for the Supers version of this composition because the Pyke needs to be on this board. But because it is, it's going to make it easier to find all the Pantheons because he's still really far away. Some players might be like, it doesn't really feel as good to be staying on level 5. But Lulu, especially with the Gunblade Slam, should be powerful enough to win streak throughout probably all of stage 3. Really needs to be prioritizing an Ionic Spark at this point, but this spot from Roby is actually really good, and recognizing when you can play Lulu even when it's not in its kind of quote-unquote ideal spot, with again having to play that Pyke on the board.
Yeah, hitting there and actually having 5 Pikes, 5 Pantheons means he's kind of reaching towards some of these other 3 stars that will allow him to then accelerate even further. So I do like this spot from Roby, and as you said, he might be able to just win streak through stage 3, and his economy was still stable. So Roby gotta feel good about that spot. He's got potential of Battle Mage or Ludens. I know a lot of times Battle Mage does feel okay with the Lulu. You can find ways to put her in the front 2 rows. Does not feel too bad to do so.
And we'll be doing that. Battle Mage taken, placing her right behind a super tanky Pantheon in the front line, although it's not really gonna be the case for now. It's not super tanky, but Roby is expending those free rerolls and not going to be picking up anything too crazy. Might be thinking about going into Riftwalkers. Actually, is holding a Vex for now. But yeah, that's gonna be the Lulu in the second row. She's gonna be tankier, dealing a lot more damage, and it's going to be a Reforge for a Sunfire Slam. This is as powerful as Roby can be at the moment. Win streak incoming, it looks like, unless he runs into someone maybe like Malala, who's 100 HP win streaking.
Ooh, lot of 2 stars here. 2-star Yasuo, Renekton, Ashe, Blitzcrank. Very powerful board coming out of Malala. The stun from the Pyke not going to connect on the main carry, but this Lulu still in a good spot. It can get through the Renekton faster. Maybe it can get there, but the Ashe is free firing and the casts aren't going there. But the stun from Sona almost got there. One more cast. Sona does it. Malala loses the win streak on 3-2, and Roby gets to continue his against maybe one of the scariest fights that is here. We'll have to see as we kind of take a look around the lobby who might be scared. I mean, there's a Morgana 2 on a board. That's pretty frightening as well.
Yeah, just as many upgrades as we saw from Malala's board, that was probably the scariest. Is Jukyu looking like a 2 heist, but is going to go deeper. We're going towards 3 as we're still level 5 with 6 Ezreals, a potential spatula as well. And it's not going to lead into anything obvious with this Ezreal reroll style. Maybe it'll become a Tactician's Crown a bit later. It would be nice to fit in some more quick draws onto this board, but this is a comp that does kind of like to play through Underground throughout the whole thing. Just get some level 1 cash outs back to back to back, but hopefully the next one's going to be big to itemize some more carries and get Jukyu into a solid finish to kind of secure his spot as well.
Yeah, I mean, you brought up a good point. A lot of times this comp does just like to grab the immediate cash out over and over again, but Jukyu of course skipped 1. That was cash out number 2. He's going deep for cash out 3 instead of just trying to get the extra gold, essentially looking for a bigger play to get even stronger, risking a lot though as he is dropping pretty low, but still 47 HP. That can sustain 1 more cash out here. His board does seem strong enough to kill a couple units just because the Ezreal has the blue buff available. Maybe that can get him there. And there's a spat on the carousel. Tactician's Crown available for Jukyu, and he's going right towards it. Setsuko did not deny it here. Doesn't need to deny Jukyu. He just needs to deny Malala at this point.
Yeah, I wonder if that was Malala with the potential Tactician's Crown. Would Setsuko have just grabbed it? We would need to look at both of their spots in depth to, I think, answer that question, but definitely something to think about. Jukyu, however, is going to be getting Tactician's Crown. He is on level 5 at the moment, which usually players would be level 6 rolling for the Ezreals. We'll see. Yeah, he levels up here, is still on about 50 gold, continuing to roll down. Doesn't have any supers angle either. See what the admin is. Nothing crazy. It's a lot of just admin stuff and then AD, which is not going to be his direction, of course, with the Ezreal line. Just waiting for that Tactician's Crown Slam to come through. Unless?
I mean, what else are we doing with that, Jukyu? You know, what a...
Oh,
he wants to lose.
Here we go. Oh, 6 out of 7. Good play, good play.
He wants to lose. I like that.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, he doesn't mind losing, actually. And I'm not sure what number of the underground cash out he was at, but maybe if this round is a loss and next round is a win, perhaps he still would have enough to proc a 3 heist before the neutrals. Maybe loss will have to do it, but we'll see how that comes up next round, because he's going to be losing this one. That Morgana 2, as you called out earlier, is going to be on dpay's board, and that is a lot of stacking AP with the Archangels.
Oh, Jukyu
did kill 1 more. Good loss.
Perfect loss.
Oh, he's going to be at 6 out of 10, though, so even losing next round with only 3 underground, he's not going to be able to cash out. Kindle Gem just taking another 8 gold and a remover.
Yep, and using this to econ to pretty good effect. Level 7 here with 40 gold.
Belveth.
Swapping out those undergrounds finally and going to start playing these threats. The Belveth carry for now. We did mention, we called out that, hey, with this Camille, Belveth is a really good option in the early stages. It can transition out eventually, but you can still just play Belveth as a carry with this.
Yeah, definitely. Belveth has a few 2-cost kind of support augments that do really well. Hextech Retribution's one of them, and the, what's it called, Mana Tempering from Sivir is going to be the other one, but we see it come through with the Hextech Retribution in this game. Deathblade, very, very good. Hodge to get a little bit of healing as well, and there is a Cloak on the bench for potential Ruinans just a bit later. Belveth's kind of best in slot item, it does feel like, as Kindle Gem does take out Malala. Malala, at the start of stage 3, started taking a lot of damage, is currently sitting in the bottom 4, but 69 is still going to be not bad, as dpay has like best in slot Camille reroll items. Setsuko gets offered 40 gold.
He's going next
and is going deeper with 4 underground, having Last Whisper Deathblade. Setsuko, how much further can he go? 2 more losses after 4-2. He's going to make such a big board pivot happen.
Yeah, I mean, he had this Ezreal in the shop, so at least he has the start of whatever he wants to play. He could find, you know, Ezreal 2, he can find just sure shots to go with it. He can find Infinity. There's just a lot of ways to go.
Syndra
for
as
Setsuko.
Well. Wow, 1% by the way.
Yeah.
Oh man, Setsuko making some board changes happen even right now. And Setsuko is one of the players that is the best at making a strong board out of whatever he is given. He's able to determine how weak or strong he is comparatively to the rest of the lobby. Does so good at scouting really quickly, retaining all that information. He's going to be repositioning. is Kale to the left side, and that's going to be really good into this matchup against Replay.
Yeah, it looks like with the items he's slammed, he's actually angling Bel'Veth, right? Deathblade and the Last Whisper, but also can go a Jhin direction from there.
Yeah.
Feels like these can be ultimate Ezreal items if he needs to as well in a pinch. So there's a couple options for Setsuko. And it's going to come down to the big roll down once he gets this cash out. He won this round against Replay.
Yeah.
This is actually going to slow down his cash out a little bit, but 2 more rounds he needs to lose. They were going to be in stage 4 losses anyway, so probably not a huge deal. But if people spend a lot of gold on 4-2, he might get harder than he wanted to initially.
That is very, very true. 46 HP isn't anything crazy. Axiom, Arc, Underground Heart, or Portable Forge. But this is going to, still be on Setsuko's board. Portable Forge, Eternal Winter, or Animate Visage. Really, really good frontline. If we're thinking about Bel'Veth, that's Defiance is going to actually be really, really good for her. It wouldn't be that much power right now, though, but that might be okay because he's theoretically fine with losing a couple of rounds. Again, like you mentioned, though, 4-2 people will be spiking. And he's going to try to spike as well. It's an Aatrox too. That's a big frontline hit. Morgana as well.
I think Setsuko just recognizing, hey, look, this cash out's going to come. It's going to be a lot that's going to come through. If I just push now, even if I win fights and win 1, lose 1, great. And I'm not going to take as big of hits. It's not a huge deal. You just get some power in this front line, let you kill a couple extra units. And yeah, it's not a big deal if you win.
Going to be going up against robovan with the Lulu reroll. Roby's push to 7 has a heart emblem as well. Kale not going to be able to deal a lot of damage, so I think Setsuko is going to lose this one, but again, that is fine.
Yeah, just looking to get as many kills as he can, and he is getting kills. It looks even close in this fight. The Lulu's still alive, but Sona getting some stuns. The CC there's Kale's alive. Kale just stayed alive forever.
Wait a minute. CC.
And it's enough. He wins.
CC diff. Holy.
He wins. If he loses 1, he cashes out. If he wins 2, he cashes out. Either way is honestly fine.
Man, the Kale living with 1 HP there was the diff, and Syndra being rolled on level 7, gonna be throwing units in, stunning Lulu, not having her have the time to continue casting and heal back up with the Gunblade. Warwick is found, Warwick is in, Janna as well.
Yeah, Warwick even works as a carry because of the scoped weapons. He can utilize that at this stage. It doesn't matter. He's not going to run in and die. He's going to be able to stay in the back line and deal damage. Probably not going to stay with a Warwick. It's not as ideal, but at this point in the game, why not? It's going to work out.
Yeah, works on both sides, and this is the kind of featured matchup of this game. Setsuko versus Malala. Both running similar boards, but Setsuko is just so much stronger. Level 8, while Malala is still stuck on level 7 and takes a massive, massive hit.
Yeah, that Aatrox is an absolute beast, and Malala takes the damage. Setsuko, yeah, he's got to wait 1 more for his cash out, but again, he's winning fights. He's not losing HP, and he's about to get a huge cash out. I believe that's Heist 4.
Yeah. Oh, this Camille, it's going to be a Hextech Camille reroll. I was a little suspicious when it was the BT slam on the Camille being like, what are we going to actually see here? And yes, the Titan's last item, the Camille 3, it's doing work.
Yeah, big call out for Jukyu. We got from production. He cashed out his 3 heist. He got Zonya and rocket propelled fist, and he hit his Ezreal 3 all on that 4-2. So Jukyu is someone terrifying in this lobby right now. Really need to be watching out. If people run into him, he could hit very hard, especially if that rocket propelled fist gets a carry and Ezreal just blows it up. Suddenly you're not going to be killing many units on Jukyu's board.
Yeah, even just influencing the position, having rocket propelled fist. Wait a minute.
What?
Malala?
What? He was angled laser and he hits 2 Mords in 1 shot?
No.
Mord 2 on 4-5 angling laser. He's 6 corp.
Okay, that for one is disgusting. The only saving grace for the rest of the lobby is he has actually no Mordekaiser items to work with, and that's when we see this comp really spike. A Mord 2 on stage 4 is absolutely ridiculous, though. That might just climb him placements just because. But at least it won't be just one-shotting boards at this point.
Yeah, I mean, is he going to be able to contend with Setsuko's cash out? We're going to have to see what Setsuko actually gets. Because that's the big story between these two. Malala is going to be so strong now. Not having those items for it does make a big difference here, but he also hit a TF2 who's going to help supplement damage in the back. Not having items for any of those carries does mean that Malala takes a loss, but he has so much potential to get so strong so fast when he picks up a couple items here on Aurelion Doom.
Oh,
Cash
that's
out,
crazy.
Cat Crown.
Tactician's Crown and a bunch of components. He can itemize so many carries, but he needs more AD, looks like, with this. Has an Aurelion Soul potential. He's going to be rolling down, doesn't have that much gold to work with, but a Janna pair going to be on Aurelion Soul pair, trying to play just whatever he can hit to Aegis on the board. Item slams need to come through, but he's only on a single Belveth and 0 gold. Setsuko, this is not gonna be what he needs to carry him into stage 5.
Yeah, he needed gold off of that cash out. He had turned down 40 gold in lieu of trying to get items instead. Not gonna slam any items in this fight. Just waiting, gathering his thoughts, figuring out what he needs to do.
He does have the time, as this board from dpay does look rather weak. Leona survives, and actually scope weapons Leona is kind of a really nice tech, and it's going to send dpay out in 8th. dpay is still one of the players who is largely in contention for those LCQ spots. He still is, but an 8th is going to really put a hurt on that potential.
Setsuko didn't slam a single item. He relied on this 1-star Leona with the scoped weapons, taking out dpay's solo frontline while his Aatrox tanks for years up front instead. Jhin angle has been found. At least the Riftwalkers are there. He's got the 3 Renegade because he's playing the Leona as well, and he has 80 items. So this is a potential spot for Setsuko to play, a potential line available that Setsuko can start to follow, that he can commit to, because he doesn't have enough gold to fully play flexibly.
A small champion duplicator, but it's not really going to be very valuable at all. There's going to be a pair of Syndras. He could angle a lot of different items right now, but there's so many gloves. Surely a TG gets slammed, a pair of Jins. This roll down needs to hit some big things, and there's going to be a Belveth pair. Aurelion Soul comes through. Jhin pair. What's he going to sell? What's he going to find?
Wow, sells out of Viego.
Belveth too.
Not looking for more in the Renegade line, actually selling out of the Renegade, selling out of the Riftwalkers, finding the Belveth 2, finding the Echo 2 as well, and just going to play the Janna, looking for these threats, looking for the power from there, and then going to put the TG on the Leona, utilizing the scoped weapons. She's going to try and snipe down the frontliners in these fights.
Man, there's so many items being placed. He still has items on the bench as well. Oh, cast onto the Camille. Can the Camille actually go down with it? It does.
Oh, that is massive for Setsuko, and it makes it so replay takes so much damage in that fight.
Replay taking a huge hit. Jukyu as well, down in 7th. Malala and Setsuko are neck and neck, 36 HP apiece, fighting for every single placement point possible. The lobby HP is so close between all of them, and this is the hacker Ezreal.
Way. Roby the Prophet. What did he say in his interview yesterday? The thing he wanted to play that he was excited. He was like, this is a comp.
It was hacker Ezreal.
It was hacker Ezreal, and Jukyu, the most flexible player in our tournament, is the one who actually finds the angle for it, goes down that line, and he runs into Roby straight away. It's poetic, as we've got that Ezreal into the back line, taking out Jhin straight away. Man. Doesn't quite turn to the Sona, but Roby in a lot of trouble if this Ezreal turns towards the Lulu before the Lulu turns first. Lulu not there, neither carry taking out the other yet, but now the Ezreal onto the Lulu, gonna take her down. Roby gonna lose this one. Jukyu continuing to stay alive here, 21 HP.
Jukyu staying alive. Replay falling dangerously low now. Kindle Gem, the player leading, albeit not by that much at all. Roby takes a loss to the hacker Ezreal, the thing he spoke into existence, but is rolling for all of these 3 stars and not finding a single one of them. One away from Pyke, one away from Sona, and just does not hit.
Yeah, he was so close, but he doesn't get there. And both of these are massive upgrades, right? That Pyke, 3 items on it. 3-starring, that would be huge for this front line. Sona, of course, a very powerful unit, and he can continue to itemize it on this next carousel and the next PvE round, but going up against Kindle Gem, that is a Jin 2. Going to be doing a lot of damage. The Lulu not being able to solo carry anymore, doesn't have the front line to do so, as this Pike is getting some big stuns, but not onto the priority targets. And Aatrox with that Dragon's Claw, not going to be taken down by the Lulu. Roby going to lose another round going to Carousel.
Man.
Maybe he can find a Sona or a Pike on it.
Finding one of those would be huge. Finding the other with just natural rolls would be absolutely massive. But this Camille has been so dominant this game. Might it get taken out? The LeBlanc casting on each other. But it is just going to be the one with the Zephyr taking the win there.
Sona.
We get a Carousel. There is a Sona.
Roby has the option. If it stays up, Ripple going to take the Gunblade. Jukyu, Archangels, replay takes that away from Roby. Still a good item. The Zeeks, of course. Allow those aura items to buff up the carries instead. Setsuko just grabs a Hodge.
There is so much on the line, Casa, in these next few fights. 19 HP Roby, currently in 4th. Jukyu at 11 HP, just an 8 HP differential. And now Roby might find none of those upgrades. Does play the Syndra for 6 heart. Riftwalker not really making that big of a deal, but he's considering the 2 mascot in the extra frontline be what he needs, because again, this Pike at 3 has not come through quite yet. Oh, Cells.
Big pivot. Getting completely out, go back down to 4 heart. Play the Spell Slingers, get the Syndra in.
Had one more roll potentially, but decided too late about what angle he wanted to go.
There's against replay, sends the Camille into the back line, but Pike is there to support. Will Lulu turn in time? She does. Gonna be firing away at the Camille. This is massive. One more cast from Lulu, but no, Camille gets the cast instead. Stays alive, and Roby gonna take another big hit as this Camille gets to run through and clean up his board. Ripple Overdrive going out in 7th. Roby holds on to at least a 6th here and still has some outs if he hits these 3 stars. But Setsuko and Malala, the big story of this, both in the top 3. Setsuko, though, on a 5-win streak, while Malala did just lose his last round. Roby finds both.
What? He finds both. Oh, that might be exactly what he needed. 4 lost streak might be snapped right now. Does find just a Rammus to go in over the Janna. A little bit more time in the front line, but the Pike supporting the Lulu, as we saw in that last fight, didn't quite work out, but it's going to be absolutely massive. Roby getting every single placement possible could be steering him closer and closer to that LCQ. But the hacker Ezreal, now more hackers going into his backline.
Yeah, hackers once again. The Pike also going on to the Lulu. Will his own Pike come back to support? It's got the cast in a second, and it does not. Lulu starts to turn, but goes down to Ezreal, and Roby gonna fall. The Jukyu here in 6th place. That severely hurts his chances of an LCQ spot, since he was at the bottom of the table with 13 points going into this game. He did outplace dpay and Ripple, so at least there's a shot to start pulling this back with a great placement in game 6. But the main storyline for us to look at here, Malala, Setsuko. Malala lost once again. Setsuko has a brilliant board. He's at level 8. He's got a lot of gold, pushing towards 9, and he's on a 6 win.
So Setsuko needs to just place higher than Malala. He's currently slightly in the lead, but getting several placements above Malala would mean he has a lot more room for potential error in game 6. Setsuko is really gunning for every single placement way possible. He's setting himself up to go level 9, cap out his board like he is so good at doing, and win the lobby. Malala is on a 2-lose streak right now, might be going out as we've reached stage 6. The damage there, if he loses a fight, is probably going to be lethal.
Yeah, and Malala found some decent Mordekaiser items. Now with the Giant Slayer, that's a big pickup, that percent damage. We actually talked about that yesterday and how good it is on Mordekaiser to pick that up. It's alongside an Infinity Edge and a Cute Cone, trying to get just as much AP as he can and get that crit on the ability. Here's the fight. It's a big upgrade to find that item. Zephyr on to just a Vex. Wow. Not going to grab too much. Jin's 2nd row, and he might get clipped by this building. He does, but that is going to be the Mordekaiser down, but the Warwick does smell blood. He's tearing through Kindle Gem's board. Aatrox's not going to be able to hold on forever. Too many drones. Malala holding on a little bit longer, dropping Kindle Gem pretty low as replay falls out in 5th. Still a good enough placement to hold on to a top 2 spot.
Yeah. Replay might have had 1-on-1 lag, but it looks like 1-on-1 lag. Still fine though, still in the top 2. But setsuko is running away with this game. Look at all these items that came through with the cash out. He's itemized so many carries. He had to throw AD items onto the Morgana with the Runance and a Last Whisper. It's not going to be that much value, but it's still going to be providing a little bit more damage. And every single bit at this point counts as he runs into Kindle Gem.
Yeah, Runan's poor man Static Shiv giving still that shred on the little bolt, but it's not going to be quite as good. However, that board is so strong, and the 2-starred Leona going to be pumping out a lot of damage, trying to clear those frontline units away, make room for the Belveth, make room for the Aurelian Soul. But that Jhin sniping down, Kindle Gem going to crush the streak. However, setsuko still has all this gold. He's still looking for 9.
Malala takes it another loss. It was only to 1 unit, just the hacker Ezreal, so he hangs on 1 HP and a dream. setsuko, finally, gods can bleed. There's not much more he can do to upgrade the board. He has gone level 9, running 4 Aegis, running a Fiddle 1. That CC might be exactly what he needs. Morgana no longer on the board. Setsuko versus Malala. This is the matchup that counts for so much.
Yeah, he can send Malala down in 4th here while he still aims for a 1st. That would give him such a big gap on AVP. However, he has to play around this Mordekaiser. Here comes the boom, taking out so many units. The Warwick still up, but so are many carries for setsuko. The Belveth takes out the Warwick, takes out the last unit. Malala's down. setsuko stays alive. setsuko pushing for 1st place, playing against Jukyu. He did send Malala out in 4th.
Yeah.
Bunch of tomes on the carousel. See what they can do with this, but setsuko outplacing Malala and doing it by multiple placements here.
Yeah, if setsuko gets 1st, that 3 placement gap is going to make setsuko super comfortable. But jukyu once again has found his way into the top 3, has done it all today. What an absolute clinic, and doing it with a hacker Ezreal. We might be talking to Jukyu at the end of the day. Get him $10,000 and sending him to Worlds. Jukyu is just on fire.
Yeah, he is catching up to replay after these last 2 games. Jukyu keeping that consistency in the top 4. Replay, even with all those firsts, started to falter in these last 2 games. But Jukyu not going to hacker in the Ezreal, keeps it in the back row. The hook going to be played around by setsuko. Big stun from Pyke. But where comes the damage? The Aurelian Soul raining doom onto Jukyu. There's one more cast from the Leona, not on a good target, but the Belveth has made it onto the back line. He gets taken down by the Ezreal, but there's too many units. There's too much fighting back. Ezreal's doing his best. He's clearing so much away. He's holding on for so long, but not long enough. And setsuko trying to clinch that AVP. He's got 1st to Malala's 4th, and that puts him in such a strong position. Our tournament favorite still looking primed to go to Worlds.
Looking really good for setsuko so far, and I'm honestly kind of wondering now whether or not we're gonna see a little bit of a race for 2nd place now. Replay taking a little bit of another stumble with another bottom 4, and I feel like that might just make things look a little bit funky heading into our 6th and final game. But this one definitely delivered as well. I mean, when I take a look at just kind of across the board how many people were going for Pyke, Crowan, do you feel like that contesting played a role at all in the overall placement for these players for this game?
Yeah, I think a couple pivoted out. There was a Pyke being run with just a Lulu reroll as well, so that made it easier for players rocking Jhin to hit. But also players are just going to be leaning into other lines, like Belveth. The popularity has risen up so much, and we've seen the power of her, especially with, I think, some augments like scope weapons came through, just allowing her some more utility in where she's able to be positioned. So we didn't actually see that kind of come into play as much with all that Jhin contestation. So yeah, wasn't that big of a deal at the end of the day.
All right. I love being able to see that that's not something that like players are, of course, messing up each other's game plans. Maybe we would have liked to see that for Malala versus Setsuko. Maybe a little bit of sabotage going on between the two of them. But let's take a look at the overall scoreboard, because this is 5 games completed and we only have 1 more left to go. Looks like Jukyu is going to go ahead and leapfrog over replay to be able to take that first place spot. But with another bot 4 here, Casanova, might be Setsuko sneaking in.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible, right? He's still within reach. If replay does have a very bad game 6 here, Setsuko can certainly surpass and make him into that top 2. Now, of course, replay is in a position where I do believe he would still qualify via AVP. Both Jukyu and he do have such fantastic AVP across the event that they should be pretty safe. But Setsuko fighting for that. He's got a lead over Malala, but it is surmountable. Malala can still do it with Setsuko taking a bad game, and we've seen a couple rough games from Setsuko across this tournament, a couple low rolls. We know it can happen.
For sure. And I think that for Malala, especially, one of those players is really hoping that replay stays up there and really is only going to have to fight against somebody like Setsuko for that average placement. But Chrome, we still have those 2 last chance qualifier spots on the line for our Western region, and that's looking like a tight race too.
Yeah, I think actually, don't quote me on this, but I think everyone is still in contention for that. Because assuming like jukyu and replay are 1-2, Setsuko gets in on AVP, that leaves 2 slots for LCQ. Kindle Gem has separated himself from the rest of the pack, being 4 points away with 22-18. But then there's only a 2-point gap between the rest of them. So this final game still matters for every single player, and that's so insane to say.
It's been so crazy close for all of our players today. And what more would you have expected with putting 8 of the best players from North American TFT in one lobby together, all with very different play styles and how they approach the game. But Casanova and Crowan, unfortunately, we're going to have to say goodbye for now. So I'd love to get some final thoughts from the 2 of you before we give you your send-off.
It was a blast. It was fun. I can't wait to watch the final game. I just want to see who we are sending to the championship. I want to see who I'm seeing at the LCQ. Try and get some more spots for NA because, as Dan said at the start of the tournament, this is the best region for TFT right here. And these games have shown it to me. They've been some fantastic games. And there isn't a better crew I could be doing this with. So thanks, Crowan. Thanks, Necra. Thanks to the production team. This has been an absolute blast. And I can't wait for us to close it out.
Yeah, it's been so much fun with being on the desk with you both and hearing Frodan and Admirable as well as they get to bring it home. But man, there's so much. Always love to get a chance to do these high stakes tournaments. There's so much on the line as players pour their heart and soul over the past few months, past few years, even if they've been here since the beginning. Maybe a player like Setsuko as well in such a good spot. It's just so rewarding to see when those storylines come through, all the hard work paying off. I'm right there with Cass. I just want to see who we are sending to Worlds, who we're sending to LCQ, because NA is looking damn strong right now, and there couldn't be more deserving players sent to the championship.
Amen.
Could not agree more. Could not agree more. Thank you both so much for taking us through the action that you covered for the Monsters Attack NA Regional Finals. We hope that you both enjoy the show that is about to be ahead of us as game number 6 is on the horizon with 3 spots for the Monsters Attack Championships on the line and 2 for the Last Chance Qualifier. It all comes down to this final game, so you're not going to want to miss it. One final game stands between our top 8 players here at the Monsters Attack NA Regional Championships, and to see who will make it towards the Monsters Attack Championships as the NA representatives. Agent Iverson has already qualified to be able to represent North America, and we've got some exciting news. We've got one more player joining him, and that is Jukyu. Congratulations to Jukyu for becoming our second North American representative. Admirable, Jukyu has absolutely earned this.
It's just been an insane tournament run so far. The average placement for Jukyu is higher than 3 at this point. Like my gosh, like the fact that your lowest fin, you're like third, you're like, God darn it, that's worse than I'm expecting, kind of. Like, that is a ridiculous performance, this one. Mathematically, there's no way that he could either lose the average placement spot, and in order for him to fall out of the top 2, it would need to be just an enormous set of differences to make it happen. So I'm just not even going to consider at this point. Just fantastic performance, killer the entire way through. It's one of the most deserved ones I've seen in this particular tournament.
I mean, while we have Wei Iverson and Jukyu confirmed to represent North America at the Monsters Attack Championships, we still have 2 more spots on the line. It's going to be that second place. Replay's looking really good in that position, Dan, but we're also fighting for average placement as our 3rd spot on the line.
Wait, why don't I get to react to Jukyu getting into the World Championship spot? It's just this ass Admiral guy, but I want to talk about this guy for a second.
You want to talk him up? You can gas him up? You can gas him up? Gas Jukyu up.
Yes, I will. Yes, I will. I think too many times in TFT, we only look at names that we recognize and not look at the next coming wave of players who are also really strong in their own right. Looking at Jukyu, he reminds me so much of Ram Kevin, the way he's kind of approaching it. He's playing everything. He's even hackering Ezreal. Unusual tech. What more do you want? I have to end because we're going into game.
You keep going.
Hacker Ezreal, Hacker Warwick, you can still talk Jukyu's praises as much as you want as we enter into this final game for day number 3 here at the Monsters Attack NA Regional Finals. There's a lot on the line here for all of our players.
Oh yeah, we got to talk about this one as well. I want you to continue the Jukyu rant. We're going to get to that in a second here, but this is another developing story in this one, is average placement that's taken place. Malala and Setsuko are the 2 who are really battling for this right now. Setsuko sits at 3.71. Malala sits at 3.94. So this is another slot available for the Set Championships. Dan, it's been a crazy run so far here today, but there's still one last game that can help decide this.
Yeah, this difference between Malala and Setsuko is a 4-point gap as far as I know right now. So Setsuko, if he gets top 4, that World Championship spot is his. Now, Malala, on the other hand, can he find a way to make that big gap and perhaps rewrite what's currently being imprinted onto TFT history, as Setsuko would join many worthy people to also represent North America in the North American in the global championships. But the thing about Setsuko that many people say is that he is not only like a great player, that can go to the world championship, but he's also a person that almost should be a world champion because of his mystique as a strong ladder player. Since set 4 has held rank 1 longer than any person in time. If you actually just count up the number of days, it's actually months that Setsuko has held rank 1, which is by far and away the most impressive. The only person that can hold up to him is Dishsoap, but Dishsoap started in set 6, so Setsuko's had multiple sets where he's held rank 1 for months longer than anybody else, and it wouldn't be surprised me if by the end of it, Setsuko will have years of holding global rank 1.
Honestly, that's kind of what the narrative that's in my head too is. When is he going to stop being a conqueror and start being the king? It's just been so long that we have seen him put up dominant performances over and over again. It just hasn't shined through in tournaments. Now in tournaments, you have a much smaller sample size to work with. You're going to have bad days. You're going to have things not go your way. But I feel like those days are coming to an end at this point. I feel like the performances from Setsuko in this particular set have just been monstrous. And it just feels like the time has come. And I'm curious now at this point, like, how long it's going to take for him to actually secure a world championship title. That's really the first question I have about this. But that's got to be the spot secured first. So that's the first thing to look out for. But you're absolutely right on this. Talk about deserved players. It's hard to name another one that's up on the running besides Setsuko. But now, I want you to continue the Jukyu rant. I want to know more about what you're telling me here.
Well, the thing about Jukyu is that his preparation is quite meticulous. Between games, you watched his stream, you would see how much thought he puts into a lot of things. He has an entire spreadsheet similar to Dish Soap, right? Mapping out all the lines, but he's willing to play a lot of those obscure things. And I feel like the reason why I dropped in the name Ramkev, because in set 4, we just really didn't understand how versatile Ramkev was as a player because we didn't really know much about him. And I just don't want the moment to pass us by because we just recognize that Jukyu has had some pretty fortunate moments, right? Some of his spots were very lucky and high roll, but at the same time, he's done some unconventional things and also played some standard things and also done his own variation inspired takes. I really am impressed. It is not an accident to average better than the 3.0 over the course of a weekend, and Jukyu has been mightily impressive. That's it.
My gosh. Yeah, that's it. Just all of these incredible things to say about a player in this one spot. That's it. Going to the World Championships. Congratulations, Jukyu. There's really no way to undersell that at this point. There's just other things to focus on. And Malala, this is the player we're talking about in contention for that average placement spot. Now, it does feel like some incredible things have to happen. It's not necessarily the stars aligning, but we're talking, it feels like that it's close, but that he's behind by a lap at this point, because there's only one game left to go with from Malala's point of view. In terms of finding that average placement spot. You said it 4 places behind. That's really the thing I feel like you have to stay up to date with as this continues to go along. You talk about more dominant performances throughout the tournament, though. I mean, your next focus has to be on replay at this point.
My focus will get to replay. I want to actually just focus a little bit about what the dynamics of the lobby is. We're almost just completely ignoring the game, just talking about the tournament. I think at this point, one thing you want to analyze is that Jukyu, well, first of all, we have another hero augment. That means 5 out of 6 lobbies today. We start off with 2-1 hero augment. The second is that Jukyu, Malala, and Setsuko all took Annie Burning Spirit, which means there's going to be some people contesting similar lines, and we'll see if that forces anybody to improvise or they're going to stay the course. Specifically, Malala and Setsuko are both playing the line. Same thing with Annie and the Gadget teams early with AP lean. So let's wait and see what happens there. As you take a look also, and you saw that there's Vitality Ox, which is a pretty unusual take. Most people don't like that, but that also is another possible way you can go into Ox for Spellslingers.
Yeah, 2s across the board as we head into a 2-item carousel. And I'm seeing not a ton of slams across the board. A lot of players holding and seeing if they can get something better out of this. And frankly, I feel like that could be the play here because there's a ton of these items that could go way different ways depending on how your composition ends up playing out. We've started to see that Jeweled Gauntlet has really come to the forefront of a lot of players in the slams on this one, which was kind of surprising, I thought, for a while in just this set in general. You know, Jeweled Gauntlet has been such a powerful augment to be able to take. If you slam... Jeweled Lotus has been such a powerful augment to take. If you slam a Jeweled Gauntlet, suddenly Jeweled Lotus is looking a lot worse under those conditions. So I think that being a little bit more conservative with your items and finding the key ones early on can be a big success point of this. For replay, Deathblade into Guardbreaker, this feels like something that he has consistently done throughout the course of the tournament as well. Focus on AD lines, and in particular, death played as a start.
Yeah, just really leaning into AD. Right now, it looks like he's just going to go into the vertical duelist, which makes sense. I highly advise against going into AP tree because 4 people look like they're going straight into it with the possibility of other people picking up AP champions along the way. On the other side, Kindo Gem, a player that is, again, kind of flying under the radar. He's playing for the LCQ spots just to lock it up. And Kindo Gem does have the Spirit of the Exile laser core start. If he's able to get off to a streak, it'd be good, but it looks like replay won't be denied. And right now, a little bit awkward. No one's at 100 HP. Everyone's just kind of trading blows here. No one pulling away from the lobby except for Ripple Overdrive in the opposite direction.
Yeah, that's always a big thing to keep a focus on too, is that so far in our lobbies, not only have we had these early hero augments, we've also had early win streaks. We've had 2 players on win streaks at times coming into this last one. Ripple Overdrive's looking for the loss streak, trying to take a soft loss in this last round, but nobody has that sort of big finish to this one. And honestly, I have to think that this is very valuable for players who are going to have those mid games where, you know, you're kind of towing the line or you're fighting very aggressively for that. The fact that no one's way far ahead means it's still anyone's game.
All right, well, let's take a look at what robovan Kenobi is up to with Rising Spellforce blue buff. Ezreal does have 2 Renekton 2s, so it's not like he's conserving. Oh, he's actually so close to Renekton 3. It's a good call out, and he might just play Renekton as a 3-star unit to pair with that Vi as a brawler frontline. We'll see. robovan again. We just saw. I told you how he loves to fuse ideas of lines. So last game we saw him go Lulu with Riftwalkers. Very unusual of a take. Was not able to actually get at top finish that he was hoping to secure. But we'll see. Maybe he's at Renekton 3 and jumps out to a strong mid game lead.
Yeah. I'm talking about Kindle Gym and things up for grabs right now. The big ones are obviously the qualifications you can grab for this one. We have the world slots that are up for grabs, but then there's the LCQ slots as well. That's still another way to find yourself in a set championship. So you still have stuff to fight for just in that regard. A lot of gold coming on the bench. But there's also the prize pool that's up for grabs in this one, so that last little bit of incentive. Players are thinking about the prize pool, but that's in the way back of their minds right now. They're trying to figure out how to make their way to an LCQ spot. And for Kindle Gem, sitting in 4th place right now, this is the front runner to find one of those LCQ spots.
All right, well, Kindle Gem does have Deathblade. It is a little bit awkward if he wants to go into the Laser Core tree, though, because you don't really scale that much off of attack damage. The only unit that primarily wants it is Warwick, unless you're carrying Ashe. In this case, not really doing so. Looking for anything that gives attack speed and health. There's 3 options that do so. On ability cast, admin gains permanent health is the thing that appeals to me the most. I wonder if Kindle Gem instead wants attack speed, though, or is it secret option 3 here and go for the ability power? That'd be quite surprising to me.
Yeah, looks like none of them in the immediate. Let's take the laser for now. Get some more damage in play. So for Kindle Gem, I feel like this is going to have to shore up a bit of this board on 3-2 here. Nothing except for the Vayne is 2-starred. Maybe you're missing some front line. Maybe you don't have to roll that aggressively. Maybe just find some stuff and go with it. Augments are coming up and around here. This is looking like a big deal.
Yeah, Ripple Overdrive aiming to play Unrelenting Force. He might actually go for Unrelenting Force Quick Draw, which is a build that we saw a patch and a half ago back in the Kaisa dominated period. You basically just played any front line you could get. It didn't have to be Rel. We'll see. Ripple is playing for that big LCQ spot. Taking a look at the augments. First Aid Kit, Knife's Edge, and Ancient Archives takes the tome. And if Jukyu can hit this Laser Core emblem, that would be massive. Now, he does have 6 traits active, meaning that he's only going to get 1 trait tailored out of 4. But he could put something in here at 6 to improve his odds. He doesn't. He only plays another Renekton 1, so which... Or this is Kindle Gem, apologize. So this actually begs the question, when will Kindle Gem rip this tome? And if so, if Kindle Gem doesn't hit the Laser Core, what's his backup plan? Yeah,
that's a really good question here. I mean, the tome, I think, is clearly the best take. I don't think that you're finding a better one off of the options you were given there. And the spike on this is massive. But what are your misses? And what do you do with them? And I think that's a really tough question to answer right now. If you don't think you need it right now, don't worry about it. You effectively have Exiles in play thanks to the Yasuo augment here. So just, I'm sorry, you have the extra attack speed because of the Yasuo augment here, so just, fight to kill as much as you can, and then figure it out. Maybe items can dictate a little bit of this, but robovan hit an Axiom arc to go along with this, and it's just a natural, it feels like it wasn't a natural Renekton 3, but, all the gold got spent here. Robovan's playing for massive win streak and to run away with it.
Hold the phone. Axiom Mark changes the equation a lot. Now Robovan has a possible way to assemble Exodia. Might he even feel inspired by jukyu using the Coleman tech of hackering in Ezreal to the back line and capitalizing off the quick draw interaction of immediately sniping a melee unit, or at least a unit within melee range, and then double casting? That'd be a really powerful way for Robovan to get back in. Remember, he needs to play for the LQQ spot. He needs to maximize his odds by going first and hope that everyone above him is struggling to get any points.
Gonna look at the augments around as well. I'm really fascinated by Ripple Overdrive taking the underground augment here. This is just straight up playing for first at this point. You're trying to just get an absolute miracle to have happen thanks to this underground, and just have a blowout for the rest of the lobby at that point. And frankly, I don't blame him at this point. You have one game left to go. Go out on a banger. There's no reason to let this one go.
dpay has Jeweled Lotus, which is really strong. We just got word that setsuko also has hit Jeweled Lotus after hitting Burning Spirit, which is such a lethal combo. Setsuko is set up in such a good spot. 96 HP and streaking. Is there any hope for Malala? Malala has JG and Shojin Slam. Malala picks Phony Frontline too. Malala looks like he's going to have to settle for a potential LCQ spot, but that's assuming he can even get into the zone where he can contend for that points wise.
This is a lethal lobby, I'll tell you what. Some of the players are just absolutely just shooting for the stars. So I think a couple of them are probably aimed for the bottom at this point. If every single one of them hits, I mean, I'm just not even going to know what to think of a situation like that. But for the rest of them, this is looking like it's going to be a grueling fight. Oh my gosh, Setsuko found a twisted fate as well. I'm very worried for the rest of the lobby at this point. I am not going to lie.
dpay trying to see if he can use 4 underground. dpay's story has just been a day of struggle. He went 2nd and then 8th, 7th, 4th, 8th. It's just been terrible outside that very first game for dpay. Can he use this underground cash out to reverse the tides and potentially match the power level of the rest of the lobby? Going against Setsuko has 3 AM Twisted Fate. It's time to duel indeed. And how many units can dpay kill before he falls? And it's going to be a good amount of them. My goodness, that is a great loss if I ever seen. Wow! He actually wins? I'm not sure if dpay wanted to do that, actually. I think dpay needed to lose that in order to keep ramping up his stacks while the damage is still low.
Wait a second. I saw 6 underground in there.
Someone has 6 underground.
I saw 6 underground somewhere.
Okay. Well, we'll come across that if we end up seeing it, but I only see 4 in front of me, Nathan. Do you see 6 underground right now?
Right here, I don't see 6 underground.
Yeah. How many Ezreals do you see? Do you see 2?
Yeah, I see 1 Ezreal. I mean, I see 2-star Ezreal, but...
All right, well, great. Looks like everything is working as intended. Yeah. You know what's not working? The lose streak for dpay is... He was at an awkward 8 out of 10. But you know what? You can make up for it by winning twice in a row. He's going up against robovan, who has the other 2-star Ezreal. That Axiom mark is going to come up huge. And this Renekton, by the way, is also unkillable. So dpay goes right back to potentially losing right after we just got to a spot where he snapped his lose streak, which is disaster zone for dpay.
Yeah, that is a tremendous loss of gold in that instance. And you're right. I think a back-to-back win there would have been a bit of saving grace. So just once again, it's kind of how you spelled it out too. It's just been a day of struggle for dpay. It felt like none of his circumstances have really worked out in his favor. It's all just been kind of coasting by and seeing what can happen.
Oh, continue that heist. Continue that heist. Speaking of which, by the way, Nathan, your eyes are not fooling you. Ripple Overdrive has 6 underground currently in. He's at level 7, 12 gold. And I need to see what is going on with Ripple Overdrive. If he has 6 underground, I have yet to see 6 underground be successful in a North American tournament, but nothing like today. Let's see if Ripple can get that cash out, that huge cash out, but that also means that these players in the lose streak position have a good amount of opportunity to push all the way back to the top. So no one should feel safe in their spot currently, especially not a player that's caught in the middle like Malala. If anything, this looks like unless Malala hits, which he does, that's a Teamfight 2.
That is massive for right now. Has a Nico also to back this up. Is getting a great front line put together here. That's 4 Ox Force that gets found. This is a great front line. These are great items and a ton to work with in this spot. My gosh. I feel like Malala is going to have a great time for the next couple of rounds.
Up against dpay, who's a free win essentially to anybody that has a reasonably strong board, still playing 4 underground with Kale 1 and Sona 1 in the bag. Here comes the duel. Frontline is gone, and so Malala gets a really easy victory. dpay takes a massive loss. Kind of going back to what we were saying before, which is how dpay wanted to line up the cash out. He is 6 out of 10 though, so I guess he can still make that work. In the meantime, robovan also working and getting a big win. He's now streaking. Ripple Overdrive. Did he cash out? We're out of Prismatic.
I knew it. I don't know how I knew it, but I knew that someone was waiting to pull this lever for game 6.
I feel like Malala might have to do something pretty risky here. Either has to pick Cursed Crown or reroll, and I feel like like going for Cursed Crown is a little bit too intense. He goes for Celestial Blessing 3. Celestial Blessing 3 is okay, it's solid. I'm thinking about situations that Malala has to play for to outplay setsuko. That's what I'm thinking about. This feels a very safe pick to me. That does not seem like a pick that's going to try to go to outplay setsuko. Malala says, maybe I'm just going to try to go for my LCQ spot.
Wow, Setsuko is think fast, by the way.
Okay, thought pretty fast. He 2-starred his entire board. He didn't get the Nico in, but setsuko is going for the secure placement. Actually, the more I think about it, the more this is a really important moment. He hit Twisted Fate 2. He has Nico 2 on the bench. He has Viego 2. Setsuko is trying to lock in his spot, because remember, if he goes top 4, then he is guaranteed to the global championship. The APM beast from the east has arrived, and I think Setsuko has locked in his chances as much as he can. He is the overwhelming favorite right now to take that final spot for the global championship.
I mean, it's not even looking like it's close at this point. At this point, it would have to be like a disaster. Ripple Overdrive.
Oh my god!
This is just a treasure trove in front of him. He just leveled to 8 and has 100 gold.
He's 100 gold. He still needs to transition his board. How much time do he have? 15 seconds. Finds Aurelion Soul 2. Samira 2 is good. So now we have some damage. Now we want to make sure to secure our front line, because it's just a pair of Vi 2s. Ripple has 5 seconds left with 70 gold. There's no way he rolls in time. Get something in.
Yeah, noticed it right at the end. Tried to glance at just what was going to be the strongest board on here, but oh my goodness.
The hook potential? Does not go for it. Instead goes for Death Defiance. The cash out battle. dpay versus Overdrive. Underground Bandits versus each other. Who is able to survive and play for that LCQ spot?
This is a ton of damage that came through. A ton of CC that came through. Ripple Overdrive is not doing a great job of clearing out this board. Damn, that's a heavy hit that Ripple Overdrive is taking right now.
4 unit lost, and Ripple barely survives on his last HP. Can Ripple find a way to do it? Maximum gold cash out is a double-edged sword. Yes, you can roll, but you don't have the items to power up your board. I think Ripple might have to take his last final 8th placements. A player who has gone 8th place only twice, all set long across all tournaments, has now uncharacteristically tripled that over the course of this regionals weekend if he goes 8th place here.
Gosh, there's still a ton of resources for Ripple left to work with, but they have to get this done quick. We're looking at a timer of 1 round to make something happen here, and you cannot lose another round. If you lose another round, that's it. So turbo up to 9 now. You're way ahead in terms of levels at this point, but you now have to get way ahead in terms of units. That's the thing that's really missing here, is how to piece that together. You know, this looks like a ton of stuff in play, but this is multiple Vi's in play thanks to a Woodland Charm. This is, you know, a bunch of Brawlers in play at this point. You need more powerful stuff than that. And now at this point, because you've leveled, you are a bit short on resources. So you have to make the most of this. Ton getting sold here. Teleport coming in. Ooh, just barely gets it in at the end. So what can you make of this?
I don't think his board's that strong right now. It's all on Asol. Does end up hitting a death cap, so he's going to hope that Aurelion Soul can delete the back line. Jukyu does have 1-star carries. Actually, a low-key miracle that Jukyu is streaking with this board. Everything is 1-star. So it just has to be some good matchmaking for Jukyu, but his items are pretty good, and he has Lucky Glove, so he's hitting some pretty strong combinations onto his units. Jukyu more than happy to trade his HP as he's ready to go to level 8. So an easy win there. dpay takes a loss. Malala takes another loss.
Oh my.
It's almost a certainty that setsuko will be grabbing the 3rd and final spot for the Monsters Attack Global Championship in just a couple of weeks.
This is just not at all what Malala needed to happen. First of all, Setsuko's in the first place spot for HP. That's the worst thing Malala could have seen. And then on top of that, you're on the chopping block for getting knocked out in the bottom 4. You needed none of these circumstances to happen to find it there, but you can still battle for an LCQ spot, and that's exactly what Malala's going to have to do. Get as many placements as you can and try to pad your score as much as you can.
Aaron's still at 1-star, getting the Shroud on the right side of the board, which is not particularly impactful. Here comes the first set of meteors, and it does land onto units like that Twisted Fate. The faster we can pick it off with the Aurelion Soul, the better. Mecha Justice able to continue to chain stun. Malala does not look very strong. Can't deal with the Garen. Only a 2-item Malala. And he doesn't even have any shred outside of that Ionic Spark. So if it falls, he's running out of ways to deal with the front line. And Malala might take a critical loss here. As he takes yet another L, is Malala not only going to not be able to challenge Setsuko, but will he take an 8th place?
This could be a disaster. Malala's lacking scaling. Malala's lacking items. Malala is lacking a prismatic augment that's boosting you ahead of everybody else. Everything felt like it was going okay, and then suddenly everything felt like it was going wrong. You look over at Jukyu's side, you mentioned that it looked like it was pretty crazy that Jukyu was on a win streak here, and frankly, I don't really disagree with you on that. This is a 1-star backline. This is a Spellslinger Oxforce Aatrox 1-star as holding down some of your front line. Like, what is going on with this board? This is looking wacky.
I mean, it just looks like a really highly contested Oxforce Spellslinger lobby here at this point. Most people have committed to this. We're seeing big roll downs come from everybody. Kindle Gem took not 1, not 2, but 3 Tome of Traits. Just need to find a stabilization point if you can get that 6 laser core online. Looks like he picked Duelist Emblem, Admin Emblem, and the laser core. Let's see if that's enough, because we did see that on-cast admin attack speed might pay off huge dividends for Kindle Gem. Now we're taking a look at the matchup. Kindle Gem is going up against Jukyu, who did roll down. Will his Identity Crisis Aatrox be able to hold off against the Identity Crisis Belveth? It's a battle between the threats wearing multiple hats. Who's going to be able to get the edge? Can Jukyu get the crucial victory here?
It's a bunch of big 2-stars for Jukyu, but a bunch of big 2-stars, frankly, across the board. This Belveth is just got one of the weirdest outlooks I've ever seen in my life. Jukyu walks away with a critical win in that one. Malala now hanging on for dear life, but it's not going to be enough. Robovan Kenobi with just a wacky looking Renekton, whatever that board is happening over on that side, knocks out Malala in 8th place. The worst outcome that could have happened to Malala in this game.
And with that, please join me in congratulating Setsuko, the 5-2 Polish powerhouse, the beast from the East, will be joining us for the Monsters Attack Global Championships. A spot that has been long overdue, but a deserved earned spot indeed. Setsuko has done it and outplaced Malala, his biggest rival, for the strongest AVP over the course of this weekend. And a job well done, taking his victory lap. Maybe, just maybe, Setsuko can even go first. And perhaps, if replay takes a bad enough loss, maybe he can find his way into the top 2 of the standings.
It's just been, I mean, long overdue even sounds like an understatement to me, to be quite honest with you. Caleb Jim going down to 1 HP here. Setsuko has just been one of the most dominant players in the North American region for about as long as I can remember. Just how has it taken this long? That's really the big question that has been in the head for me. Ripple Overdrive going to go out in 7th place. Been a great tournament performance from him so far. This top 8 has been absolutely brutal. Just what a tournament from Setsuko. This is the kind of dominant performance, honestly, that you almost expect to see in tournament situations like this. But that's not all. that's in this one. We have our World Championship places, I'm pretty sure, secured at this point. I'm going to check with admins and make sure that that's the case that's coming into it. We still have LCQ spots up for grabs. We still have prize pool up for grabs. We still have a lobby yet here to finish on this one. Setsuko sitting in a nice life total at number 1. Kindle Gem on the chopping block for the next one. Replay, though, still battling for a strong performance here.
Replay trying to go for potentially the tournament win if he can outplace Jukyu by +2. I believe he does have that tiebreaker due to the number of first places. Seeing if this duelist can be good enough. Gets a pretty good win. Kindle Gem going out here in 6th. Puts him in jeopardy, and all of a sudden, the doors have potentially opened a little bit, but I think that's 6th place because Ripple and Malala were the only 2 people behind Kindle Gem. That should be good to put Kindle Gem as the most likely player to make LCQ. Who could potentially join him? A job well done, Paisanos, for a good weekend. Let's see who else can play for that spot.
A lot of key items on this carousel right now. These are the carousels I always love to see in Stage 5, too. Just a bunch of utility items there for grabs. Just continues to open up doors for players and opportunities, closing up spots where they have weaknesses. We're getting a glimpse over at dpay's board. For dpay, like you said, it's felt like a struggle this whole day so far. None of his opportunities have felt like they've been coming to fruition in spots where he needs them to come to fruition in this one. He's finally finding himself in a spot with this one. I'd have to say that he needs to walk away with a first place finish in this one to be finding himself an LCQ spot. But let me tell you what, dpay's board does not look like it's weak by any means.
That's not true, actually. dpay just has to outplace Malala and Ripple Overdrive, which, by the way, he is doing. And he just needs to actually not go out in 5th here. He needs to try to crack into the top 3. The only caveat is robovan Kenobi is tied with him in points. So it might come down to who between this fight between robovan Kenobi and dpay are able to get the point advantage. dpay's backline is white, but he still has the misfortune. Here comes the bullet time. No, it's Garrett versus Ezreal. Who gets the win? That's a massive victory for dpay. robovan takes a loss. Can Roby find a way to fight for LCQ? These players tied at 60 points apiece, charging for that final spot that was opened by Malala and Ripple Drive.
I've never seen a more flavorful Death's Defiance take place in a tournament right now. It's working for Garrett and it's working for dpay.
You can look real quickly at how the rest of it. It's only fitting that Jukyu, Replay, and Setsuko, the top 3 performers, are still in there. And that is the separation. Can dpay go beyond? And with the underground cash, it might be too much. He's matched up against Jukyu, eating a big shroud. But look at that Zephyr. Can he land on the Twisted Fate? It does! The 50-50 favors dpay. Can he continue to get this momentum and seize it for a commanding top 4? This would be devastating damage over to Setsuko.
Waiting for this Urgot cast, see how much of an impact it has. This Garrett is still hanging on. It took so much damage for that to happen, but the damage pouring in from TF at this point. The fiddle with that bit of CC as well. dpay taking a hit here, not out of it though. Big deal as we head into creeps at this point. Dan, dpay is going to need a little bit of help on this one. How does he improve this board?
From Setsuko's perspective, it's really about just going to 9. The fact that he has Burning Spirit and Druid Lotus settles so much of his damage, and he has a really solid setup with both his Nico and Twisted Fate, making sure to use Gunblade to also heal up his front line, which is the weak point of his composition currently. For dpay, though, I'm pretty sure that was a positioning difference. That Shroud not only hit his backline units that were pretty key, like his Misfortune, but also he wasn't on the same side as that Twisted Fate. So even though he got the Zephyr, it wasn't that big of a deal.
I cannot. Ornn items to boot. That's coming into this one. Setsuko going to find himself on 9, hunting down the Nunu.
Wow.
That was like the hit that you're looking for, is a big legendary at the end. You know, maybe Nunu's not going to be your pick, but my gosh, it's still a ton that you're getting in front of this right now. Any 2-star legendary at this point, you're like, oh, yeah, I'll take that. Sign me up. For dpay, though, now cracking that anvil and taking a look. Gonna look at positioning, gonna look at how to pan this out, and how do you make the most of it right now. dpay needs a miracle couple of rounds here in order to find himself in the right spot.
About what item that he really wants to pick here. He does get his Zephyr onto the backline. Sony's going up against Setsuko again. What happened? We just went through this. Mecha Justice on both sides here, trying to see if he can lock down that AoE. Here comes the meteors. The backline is completely untouched. Bullet time about to cast. Misfortune didn't even get the cast off. dpay, no! Oh, just like that, a chance for an LCQ appearance has been ripped out of his hands as robovan Kenobi able to secure that top 4. And now Roby should be the one joining us. If he's able to outplace Ripple, if he's able to outplace Malala as well as dpay, that means robovan Kenobi will be the one fighting for his last hope in the LCQ next week. We'll confirm in a little bit, but robovan, if he gets a top 3, I think that seals the deal.
We have one final thing to play for, Dan, and it's a heaping pile of money that's up for grabs for these one. Who do you have your eye on in this fight?
I'm going to take a look at whether or not robovan Kenobi can get it done here, but also look at setsuko if he can finish off replay, because if he does, there's an opportunity for setsuko to go big and potentially fight for additional placements. As setsuko is working onto that front line, Nunu is down, but now it's going to be the back line, and Annie is still alive, and that is a win for setsuko, and he is charging to end the tournament the way he entered it at rank 1 of the top of the standings. robovan top 3, that settles it. So we have our LCQ and we have our world championship spot, and now we're looking at the final opportunity for setsuko and jukyu to put the cherry on top. Another thing to mention, with replay being eliminated from the tournament, jukyu has also secured the North American Monsters Attack Regional Finals Championship. Another set, another dark horse rising up and showing up when it matters most to claim a spot in that global championship.
Just a killer performance the entire tournament. It's tough to pick one more dessert, but there's still something to play for here. I'm still looking at robovan Kenobi's board on the left side here with this Ezreal 3-star and a Renekton 3-star that's been holding up this front line the entire game. Nunu's touching this back line by quite a bit, though, and a number of CC spots coming in to slow down some of this damage. The Renekton's still alive. The Ezreal's still alive, though. Setsuko's got the TF blasted off with some cards there, though. robovan taking a big hit. Wow. It's such a monster lead, it feels like, between first, second, and third place right now. 30 HP, 29 HP, 3 HP.
It's a victory lap here for everybody involved. robovan happy to make LCQ from this spot if he's able to get that point lead over dpay, Malala, Ripple. You see that setsuko elated to finally make a global championship. And jukyu, the lowest that jukyu has placed all day was 3rd place, and he might be able to get that elusive 1st place that's evaded him all day. 3rd, 2nd, 3rd, 2nd. Can jukyu end on a dub to put that cherry on top?
Spot's looking not too bad. I don't think that jukyu was able to secure the item you wanted. You notice that setsuko was kind of running around the carousel, letting jukyu try to go for what he wanted to, and then took it out of his hands. Honestly, talk about jukyu. That was setsuko there.
setsuko going up against the ghost. jukyu trying to close out against robovan Kenobi. Just wants that 1st place and securing it. Jukyu's championship title has been earned, and a deserving person who averages better than a 3.0 in this kind of competitive field. It's so difficult of a regional finals. Even some of the fan favorites, you're talking about K3 Soju, you're talking about Prestivan, you're talking about Ramblin'. So many strong players did not make it to the field, and it wasn't setsuko winning, although he did get that spot. It was an underdog like Jukyu to prove all the doubters wrong, playing 14 different compositions out of 18 possible games. That is incredible.
Coming into this tournament, I asked players a lot of questions. Get some reads from them on these metas and what they were doing. When I asked Jukyu about his preparation, he simply said, climbing the high challenger on Smurf, getting a good read on the meta, limit testing different lines. Dan, it's easily showing through.
Yeah, and what could be the last fight of this game, the last fight of this tournament, the last fight to seal the deal. Jukyu trying to see if he can close it out with 30 HP, trying to work on each other's front lines. If you can take down the Annie pretty quickly, she's not going to be able to get this repetitive shields going on. Twist of Fate, time to duel, but TF in the backline is also getting zapped, and I think Jukyu has potentially done it. It's so close, the last few cards. He has done it, punctuating in a fantastic weekend with the 1st place. Jukyu, congratulations, you are the North American Regional Finals Champion.
I can't think of anything quite more fitting then staring into the eyes of that honey buzz duckbill one more time as Jukyu takes another first place. Fantastic stuff, and congratulations to him for being able to put that victory lap together, because he was already qualified when he went into this final game, and Dan, he still played to win.
He played to win, and he did it in his own way. He's not 20 out of 21 thing. He is the widest player in the field, at least in terms of the results. And he's also unknown, and he also has his own group, and he has his own independent thought, and he did his own preparation in his spreadsheet. I am so excited to watch this guy at the Global Championship, ready to humble, China, EMEA, Asia Pacific, Latin and Brazil. They better watch out. This Juke ain't a fluke.
I cannot wait. Admirable. I mean, it's just been so exciting to watch the level of creativity and just the knowledge that Jukyu really has for the game. What an expert display.
And that's really one of the biggest things I look out for in TFT. Consistent performances are definitely something you have to keep an eye on for this one. But when somebody dominates a tournament this much, it's like, whoa, what is going on? Like, we knew this set had a lot of possibilities in it, but I think this patch in particular has also really highlighted that. We're talking, how many different lines can you learn in such a short duration of time and then execute them against a powerful field? That just doesn't happen that often. This is something rare to see, that someone can execute lines this well. And I'm going to be honest with you, if this is the way that our lineup is going to look going into the World Championships, Wajan Iverson was already there, and now we're adding Jukyu to that, and then we're adding Setsuko to that. Like, I can't, it's so hard to watch players and actually pick three that I would rather have at this point, because from my perspective, it's looking like, whoo, and they might be the front runner.
You can't forget about replay either, though. Dan, come on, we gotta tell Admirable what it's all about, don't we?
Oh yeah, otherwise Gang's gonna have my head. Replay has been one of the strongest tournament performers all set long. Yes, Setsuko has the biggest average placement, but Replay very quietly right behind him. A player that actually joined us for set 3 regionals long ago, and then took an extended break from TFT, and then has come back and kind of reclaimed his spot as being amongst the elite. Many people also even knew about Replay. I think to the masses who watch normal streams, or maybe they consume YouTube content, whatnot, they might be seeing Replay for some of the first time. But if you actually look at some of the power rankings going into it, this guy was top 6 going into it, right behind players like Setsuko, Dissoap, Wajan, Robin, Kurum, and then it was Replay and Ripple Overdrive. 2 players were getting a lot of hype, so it's not surprising to the knowers. And my question is, are you a knower now?
Don't talk if you don't know. I hope people know
Agreed.
that so that they can talk. But now, what an amazing performance put on from all of our competitors this weekend. But let's take a look at the final scoreboard for day number 3 at the Monsters Attack NA Regional Finals. Because while we are sending 3 more players forward to the Monsters Attack Championships, we also have Kindlegem and robovan Kenob that get our 2 last chance qualifier spots that will be able to compete for a spot as well. Dan, how exciting is that?
That's really exciting, because I think that these are 2 players who will prove themselves with more chances that they get. We really know about the story of some of these other players and what we talked about, but I feel like they're the 2 of the most unknown out of the top 8, Kindlegem and robovan. The thing about these 2 players is that they beat to their own drum, and I love that about them. I think that the people at LCQ better watch out, because Kindlegem had a pretty rough start to the day, and then kind of came out of nowhere to have a big late surge in the tournament, and that shows that mental fortitude and resilience. And then Roby, we saw all day long, right, where he was just kind of doing a kind of crazy set of composition variations and innovating. Who gives this guy the right to try to innovate on the biggest stage of North American regionals and still was in contention to get into that top 4 placements? I think robovan definitely deserves it. But my heart also goes out to the others, right? Malala, Ripple, and dpay. These guys are stellar. They're not going to be it's not going to be the last time we see them, I think, in a final lobby contending for a global championship spot.
Yeah, Admirable. This was such a tight-knit competition, not just for today, but this entire weekend. It was hard fought all the way around. That's
just the nature of the way that competitive TFT is always going to work. It's always going to get tougher and tougher to move yourself up the way. The question is, where do you find that edge? And how can you evaluate it? How can you execute it? All of those things come into effect. This field got tougher and tougher and tougher as you cut the way, not only because the amount of players getting cut was wider, but also it's just because the players who are making it through are showing how and why they made it through. These are just massive performances that we have seen coming through this entire tournament. And it's tough to highlight that in such a short duration of games, but honestly, it's pretty much been done here for this tournament. This has been a rare outcome to see the players who are dominant continue that dominant performances, to see these players who I think are well-deserved in their spots showing how they're well-deserved, despite the fact that you don't know these players from tons and tons of tournaments in a row. They're not big-time streamers unless you're paying very close attention to the competitive field. These are not names you see all the time. But it's showing through, and it's showing why. And that's something that I expect to see more of in TFT, is as players continue to move up the ranks, showing how they're getting those spots, and then the players who do deserve that recognition, you're going to start to see it more and more over and over again, because they keep getting to these spots over and over. That's really the big thing to pay attention to, is to take a look at all these tournaments, see who continues to make it to these spots, and basically do what Gangly does, and just kind of moneyball everything to figure out who the best players are.
I love that, and we definitely have some good recency bias to go forth with, looking at our representatives for the Monsters Attack Championship. North America definitely putting forward some strong players, and we're going to get a chance to talk to a few of them right after this short break. Hello everybody and welcome back to the Monsters Attack NA Regional Finals. You can see Dan doing a bit of a victory dance over there as we've got Setsuko on the line. Congratulations, Setsuko. You've made it to the Monsters Attack Championship. What does this ability to play at the championship mean to you?
Oh, I mean, it means everything. Like this has been my goal in TFT for probably the last 3 sets now, and to finally make it. I mean, I don't even know what to say. Like, it just feels great. Like, I'll probably be on cloud 9 for the next week or so. I don't know. It feels amazing.
Well, you definitely earned it, especially getting through there with your average placement across the 3 days. You were putting on such a great show for all of us here. What did your prep look like, and how confident were you feeling coming into the weekend?
Oh, I actually didn't prep with anyone at all. Okay, I didn't prep with anyone that was playing in the tournament because I think everyone already had their own groups. So I had to resort to prepping with Prest event. Not saying that's a bad thing, but we basically just looked at he helped me understand the Gnar line a little bit, and he helped me with Jin, I think. But I mean, I didn't prep that much compared to the other people, so I felt a little bit not unconfident, if that's a word. I don't even know if that's a word, but I didn't feel that confident. But after the first day, it felt okay because I felt like I was decent on the patch, and it felt like no one is insanely good. So yeah, but going into the tournament, I wasn't that confident.
Where did that start to turn? Because I saw you tweet today that you were making it to Worlds. And that was
I mean, okay, no disrespect, but I mean, I saw the fucking. Oh, sorry. I saw the final lobby players, and there's certain players who I'm scared of. Oh, not scared of, but I respect. And there's no one in this lobby that I respect. So I was like, there's no way I'm not gonna top 2 or average placement. There's just no way. So yeah.
Who are some players that you do respect, just out of curiosity? Since
I mean, I can't reveal who
you don't respect.
No, the thing is, you can't reveal who you respect because then you lose your competitive edge. You can't tell them that you respect them, or else because the thing is, they probably are scared of me as well. So if you say that you're scared of them, then you lose your edge on them. So you can't reveal that.
Noted. Setsuko, on July 9th, 2022, you tweeted, "Underperforming in tournaments feels even worse because of the ladder warrior narrative. And I know I'm validating the people who think I'm one. Gotta make it click this set or it's doomed." How does it feel, man? 10 months later, almost a year later, you're able to make it to the global championship. I know you already talked about that feeling, but doesn't that make it extra nice that you get to give that, you get to flip off all the people who've called you a ladder warrior in the past?
Oh, I mean, it feels amazing. Even now, even recently, I feel like people still think I suck in tournaments. Even though I've been doing well this set, so it just it feels extra good for sure. The thing is, if I go dead last in Worlds, that's gonna be kind of bad, but I'm pretty confident in my ability to do well, so should be fine.
So discounting that mindset, what do you think some of the biggest challenges that you have faced coming from when you started competitive TFT are to now at this point?
Challenges probably like just realizing how to play tournaments. Like I think in like set 5 and set 6 when I first started playing competitive a lot, I would just go into tournaments thinking it's like solo queue and just like not roll on 7 ever, not roll on 6, just fucking, or sorry, okay, sorry, I'll stop cursing. Not roll on 6, just econ the whole game until 8 like solo queue or fast 9 and just die. But now I realize that you can't just do that every game, and I like play to the lobby tempo, so it feels a lot better. Like I guess that's like one of the main challenges that I overcame. Other than that, I don't know. I guess like I think I used to have a little bit of nerves as well in tournaments, but like this set, I think it's gone away. Like I think after the first win I had in Corrupted Cup, like now I just feel like I'm like in tournament games, I just feel confident now. Like I'm not nervous or anything. I'm not like overthinking anything. So yeah,
that's great. That's great. And it helps with having all of that inspirational music playing in the background, right?
Oh, I mean, I don't think it helps, but like I think I've just gotten used to it by now because on stream I always play with music in the background. So like it just feels weird that there's no music. I don't know.
All right. All right,
Yeah.
Zach, take it away.
Hey, that's fair. Well, Setsuko, thank you so much for joining us and for being able to share some insight onto your approach to TFT. I want to give you this moment to be able to, you know, shout out anybody that has helped you or has supported you in your TFT journey.
Oh, my entire journey. Honestly, I don't think anyone has helped me. Like I guess all the people who rated me, like when I first started streaming, like Hyun, Milk, Soju, Kurum, but like other than that, I guess Prestiman as well for helping me prep for this tournament. It definitely helped a lot. Like I learned how to play some lines that I didn't like. I only played one NAR game I think, and it didn't go that well, but it definitely helped to have like the comp in the back of my mind. So I guess those people. Yeah, I don't know who else, but yeah.
Well, sounds like that was all you needed because you're going to the Monsters Attack Championship. So congratulations once again, Setsuko, and best of luck to you there.
Thank you guys.
Wow, what a polite and honestly just very well-mannered person, man.
He's like the silent assassin. Like you just you don't know what to expect, and I guess he's also kind of the surprise factor there for the North American region representing us. And I can't wait to see what's gonna happen there. But we've got another player going forward to the Monsters Attack Championships. So please join us in giving a big congratulations over to Replay. Congrats! And what does this moment mean for you?
I don't know. I'm just really excited. It was kind of my goal the whole set to try to make it to Worlds, and I can't believe I'm here.
It's amazing to be able to watch you reach that goal. And now that you're looking at the championships, really want to give you the opportunity to kind of allow people to get to know you. So what's been your journey through TFT, and what's been something that you would like people to know about you?
I mean, my journey was basically I played like the early sets, like 1 to 3. I played regionals, but then at that point I started working. Like I didn't have really time to play TFT, so I haven't played like the last 6 or so sets. And I know I just found time for it now. I've been playing like pretty much 24/7 for the last 4 months, trying to make Worlds. Yeah.
What brought you back in? I think people always talk about when they step away from TFT in their post life, but you know, you actually came back, and we don't see that very often. So what got you that drive back to try as hard as you can this time?
I don't know. I think I've like played like I played like maybe a month of like set 6 or like a few weeks of a few sets, and I'm never really that interested. But when I played like a few weeks of this set, I was like, I think this is the one. Like I actually want to play it all the time. So
interesting. Okay.
What do you think that main factor was in this set that really brought you back into it? Like what about this set really stood out to you the most?
I'm not sure. I feel like the biggest thing, like set-wise, that I really think is cool is like the units themselves. Like synergies and whatnot are kind of irrelevant for me, but like the actual units, like what they do, like the small nuances they have, I feel like that's like probably what brought me back.
A lot of people don't really know too much about you. How would you like define your edge over the competitive field? Because there's like a mystique about like how well you're placing, and I think because there's just such limited information, they're not exactly sure how to categorize you. So what do you think is something that you just do better than the average player that would be at regionals?
I feel like what I do well is like understanding the power level units, like regardless of their synergies. So like being able to play like flexible boards mid game, where you're not really playing synergies, but you're actually just playing your strongest board, whether it's like random pike, like just random units that make sense.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. Oh, I love that. I mean, how much of that is like your own intuition of playing through the game, and how much of that is this big study group conglomerate you guys have put together now? Because how many of you actually practice together, and how did that even happen?
Yeah, I think like I've been, so like the last like week or so, I've been vibe reviewing a ton with dpay and Ripple, and we all three of us made it to the final lobby, which is pretty crazy. And yeah, I don't know, I guess like we just messaged each other, like, you guys want to vibe review? And it was a lot of fun, and we spent a ton of time on it. And I think in the last week where we VOD reviewed, I probably learned more than like the first 4 months of playing the set. So.
Wow.
Okay. You said that you drink a lot of like, is it green tea, or you drink tea to kind of get in the zone? Is there like a specific like what if I want to adopt a tea tournament ritual? Are you able to drop the tech, or is that kind of secret under wraps?
Yeah, only I can drop the tech. I gotta win worlds first.
Okay, all right. That's what we'll ask when that happens. All right.
Okay. I love it. Well, Replay, thank you so much. Is there anybody that you'd like to give some shout outs to before we send you on your way?
Yeah, just my friends, family, dpay Ripple. Yeah.
Well, we are all wishing you the best of luck when it comes to the Monsters Attack Championship. We're so excited to see you realize a dream of yours, and we wish you the best of luck competing.
Thank you.
And we have, of course, last but certainly not least, our first place player, the champion of the Monsters Attack NA Regional Finals. Let's give a big congratulations to Jukyu.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yay. Thank you.
What a dominant performance that you put on this entire weekend. Tell us about yourself, and like how have you been vibing with TFT, and how long have you been playing?
All right, this is gonna be a long one. So I started playing in set 1. I wasn't going to play, but like my friends kept saying, "Oh, you should try out this new game. Like it's really cool." And I was like, "No, I'm like stuck playing League, like one tricking, like, I don't know, Trunder or something at the time. I don't know." And eventually, I think I have some friends at u.gg who like invited me to a game, and I was playing with them, and it was just like, I was like, wow, this game is really cool. And then I played a few more games, and then just quit League altogether. I've just been playing TFT since.
Let's go. I mean, we're on a ride broadcast. It's okay. League's great, man. You should give it a try again sometime.
The League to TFT pipeline. You love to see it. But Jukyu, let's talk about your performance this weekend. You had one of the most impressive performances that we've seen, just consistent top 4 games across the board, and in fact one of the best average placements we've seen out of any player. So what was the tech like? What did your preparation look like coming into this event?
Preparation wise, so my study group all like failed out of like regionals, so I couldn't really study with them. But I was trying to like get myself back into the headspace of playing like good TFT, because I kind of dropped the ball after Mecha Cup. The funny story is, during Mecha Cup, we Soli and I started playing a ton of Lulu, and we just like got lost in the sauce. And Mecha Cup was not the patch for Lulu, even though this patch is the patch for Lulu. So like I had to like rebuild myself up, and like one day I thought, oh, I need to actually come up with a spreadsheet of what you want to roll for at 6 and 7 for every single comp out there. And I just went and wrote all of that, and I was like, oh, I get it now. And then this is it.
That's great. It seems like you specifically go out of your way to play pretty wide. You know, the conversations was about how many comps can this guy play all weekend. Was that intentional, or was that just how it happened?
I'm definitely a wide player. I think my strength is picking up comps really fast. I can kind of intuitively see after seeing it one time what you're supposed to do for a certain comp. So I definitely picked up some stuff from VOD reviewing other players in regionals, just watching them, and it's like, oh, that's how you play Brawler Jax. Oh, that's how you play Bel'Veth. This is how you play Infiniteam. So like, I like to identify my line really early and play towards it. Yeah.
You said coming into this tournament that you would have rated yourself about middle of the pack when it came to the rest of the field. Now, after looking at this tournament, it's kind of a tough answer to look at. I'm kind of curious, would you adjust that answer if you had to play through this tournament again? Let's say you had to start from the beginning and go all the way back through. Do you still find yourself middle of the pack in this one?
I think I would say top quarter now. I don't think I've always had confidence issues here. Like even in solo queue, I've never pushed for super high rank in solo queue because every time I would hit a certain new milestone, I'm like, okay, that's my limit. Even though I'd be playing like super well, I think as well as I was playing right now, I would hit like, let's say top 100. Like, this is my limit. I'm only doing this well because I'm playing against bad players. Like all the people at the top are just like a different tier. They play full time. I have a job, whatever, right? So I've always held myself back. But after playing this tournament, I feel like I am at least can hang with the best.
Oh yeah, I think you can do a lot more than hang if you're asking me. What do you think is what do you think is the biggest thing you need to work on between now and the global championship happening in a couple of weeks? Let's assume that if you can like wave a wand and fix something going into the next couple of weeks. What do you want to work on?
Oof. I don't know. I shouldn't try to fix what works, you know.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Good point.
I mean, so listening to Replay's answer about what he thought he was good at, it was identifying strong units. That's kind of not what I do, right? I know roughly like strong units, like, but a lot of lines have only 1 or 2 units to slot in at different points in the game. So like me trying to get out of that, for instance, would just ruin my game plan. It would make me worse at what I'm good at. So I think I want to just explore more lines, do what I already do well, and you know, try to talk to the other championship players and figure out what their reads are. But ultimately, I need to like go back to what I'm good at.
Understood.
Yeah,
I have one follow-up question, and I'll give it back to Necra. Emily Wang's in chat and wants to know to ask this question. How come I can't make it to Worlds when I only play TFT and this guy can with a full-time job? What's the secret, man?
The more you play, the worse you get. I swear to God. Like, I grinded so hard this set, and it just felt worse than when I played more moderately. Like taking one or like a 15-minute break, a 30-minute break between games just does so well to keep yourself like honest in terms of like your habits. So like if you grind, you go from one game to the next game right away, you're going to be like thinking about the other game before you even start playing the next game. So I at my best only played like 5-6 games a day. And then at my worst, I play like 15 games straight, and I'm like, oh, why am I not climbing? So yeah.
That's a great answer. I was actually not expecting such a high quality answer response. Nice, man. That was great.
I mean, it's so easy for us on the outside to be able to look at your gameplay and say Jukyu is a phenomenal player. Look at how many different boards that you were able to play and find success with this weekend. And then to hear from you about kind of your internal confidence struggles, what does it mean to you to make it to the Monsters Attack Championship where you're representing North America?
This is like the most I've accomplished in my life. I mean, not to say I haven't accomplished anything, but like it means so much to be at the top of like the game. Like I think it's every like gamer child's like dream to be in this spot. So definitely. And by the way, TFT is like the first game I was super competitive in League. I was like at best a Diamond 2 player. And there's maybe some other games where I was good at it, but there wasn't really a proper leaderboard, so I didn't really know where I stacked against other people. But having this like final validation was like really amazing for me.
Man, that's really amazing. Thanks for sharing, man. That's really great.
Yeah,
God, I'm so happy. What the heck? All right, let's wrap it up. Let's wrap it up.
I know, I've got the feels right now. I really do. Jukyu, it's been such a pleasure to talk to you and to watch your gameplay all weekend long. And I know you've got some big supporters out there. So what would you like to say to them or anyone else that helped you this weekend?
Yeah, so big shout out to this study group. This study group started after, I think it was just Defender Cup. We got like Jedi Mind Tricks was like asking on the Giant Slayer Discord like, oh, who wants to like study group? And so it sort of came out of nowhere. So Subidu and myself and him, and then eventually Sully joined us to study. And I think one of the things that actually put me up beyond my previous set's performances this set was having a group to really play a ton of PvE with, like getting that 2-week head start. And we played so much PvE. We were definitely like one of the groups playing a lot of PvE at the time. So those 3 guys, big shout out to them.
Sounds like
and I guess
power.
Another shout out actually to my double up partner, because for a couple of sets I've been playing double up and sort of sitting rank 1 double up, and he's like, no, everyone thinks that I carried the team, but it really wasn't. Like I was just not carrying the team. I was just clicking the units, and he was the brain behind all of it. But he really taught me a lot about like tempo and like he comes from a competitive like Dota background, and he was just like looking at it and he was like, oh, I think this is good, and I really learned a lot from him too. So that like sitting rank 1 double up was also like a big confidence boost. It's not the best competition, but it was like part of the confidence boost that I needed to start even taking competitive seriously for the solo game.
What the heck?
So, yeah.
That's two
So
back-to-back
cool.
tournament winners who's like
Yeah,
double up.
what?
we had Spetham and Mecha Cup, and now we have Jukyu. What's going on, man?
Yeah,
Double up tech.
Double up is just a better
the
game.
double up
Too
tech.
bad we don't have any tournaments.
Not yet. We'll see. Maybe one day.
Free idea, Riot, but we'll see what happens. Anyway, Jukyu, thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations once again, not only on winning the Monsters Attack NA Regional Finals, but also to be able to move on to represent North America at the championship. We are so looking forward to seeing you there, and we hope you get some nice rest too, because it sounds like that'll be helpful.
Yes. Thank you so much.
That was so wholesome.
That was so wholesome. The most wholesome TFT interview we've had, and we're actually it's like back to back too, right? Because we also had the Mecha Cup winner Spetham with that, and then we also had replay, very nice, and then Setsuko, like everything just super wholesome the whole time, very professional.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Absolutely. I mean, I want to just like give another shout out though to all of our competitors this weekend, because this was a very hard-fought competition for 3 whole days. We started with 24 of North America's finest TFT players qualifying through ladder snapshots, the mid-set finale. Oh my gosh, everything is blurring together for me. And we also had the Mecha Cup, which was another way for our players to qualify, and it led to some incredible competition, wouldn't you think?
It's been fantastic the whole way through. You know, one of the common trends I'm noticing here is that everyone's working together, finding ways to work with other people. And honestly, it's been kind of tough for me to realize. I don't know why it's taking so long for me to realize this, but that's one of the biggest ways I've just improved with any game, is finding a community or a group of people to work with on this one. And now everyone's here saying it, and I'm like, I'm kind of noticing something here.
Unless you're Setsuko, in which case you have one person that's helping you and nobody else.
Well, he's the one giving out all the information. You kind of work out that, apparently.
That's so true, though.
It's okay. This is actually a really scary thing, because Setsuko is supposed to prep with Soju Precedent, and Soju and Precedent didn't have Milk this set. Milk's coming back in set 9. That group could be pretty scary, right? It's almost to the point where Okay, Milk's qualified for Worlds multiple times, almost won it. Soju's done it last set in set 7 Dragonlands. Now Monster Attack and Setsuko. Precedent, the prophecy has yet to be fulfilled. Where is POK? Set 9, Precedent, regional champion.
Set 9.
Okay.
I'm in for it.
Absolutely. I'm really looking forward to what the future holds for TFT, but knowing that we have the Monsters Attack Championship in a few weeks, that's going to be really exciting, but that means we do have to close the chapter on the NA Regional Finals. So, final thoughts from you, Admirable. How do you think the weekend went?
Fantastic. Tournament was great. Games were good. Players had great stuff to say. Trends across the board. Kind of shut everyone up on how much luck is involved in TFT. Obviously, there's luck involved with it, but you know, it's the skill is the whole point of that. If you can't take advantage of the luck, what difference does it make? Happy Mother's Day, by the way.
Yeah, happy Mother's Day. And no notes apparently from Admirable, except for positivity across the board. Dan, what about you? Final thoughts on the weekend?
Yeah, I do want to say that it was really fun to watch regionals. It was also heartbreaking in its own right. There's 24 competitors who put so much time and effort into it, right? They sweated snapshots, they grinded through those cups, they narrowly had to like get through tiebreakers. We had so many fallen bodies, but the people that won, now we focus on to a bigger goal. Remember this day. Today is May 14th, 2023. In 2 weeks, on May 28th, North America will be crowned as the newest region to win a global championship. You have 2 weeks, the rest of the world, to prepare. And I want to put you all on notice because we're sending Wade Iverson, we're sending Jukyu, who won, we're sending Replay, we're sending Setsuko TFT, and we're gonna be sending Kindo Gem and Robovan to take those LCQ spots. You heard it here in 2 weeks. And on that note, I also want to say today is also May 14th. Happy Mother's Day to all of the mothers out there. Without you, we wouldn't literally be here. So all the credit, and you guys, we can thank you every day, and that still wouldn't be enough. So shout out to all the moms. Y'all are the real MVPs.
Yes, a shout out to all of the mothers out there, to all of our competitors that played this weekend and gave us such an entertaining show. To both of you, Admirable and Frodan, thank you so much for taking us through the action alongside Casanova and Crowan. It was a pleasure working with the four of you and, of course, our production behind the scenes. But we couldn't do any of this without you viewers at home watching and enjoying. So we hope that you all enjoyed what the Monsters Attack NA Regional Finals has to offer. And we'll see you all at the Monsters Attack Championships.